Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had 2 Sacred Gear Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear and Black Dragon Dark Blade Part 3. Before we start, please go support Noah Liebert 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. The Magician and the Valkyrie. My days were starting out weird as usual, but my real doubt was how the hell would I explain this to my parents. My mom was standing at the door looking directly at me. The problem? Easy. How do I explain that I don't know why almost all the girls in the house are sleeping here? And yes, I had gotten used to sleeping with Rias, Asia and Akeno. Besides them in my bed were Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Kuroka, Jean, Sarah Fall, Elmenhild and Ophis, which if it was already strange, the worst thing was that they wore revealing pajamas or by default they were naked. Before I said anything, my mother said, "Just remember that I want my first grandson to be a boy." My parents weren't idiots as they appeared in front of everyone. It's just that sometimes they surprised me. I was already awake, so going back to sleep was impossible. So carefully I got out of bed and miraculously no one woke up. I wanted to relax a little because the night before my head had been the victim of a competition to see which breasts were softer. So I was having trouble sleeping, so I went into the bathroom without paying much attention to details. I took off my clothes and got into the tub until I heard a scream. I turned to look. It was Roswise. She was taking a bath. I looked away and said, "I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention." She said, "It's not your fault. I was lost and didn't notice you came in." She looked different than every day. It seemed like something was bothering her. I asked, "Are you okay, Roswise-san?" She said, "Yes, I was just thinking about some things." I said, "Oh, I see. Sorry if I bothered you." She said, "No, just that I'm a little worried." I said, "Does it have to do with the Holy War?" She said, "Yes, it's something I was involved in, and I guess they want that information." I asked, "Why do you think?" She told me, "A friend of mine disappeared a few days ago, and I worked with her on it." I said, worried, "What kind of information?" She said, "Thousands of years ago, before the Holy War, there was a monster that caused fear to God and was known as the Apocalypse itself. They called it 666 the Trihexa, but they managed to seal it. I was investigating that seal, and I suppose the Chaos Brigade wants to release it." I told her, determined, "I will not allow it. I will not let them release that thing, and I will not allow them to hurt you. I will take care of you, Roswise-san." She blushed at what I said and got out of the shower, saying, "I am glad to know that I will count on you, Issei-kun." I finished showering and went to school, of course. With all the girls by my side, people looked at me with jealousy. But of course that mattered little or nothing to me. The most important thing now was to be alert in case they called us to fight. After we finished with Marius, Ryusoulger was more cautious and was only sending soldiers. But anyway, we were alert. Renji and Kuoh were talking to me. Renji said to me, "How is everything going?" I told him, "Too much concern." Kuoh said, "I guess so. But hey, here's a question. Who do you think will be the new student council?" I told him, "I don't know, but now that you mention it, it's true that the year is going to end, and also Rias is going to graduate." Renji told me, "Do you plan to give her something?" I told him, "Well, it's almost going to be 2 months since we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't know, maybe I'll ask her to marry me." Both almost choked and said, "What will you do?" "What?" I told them, "The world of demons works differently. Technically, since I confessed, we should have already become married. Since I defeated Ryusoulger, I am her fiancé." Kuoh said, "Do you have your life fixed?" I told him, "Let's see a fight against a demon king capable of killing you." And so we spent time talking. Going out to break, I found Lefay under a tree, and by instinct I went to talk to her. "What's wrong, Lefay?" She looked a little down and said to me, "I feel like my magic is not as good anymore. I couldn't hold back Marius the other day, and you got hurt, Issei-sama." I told him, "Is that what you were worried about?" "But we won, wasn't it?" Lefay said. "Yes, but that was thanks to you and Vala-sama." I told her, "First of all, I already told you to have more confidence and address me as an equal. And second, in the battle the other day we were all useful, and we managed to defeat our enemy." Lefay said, "Thank you, Issei-sama, I feel better now." That was very fast, and she left. I just said as I watched her walk away, "You don't know how to lie, Lefay." Zenobia brought her desk closer to me in class and asked me, "Issei, how do you choose the student council?" I told her, "The candidates register and begin campaigning for the rest of the year. After that, the last day is the elections and the new council governs the school the following year." Zenobia told me, "That sounds very interesting. Thanks for clarifying my doubts. But one more question." I said, "What thing, Zenobia?" She approached me and whispered, "Do you want to be my vice president?" I felt a chill run down my back, and when I turned around I saw Jean with an angry look while her pen shattered in her hands. but Zenovia's proposal seemed interesting to me. I hadn't entered the student council because I didn't want to stand out even more. I asked her, "Why me?" She told me, "Besides being the most popular boy in the academy, you are one of the smartest. You would help me a lot." I said, laughing a little. "Let me see if I understand. Since most of the students here are girls, here without girls, you want to win them over with me as part of your campaign, and apart from that I will help you with everything. Zenovia Quarter, you just got your vice president." She hugged me by the neck and said, "Thanks, Issei. I promise you that we will win." I told her, "But look for more members for the council. It can't be just you and me," she said. "Irina, Ravel and also Kiba already accepted." I told her, "It is noticeable that most of the votes you will get will be from the girls. But we'll find someone else," she said. "What do you think, Jean? She's been looking at us for a while." I turned to look and Jean looked angrier. I signaled her with my hand to come closer, and I said, "Do you want to join us to sign the new student council?" She, who had been learning everything, said, "I would love to." Zenovia said, "I'm glad you want to join." I told her, "By the way, Zenovia is the president," Jean said. "Anyway, I support her." After that little conversation, we went back to paying attention to the class. When I finished, I returned home like every day, but that day in particular I had work to do. Some rebels from Ryzovim's army attacked a small town in the underworld. As leader of DXD, it was my duty to send someone, and I decided on Lefay, Roswise, Arthur, Jean and Kiba. They would go to help the affected people and look for the rebels. If things got complicated, I would go with Vala to help them. I told Vala of the plan, and he told me he would send Arthur. A few seconds Arthur was in front of me. I said, "Vala informed you of the mission." Arthur told me, "That's right, Hyoudou-san, and also informed me who my team would be." I told him, "Just tell me, Issei, and I hope you can solve it well." I called Kiba and the girls and sent them to the town while I went to help Zenovia prepare her campaign. With the team, they arrived at an area where everything looked bad. The demons were cold and their homes were destroyed. Jean said angrily. "Those damn," Arthur said. "We have to investigate what happened." Kiba replied, "I'll go." Kiba went and interrogated those affected while Lefay and Roswise patrolled the area. Kiba returned with the information and said to Arthur, "It seems they were attacked suddenly, but they left, just like what happened in the vampire world." Jean told him, "Then there is a possibility that they left someone here too." But they didn't have time to think because from one moment to the next an army appeared and a purple-haired boy said, "Kneel before the Chaos Brigade. I am Julius, a fallen angel trained by knights who will bring your destruction. I'm making up some villains." The boy took out a lightsaber and injected himself with the unstoppable momentum serum. Lefay and Roswise returned to find their friends fighting, Jean and Arthur eliminating as many soldiers as they could while Kiba tried to contain Julius with Dainsleif. Julius turned his gaze to Roswise and said, "There's the Valkyrie you were looking for, go after her." Most of the soldiers went straight to Roswise, who attacked with her magical powers, but it seemed the soldiers were also drugged, as they resisted a lot of damage. Lefay wanted to help her but realized that her spells did not do much damage. Then she wanted to help Kiba with an enhancement spell, but accidentally confused the spell and the target, and increased Julius's strength. Lefay was failing like never before. When she realized the soldiers had already captured Roswise, Jean and her brother could not do anything because they were just with the soldiers, while Kiba fought with the strengthened Julius. Lefay fell to the ground and began to cry and said, "I caused problems for everyone, I cannot help you." It was then that a soldier tried to attack her, but a black light pulverized him completely while Issei landed angrily saying, "Stay away from her." Minutes before, while Lefay was having her problems, Jean realized that they were at a disadvantage, so she made a magic circle with which she would contact Issei. Issei at that moment was helping Zenovia, and I said to her, "Well, we just need to register us tomorrow, and we will start campaigning." She said, "Thanks for helping me with this." I said, "You're welcome. That's why I'm here." She smiled and approached me saying, "You're very good to everyone." I told her, she just acted how I would like everyone to act, with her gaze down in a deep voice, or how I would like to have been treated. Zenovia looked at me strangely, but I came back to myself and said, "The point is that I like to help. You're my friend and I like you a lot, Zenovia." In my mind I said, "Not to mention that I may be in love with you along with the other inhabitants of this house. But I must stop thinking about that." She brought her lips closer to give me a kiss when a magic circle opened in my ear. It was Jean who sounded worried. "Issei, we have problems. Another subordinate of Ryzovim is here, and he has an injection of unstoppable momentum. They have Roswise-san, and Lefay is having problems with her magic." I told her seriously, "I'm going there." Since I opted for a better transportation system, a few days ago I had solved the problem of the magic circles. If I drew one on a paper and put a drop of my blood on it, it would take me anywhere, even where I hadn't been before, without needing anything. So I took out one of my teleflyers and cut my finger with it, and then threw it to open a portal. I said to Zenobia, "We'll finish your campaign later." She told me, "Good luck, Issei." And so we arrived at the present moment. I bent down to be close to Lefay and asked her, "What's wrong, Lefay?" She told me, "I don't know, I'm failing, I can't help anyone." Without warning I hugged her and said while caressing her head, "Are you still distrustful about what happened to Marius, right?" She cried in my chest and said, "You could have died, Issei-sama, and it would have been my fault." I looked her in the eyes and said, "No. You gave your best, Lefay, and that's why I thank you. Despite what you say, I trust you. I know you can do anything. Where is the happy and confident magician I met in Kyoto? You are the best magician I've ever met, Lefay. I trust you. Even if the world turns its back on you, I will continue to see you. I know you can win. That one mistake does not take away that great magician. I trust you, Lefay." I wiped her tears and she hugged me and said, "Thank you, Issei-sama. Even though I lost confidence in myself, you never gave up on me." I said, "I never will. I trust that you will defeat any enemy." That cute smile of hers came back and said while rising, "Yes, Issei-sama, I will defeat them all. I am the great magician Lefay Pendragon, member of the DXD anti-terrorist team." Many magic circles appeared and attacked the soldiers who fell while Lefay smiled. I said, "That is my magician. Now I have to save Roswise-san. Dual Cardinal promotion." At an abnormal speed I searched for Roswise, until I found several soldiers putting chains on her and gagging her to take her away. At full speed I neutralized them and freed her. When she saw me she said happily, "Issei-kun, you came." I said laughing, "There is a Valkyrie who gets drunk easily, and has problems finding a partner, so she needs my help." She smiled and said tenderly, "Baka." I carried her on my back while with all my strength I prayed that Ophis wouldn't find out. Flashback. Ophis looked very upset with me. I asked her, "What's wrong, Ophis?" She told me, "Now many girls sit on your lap, Ravel, Kaneko and Elmenhild, the lap that was only mine." I told her, "Calm down, don't show Yandere instincts now." She told me, "That's why I decided that your back will be all mine." I told her, "What?" End of flashback. We arrived at the battlefield and I was surprised to see that Gogmagog was charging with the entire army while Lefay smiling said, "Issei-sama, Issei-sama, 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 Issei-sama." At the same time I was casting spells left and right, and I said, "It seems that if I motivated her, the only problem now is the Fallen." The purple-haired boy continued fighting with Kiba and in a careless moment he defeated him. The Fallen one only said, "This is the great power of Julius." I approached at full speed and began to hit him, but he responded with cuts from his sword and trying to hit me with spears of light. By my order Jean took Kiba because Gogmagog was finishing off all the soldiers of the Chaos Brigade. Julius was drugged so his power was greater than he expected, but a white ray hit him in the face. It was Roswise who said, "I'll help you, Issei-kun." A shower of magic blasts fell on Julius. Lefay stood next to me and said, "Me too, Issei-sama." I formulated an attack plan, and I told them. At my signal the two fired with all their power. To my surprise Roswise had increased her power and Lefay was too activated to be weak. Julius tried to block them, but with Dark Blade and using Black Purgatory I broke his sword causing the attack to hit him directly. That's when I took advantage and hit him with my solid impact. He crashed into some rubble, while Roswise, Lefay and I charged a ray that would annihilate him completely. Julius wanted to defend himself but he couldn't, and ended up being exterminated. I healed Kiba with a Phoenix Tear while Lefay and Roswise celebrated. I notified the leaders and they said they would go fix everything. The townspeople thanked us. But then another portal opened. We were ready to fight when Euclid came out of it, and said, "Apparently Julius failed. It was to be expected. But it doesn't matter, we'll see you soon." With that said, Arthur asked me, "Why would you attack such a remote town?" I told him, "To end the morale of the underworld. If we didn't come help the townspeople would get angry with the government, and it would give the Chaos Brigade a place to settle." Arthur nodded in understanding and we went back home. When we arrived we rested, and I went back to help Zenobia. As Roswise thought, "He's so brave, and so strong. I think the inevitable happened. I fell in love with him." While with Lefay, before I admired him for being a great hero, but now I want to be his partner. The next day, I woke up as usual, but there was something else. Roswise and Lefay were now in my bed too. Technically I was sleeping with all the girls that had moved into my house. I just said, "Now how do I explain this to my mom? The most beautiful angel in heaven." The clock rang while we were in the club room. Our next mission as a DXD group was about to arrive, since Ryzovim had sent a threat to Heaven and Grigori. But the point was to know, which one did they attack first? That's why I would go this week with a group to patrol in heaven while Vala would go with another group to patrol Grigori. Both places were at risk of attack, so we had to act quickly. The groups were left in a strange way, Azazel said. Well, Issei will go to heaven and his team will be Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, Jean, Asia, Biko, Lefay, Ophis, and also Akeno. Rias got nervous. Azazel-san, didn't you mention me in Ise's group? Azazel said. Yes, you will go to Grigori. Your demonic power will help more there. Akeno's power will be more powerful with the light in addition to Issei helping her. Therefore Vala will go to Grigori with Rias, Kaneko, Roswise, Ravel, Gasper, Arthur, Kuroka, Sarah Fall, and Elmenhild. Rias approached me desperately and said, Will you be okay? It will be a week that I will not be able to see you, I told him. Calm down, I will be fine. Who worries me is you. Ophis approached and said, Do not feel bad. We will take good care of him. Ophis said this in a flirtatious way while I felt a shiver run down my back. Before continuing to protest, Azazel separated us and began to make the magic circles before we were transported. Azazel said, And by the way, Vala, there is someone who is dying to see you. Vala looked scared, and in a blink we were transported to different places. I arrived with my team to a beautiful place. The only problem was that everything was too bright. We seemed to be standing on clouds, and most things were golden. Michael was waiting for us there. He greeted us. Welcome DXD squad, I'm glad you came. I told him. You're welcome, Michael-sama. We are all here to protect the sky, Michael said. Then it would be best if you came to my office. We followed him to a very elegant office, and I accidentally said, I know where he goes money from the offerings. I felt a blow to the back of my neck. It was Irina who said to me, Issei-kun, that's not said. I said, I'm sorry. Zenobia said to me, You're quite disrespectful, Issei. A voice said, You're not a saint either, Zenobia. Zenobia froze. A woman in nun's clothes was there. Irina said, How long since we've seen Sister Griselda? Zenobia said nervously, Hello, Sister Griselda. Griselda took Zenobia by the cheeks and began to pinch them while saying, Look how you've grown. Also, what's wrong with you that you don't write to me? Do you know how worried I was when they told me that you became a demon? Zenobia said. I'm sorry, Sister Griselda. Michael spoke. I present to you Griselda Corda, an exorcist, in addition to being part of my sister's letters. We all said, Sister? Michael said. Yes, he wants to see them. Although he hasn't left his room in days out of fear. Well, and more than anything he wants to see you, Issei. I said. Me? Michael nodded, and led us down a large hallway. At that moment a blond man appeared and said, Michael, did you bring the DXD people? I said, Yes, I'm the squad leader Hyoudou Issei. He got excited and shook my hand saying, The famous Hyoudou Issei, the most powerful wielder of the boosted gear currently. In addition to possessing the unknown dark blade, I am a fan of the heroic dragon program. I saw him nervous until Michael introduced him to me. This is Delio Gesualdo, my Joker, bearer of the Zenith Tempest, considered the second most powerful Longinus. I said. The second, Delio said. Yes, I am an exorcist of the church, but I am glad that now we are at peace. I told him nervously. Me too. Michael continued to guide us, and then we reached a golden door that was closed. Michael knocked and said, Sister, come out at once. A rather sweet voice said, No, brother, I'm scared. Michael said, Issei-kun is here. Upon hearing my name, she became upset. Issei-kun! It sounded like she was desperately trying to tidy her room. That's when the door was opened by a beautiful woman. Too beautiful, blonde and with blue eyes. I couldn't believe my eyes, Akeno said with some jealousy. Era, it seems that Michael-sama's sister catches your attention a lot. Asia took my cheek in a pout while Zenobia and Irina looked at me jealously. Ophis and Lefay stuck to my arms and Jean took my other cheek. I said, Now what did I do? The girl introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am the Archangel Gabriel. We were astonished to know that woman was one of the 4 archangels. Therefore she was very powerful. I said with some nerves. Why was Gabriel-sama hiding? She said, I'm scared of what's happening, the war and all that. I understood her a little. Many children of the underworld must also feel that way. I kept wandering in my thoughts until Michael spoke. Well, Issei-kun, my sister has been your guardian angel for these 17 years, Gabriel said. Yes, I have been watching everything you do, most of the time, Asia said. One of the 4 archangels was Issei-san's guardian angel, Zenobia said. That's incredible, Irina said. I thought that was left to the lesser angels. Michael told her, The more potential someone has, the better their guardian angel will be. I said, I don't know how to feel about this. Gabriel said, Well, I'm glad you came to make sure they don't attack us. I said, Aren't you supposed to be one of the most powerful angels? Gabriel hid again and Michael said, Ever since our father died, Gabriel has always been afraid. afraid that something will happen to him, or that something will happen to heaven. I said, yes, I see. I promise you that I will protect her, Michael-sama. She has watched over me all my life. Michael told me, thank you, Issei-kun. Issei hadn't realized that Gabriel was still listening to his conversation behind the door, and with a noticeable blush he said, he will protect me. Having observed Issei for so long awakened feelings in Gabriel, because seeing him so brave and protecting his loved ones caused an explosion of feelings inside him. Meanwhile in Grigori, Vala's team had arrived with Azazel. Everything looked like rigid offices. Akeno's father and another woman were there. The purple-haired woman looked at Arthur and Vala with distrust. But all this went away when an excited voice said, Vie-kun! Vala was startled, and a beautiful blonde-haired girl appeared running with a smile. Everyone looked at Vala strangely. While he was frozen in shock, the girl hugged Vala tightly, and said, I miss you so much, Vie-kun. Vala said nervously. So long, Lavinia. Azazel said, let me introduce you. This girl is Lavinia Rennie, Vala's childhood friend, as well as the bearer of the Longinus absolute demise. Lavinia said, that's right, nice to meet you all. Lavinia took Vala and began to explain everything. Arthur followed them. As he left, Rias said, I would like to see Issei's face if he saw this. The other woman said, well, at least you are here to help. Azazel said, you will never stop being rude around boys, right? The woman said, no. Azazel said, well, she is Penemu, the other cadre of Grigori. Penemu very kindly said, nice to meet you all. Gasper said, this, Penemu-sama, I am a man. Penemu was left cold by Gasper's statement. Azazel said, well, Penemu does not like men. In heaven, it had been 2 days without any signs of an attack. But I was getting used to it. Even sleeping in heaven, the girls kept coming into my room. But who I was worried about was Gabriel, who wouldn't leave his room. I decided to go get her out of there. But I didn't think about going at a bad time. I simply entered because the door was open. I found Gabriel putting on her bra, which caused a very awkward situation. She shouted, Issei-kun, what are you doing here? I told her desperately, I'm sorry. I turned around and she finished dressing and we were able to talk. She blushed and said to me, why did you come, Issei-kun? I told her, I'm sorry, I wanted to see how you are, Gabriel-sama. She asked nervously, how am I? I told her, how do I know you're scared? I assumed you'd still be hiding? She told me, thanks for worrying. I told her, I told Michael-sama that I would protect you. Gabriel was just still blushing while we were back to back. I left her room. Outside were the girls from my team looking at me, smiling curiously. Akeno said, Era Issei-kun is so good. Zenobia said, even protecting the Archangel Gabriel. Irina said, you're very good, Issei-kun. Asia said, yes, very good, Issei-san. Jean told me, although I wish you were like that with me. Ophis said, for once I agree with Jean. Lefay said, yes, it's true. Issei-sama just smiled until an explosion resounded. It had been near Gabriel's room. I ran there and with a communication circle I contacted the rest of my team and said, they're attacking. Just like I said, it was in Gabriel's room. There were soldiers saying, look what we have here! It's beautiful, it'll be fun. I arrived at exactly the right moment and yelled, have fun with this! Dual cardinal promotion! I directly attacked the soldiers with my cannons, neutralizing them. I held Gabriel like a princess, and got out of there. I realized that the attack had begun. My team began to attack together with the army of heaven. As Azazel said, Akeno's power was superior with the light. While Asia healed us, Dulio launched himself into the attack and began to finish off the soldiers. While I was with Gabriel, I saw who commanded the army. It was Euclid Lucifudge, Graphia's brother. When he saw me, he said, see you again, Dabiru. Ophis attacked him, but he dodged her. I said, Ophis, leave it to me. She nodded and continued attacking. Kiba used his swords to finish off the soldiers who sought to attack, and I saw someone familiar. A man, Irina's father, Shinshidu, was also part of the resistance of heaven. He saw me and said, nice to see you, Issei. I'll talk to you later. I said mentally, why do I feel like I'm in trouble? Gabriel told me nervously, can you put me down, Issei-kun? I put it down, blushing, while Euclid looked at me and said, today I will show that my beautiful sister pays attention to you for nothing. I said mentally, is it me or is this guy incestuous? To my surprise, a copy of the boosted gear appeared in Euclid's hand and entered Balance Breaker, and launched himself to attack me. I stopped his blows, but I realized a little late that he was stronger despite only having a copy. In Grigori, Vala's squad was also in trouble. Feet had also started attacking there. Vali had entered Balance Breaker, until another general of Ryzovim appeared. He said, I am Zalgier, one of Ryzovim's generals, and you will fall. Vala launched an attack believing that he would be another enemy. What he didn't know is that this monster had been created to finish off demons in the sky. The exchange of blows between Euclid and I was being uneven. Because he was winning, his strength was abysmal. In a careless moment, a shower of blows from Euclid, while he told me, "My beautiful sister pays attention to useless nonsense, like you, and Sirzex, it angers me." Hearing how he despised Sirzex, I got angry and hit him with all my strength. He told me, "That was a good hit, but it is not enough." Euclid attacked me with everyone while my armor began to destroy. I couldn't defend myself, until he kicked me and sent me back to Gabriel. She saw me worried. "Issei-kun," I said, "I'm fine, I can still do it." Rise of them soldiers surrounded us while my team attacked as many as they could. My armor was largely destroyed, but I was just angry. I felt heat on my arm, and I saw a flame ignite, but I closed my hand determined and said, "No, that power will not help me again. I am a demon." By rejecting this, I began to emanate aura from my 2 sacred gears. It was at its maximum. Rise of them soldiers looked at Gabriel as their target, while Euclid said, "She doesn't look like my little sister, she's no use to me. But without one of the archangels, things will be easier for Rise of him." Everything was wrong. Everyone was doing their best because there were too many. I was the only one left to protect Gabriel, who was still scared. A great anger dominated me, but my determination to defeat Euclid was greater. I just wanted to defeat him and protect Gabriel. While the soldiers saw her to take her away, I got up as I could and said, "I will protect you, I swear. You watched over me when I was a child and protected me from here. Now it's my turn." The armor disappeared completely while an immense aura covered me. I put the sword in the boosted gear and more power came out of it. I said, "If I can't defeat you with my current power, I will go further." Asia used her healing arrows and closed my wounds, while I continued with my power. At that moment the 2 sacred gears said, "Perfect scale male." A new armor covered me. It seemed as if I had put on the skin of a real dragon. But besides that, I felt renewed and more powerful. I asked, "What happened?" Drake told me, "It seems that your determination took the balance breaker to a new level," Bahamut said. "But don't be confused. You can use the original balance breaker form, but this one too, although it is above the dual cardinal promotion." I said, "That's great." I launched myself to attack again. Euclid said, "That you have changed your armor does not solve anything." But with one blow I closed his mouth. His strength had increased. In addition to having increased my magical power, the fight was more or less even since I was better resisting Euclid's blows. He no longer just let me hit. Now he returned them with more force. Euclid laughed madly while he continued to hit him. He only thought, "This guy is crazy." In Grigori, after Zalgir beat up Vala, Lavinia went to rescue him, he said as he left his defeated soldiers. "I just wanted to try the White Dragon Emperor. It was a disappointment." Before leaving he gave Rias a lustful look, causing her to feel uncomfortable, and saying, "How well the Hyoudou eats." After this he left. Remember this. In heaven, I continued with my fight while the soldiers wanted to attack Gabriel. Things were getting difficult for me. I had to protect Gabriel and at the same time stop Euclid, which made him give me a shower of blows. Gabriel's mind. Despite everything, he keeps fighting. I've watched him for years, but when he needs my help the most I can't do anything. He gives his all and I'm just scared. I admire him. But not only that, seeing him so determined for so long has awakened something. I love him. I love him. I can't let anything bad happen to him. Besides loving him, I am his guardian angel, and I will help him. With Issei, I flew to help Gabriel. But then a blinding light appeared. Gabriel took out his wings and attacked the enemy soldiers, who, if they were already affected by his light, they were worse with his attacks. She told me, "Thank you for helping me, Issei-kun, but I am your guardian angel. I will protect you this time." Akeno approached to help her and said, "Listen to Gabriel-sama, Issei-kun, win." I smiled and said, "Yes, I will. Gabriel-sama, Akeno-san, Drake, Bahamut, let's test the advance of our power." Both dragons felt while my right fist burned in flames. They were not from a hunter, they were from a dragon. At full speed I approached Euclid and said, "Blazing Smasher." My fist looked like a fire comet and hit him straight in the abdomen. I destroyed his armor completely. Euclid just laughed, and alone. "Ha ha ha ha, spectacular. You gave me new ideas to improve my replica, in addition to leaving me with a good taste for the battle. For now I will leave these useless soldiers, and by the way, take care of your Valkyrie brat." I wanted to catch up with him, but Euclid disappeared and I couldn't do more. So I helped Gabriel and Akeno finish off the remaining soldiers. We managed to defend the sky. The rest of the team was able to finish off theirs. While we were recovering, Gabriel went to talk to his brother, and Dulios celebrated our victory. But in my head I only had what Euclid said. I wanted to protect them all, the women I had accidentally fallen in love with. Only they didn't know it. We finished the week in heaven and it was time to exchange with Vala's group, and although I didn't want to admit it, I had fallen in love with Gabriel. Seeing her overcome her fears to help me woke that up. But I had to go. That's when Michael stopped us and said, "Well, Issei-kun, I have some news for you." I asked him, "What's wrong, Michael-sama?" Gabriel hugged me by the neck and said, "I'll go with you." Michael nodded and I asked, "What?" Gabriel said, "How come your guardian angel will go with you wherever you go? And I'll live with you." She smiled while I was nervous. How would I explain that to Rias, the cadre that didn't trust men? We hadn't even seen the other group because they simply transported us to Grigori. The difference was that now Gabriel was with us. When we arrived, Azazel received us but literally started drooling when he saw Gabriel, and was barely babbling. "Gigi, Gabriel-san, what are you doing here?" she replied. "I came to be with Issei-kun." As if he was a bullet, Azazel's face changed completely. He approached me and said, "Will you join me for a moment?" I said, "Hi." I followed him, and he said, "What happened in heaven?" I told him, "A few things. I found out that Gabriel-sama is my guardian angel. I protected her from the attack and I talked to her a lot the rest of the days we were there. And nothing else." Azazel said, "Nothing else?" I told him, "Well, something unnecessary. I accidentally found her changing." Azazel seemed annoyed and said, "What did you do?" "What?" I looked at him strangely and he said, "Issei Dai." He started chasing me and on impulse I ran away. While Azazel was chasing me as if I was hiding, I ended up in an office, where a beautiful girl with purple hair was looking at me. "What are you doing here?" I felt contempt in her words. I told her, "I'm sorry. Azazel-sama was chasing me, Ito." She replied, "Penemu, Grigori's cadre." I told her, "I'm very sorry, Penemu-sama. After Gabriel-sama told Azazel-sama that he came for me, he got angry." Penemu told me, "It was obvious. That old crow likes Gabriel for centuries." I said, "I didn't know." Penemu said, "This is why I can't stand men. They never know anything." This made me quite angry. She seemed to be the typical woman who hated all men equally. I told her, "Well then, I'm sorry for not knowing. I'm not perfect either, you know." I left her office slamming the door, and went to my group. That's how bad we started. I arrived with my team while I saw that Azazel had gotten over his anger. That's when he called the rest of the leaders in Grigori, Betrayal, who greeted me very happily, and to my bad luck Penemu, she looked at me with displeasure and Azazel introduced us. "Well, you should already know Betrayal, and this woman here is Penemu, Grigori's other cadre. I warn you that she doesn't get along very well with men." I said, "I already realized." She gave me a withering look as she left. 3 days passed while we were calm and checking that nothing happened. Everything was calm, except for the chases that Azazel gave me when he saw Gabriel leave my room with the other girls. And of course how tedious it was to deal with Penemu. On that same day I was resting when a boy arrived, a very handsome boy who dressed like a bartender. He saw me and said, "It seems that the DXT team is already here." I said, "Hello, I'm Hyoudou Issei the Dabiru Yudi, and you are?" The boy answered me, "I'm Tobio Accuse, the carrier of the Longinus/dog." I told him, "How nice to meet another Longinus carrier." We were talking for a while until Penemu arrived. "Hyoudou-san, it's your turn to stand guard." I said, "I'm coming." "Tobio," he said, "he accompanied you." He followed me to where I had to stand guard and said, "Are you having a bad time with Penemu-sama?" I said, "I honestly don't know how to describe it. I got mad at her as soon as I arrived." Tobio said, "It was to be expected. She's like that with all men." I asked him, "Why?" He told me, "It's because of her brother Julius. In the previous holy war her parents died while she couldn't do anything. Being a cadre she had many responsibilities, and the only thing she had was her brother. She wasn't like that, until her brother joined the Chaos Brigade and betrayed his sister's trust. Since then she doesn't trust anyone." I looked at him nervously and Tobio asked me, "What's wrong?" I told him, "In a subtly, I exterminated your brother." Tobio said, "She assumed that would happen. Well, we also have strong people on this side. Hey, let me tell you something." I asked him, "What?" He told me, "Penemu-sama has been watching you for a long time." That left me surprised, but I continued with the surveillance. In heaven, Michael was talking to a jealous Rias. She was telling him, "Did Gabriel-sama fall in love with Issei?" Michael only felt while Rias was breathing heavily, and said, "With this one there are 15. What am I going to do if more girls want to be with him?" Michael said, "Why didn't it surprise you, Rias-san? Issei-kun is very kind besides being a dragon. The fact of having a harem is in the..." Rias said, "Are you telling me that this is normal, Michael-sama?" Michael said, "It's always been like that. I thought you already knew. That explains why you're so possessive over Issei-kun." Rias said surprised, "Am I possessive? I just take good care of him, and I don't like more girls getting close to him. Vala intervened and said, that here and everywhere is being possessive. Rias said, why do you care so much? Vala said, he's my best friend. Rias asked, when did that happen? Vala said, in the dimensional gap. Michael said, well, Vala-kun is a special case, since the genetics of demon and dragon prevents him from wanting a harem. Vala said, that explains everything. In Grigori, I was walking through other corridors when I met Penemu. After what Tobio told me, I didn't know how to react. I greeted her respectfully. She still had her hateful attitude, but I realized that when she was only with girls she was very kind. I stopped being angry with her. Despite being like that with men, she was very good, so I decided to approach her. She treated me badly. I couldn't say that I eat garbage, but it was noticeable that my presence bothered her. I told her, everything is fine, Penemu-sama. I won't hurt you. You can trust me. She said to me with contempt, don't think it's that easy, Hyoudou. All men are the same. They tell you everything, but when you need them, angry, forget what I said. I answered, even if you don't believe me, I will support you, and I will help you if necessary. I left, leaving her there. Penemu's mind. Don't think that will work on me. You're just like him, or worse than my brother. When I trust you, you'll lie to me. Only 4 days until he leaves. And yes, for the rest of the week Penemu was attentive to what Issei did, because she wanted to find the perfect excuse for them to leave once and for all. But Penemu only saw how Issei was really good. Anyways, she refused to accept that the boy was good, so she just harassed him without him realizing it. So all the remaining days passed, until the last Penemu was meditating when, with Issei, there was 1 day left to return. There was no attack, so everything was calm, or so I thought. I was talking to Tobio and Kiba, when something rumbled. Everyone looked worried. Azazel came to talk to us, saying it was where we had Kokabil locked up. I called the whole team and we saw Kokabil quite angry, who said, I'm finally free, damn Azazel, now I won't let myself be defeated now. I saw him and said, aren't you tired, stupid crow? Kokabil said, I wanted to see you more than anyone, Dabiru. A shadow came out behind him. It was Euclid, he said, don't forget this. He gave him an injection of unstoppable momentum, and Kokabil injected it into him. His face was covered with veins as he laughed, and said, I feel the power flowing through me. I said, this has me fed up. Dual cardinal promotion. It was a waste of time. Kokabil was still as weak as before. Now with the perfect duality and the dual cardinal promotion, defeating him became easy for me, and once and for all I exterminated him. But I realized that it was just a distraction because we heard a scream. It was Penemu. Euclid was taking her, he said. We couldn't take the Archangel, but a cadre will make up for it. I said, Jean, Zenobia, Irina, Kiba, protect everyone. The 4 answered me. Hi, I said, Ophis, Lefay, Akeno, attack the soldiers who go through the air. Asia, take care of healing everyone. Biko, protect Asia and kill as many as you can. They all answered me. Hi. I launched myself into the attack while all the soldiers threw themselves at me. I shot them with both of my cannons at maximum, and with solid impact I attacked Euclid. Or so I thought I would do, since I hit the ground causing it to shake and also blinding Euclid's vision for a while. And I saved Penemu. I untied her, and she angrily and blushed said to me, I didn't need your help. I could do it alone. I told her, yes, whatever you say. In my head I said, another tsundere. I told her, it's okay that you don't like men because of what happened with your brother. But now the only thing that matters is that I must protect you, so come with me. Penemu wanted to object but saw that she couldn't say anything else and accepted. I put her on my back and we got out of there at full speed. I thought about leaving her out of danger, until Euclid hit me and said, I wanted to see you, Dabiru. I will defeat you and make my sister see how great I am. Penemu took out her wings and moved away a little, while I hit Euclid in the face and said to him, incestuous piece of shit. Euclid went into balance breaker and started attacking me. The inevitable happened. He was beating me up and with a kick he made me back a lot. He wanted to get close to Penemu again and attack her with a dragon shot. But I got in the way and his dragon shot hit me. Penemu tried to stop the fall and we ended up hugging each other falling. I took the full impact, Euclid said. We don't send anyone to heaven anymore. It was better if we came directly here. Besides, the Archangel Gabriel is also here. You gave me what I wanted, Hyoudou Issei. It was that a white lightning struck him. The other team had arrived, along with Delio. Everyone was defending Grigori. But Vala couldn't do much against Euclid. Euclid threw him far away. I then charged another attack at Penemu. I got in the way again, Euclid said. Why are you defending her? From what I know, that bunch disgusts men and they should do it even more with you, I said angrily. It doesn't matter. She lost her brother because of you. You corrupted him. I had to kill him because of you. Penemu's mind. I already knew he had killed Julius. I don't care, he had betrayed me. But why does he keep risking himself to save me? While Rias watched him from afar, seeing her beloved being attacked for protecting another girl, she said, I trust you, Issei, you never give up, you can do it. Rias knew that Issei was more powerful than her. Therefore, if Issei didn't do anything to an enemy, Rias could do even less. Also, if she put herself in danger, she would hinder her boyfriend's work. With Issei, the attack stopped, but my armor was almost destroyed. While expelling my aura, I said internally, I need to use the perfect Sakale mail. Drake said, the activation last time was due to similar situations. Bahamut said, release it once more and you will dominate it. I said, the important thing now is to protect Penemu. While expelling more aura, I said, I will not let you harm Penemu-sama. Penemu's mind. Why does he do it? Did he treat him badly? With Issei, I said, I'm sorry for what I did to your brother Penemu-sama. But I can swear that if you trust me I will never betray you. I swear I just want to help you and protect you. Penemu's mind. He's different. Or have I been wrong? With Issei, I stuck my sword into the boosted gear and said, release the power of the two dragons. As it happened in the sky, my powers reached a higher level, and the perfect scale mail armor appeared above me. While I released more power, everyone looked at me astonished. With the team, Rias said, is that it? Akeno said, yes, it's your new power. Zenobia told me, in heaven the same thing happened. Irina said, it released more power and reached new levels. Ophis said, it's an evolution of the balance breaker. With Issei's attack at full speed, Euclid could barely defend himself. While he continued to get hit, I decided to end this quickly and gathered most of my power and said, blazing smasher. Like a comet I hit Euclid, leaving him out of combat again. He began to walk away saying, you are definitely amazing. See you soon, Gabriel. He ran away again. While I went to Penemu, I asked her, are you okay? She said, yes, thanks Issei. I was surprised that she called me by my name, but I said, stay safe, I have to finish this. She said, I want to help you. I told her, fine, attack whoever comes near. She said, fine. I went to where Rias and she received me happily. She said, Issei, are you okay? I told her, I told you, you don't have to worry. She said, we have things to talk about. I told her, that can wait. For now we have to finish off those who are left. She looked at me and said, then let's do it together. We both rose up and joining our powers we created a giant sphere. With a blow from me it divided into several spheres that attacked the enemy soldiers while we both said, combined attack, chaotic love. Our attack finished off most of the soldiers and the few that remained retreated. We had won again. A few moments later, Azazel thanked us for protecting Grigori while Penemia had some suitcases. Oh, you know what's coming. She apologized to the boys for having treated them badly. Vala greeted me after 2 weeks. We both smiled. It really hurt me to do that to Kiba, but Vala understood me better, besides being my rival. So when we trained in the breach he had become my best friend. But that wasn't important, Penemu told us. I'm moving to the Hyoudou residence to be under protection. Gabriel hugged me by the neck and said, then you will come too, Penemu-chan. Seraphal saw them and said, yes, it's good that you're coming. I felt jealousy coming from those three, and the worst thing is that they were close to me. The rest of the girls also stuck to me with jealousy. Rias said, you have a lot to explain. Akeno said, Era. There are more girls surrounding Issei-kun. Kaneko said, that's wrong, senpai. Asia said, Issei-san is bad. Irina said, Issei-kun, you are quite a conqueror. They all said things to me like that with jealousy. While deep down I said, someone help me. We returned home after that, but I didn't have much time to rest, because the next day I woke up as usual, surrounded by all the inhabitants of the house, including Gabriel and Penemu. I went to the bathroom without waking them up. I washed my face and said, you can't fall in love with all the girls who live with you, Hyoudou Issei. I decided to go to the gym in the house to train and calm down, until a message from Azazel arrived. It only said, go to Northern Europe, there is a girl who needs your help there. Hades and Nyx are involved in this. Without wasting time I prepared to leave. While I left the note in my room, I used my teleflyers and went to where Azazel told me. The dream of the water snake. I appeared where Azazel had indicated. It seemed to be a fishing port in a town, but I already knew not to judge by appearances. Also on Surzek's advice, I had a black cloak with a hood that covered my face. I looked like a stranger. People lived peacefully. I even bought some things for the girls when I returned, because I knew they would want to kill me after I left, and so on. As I continued walking through the port, a question came to my mind. How do I find her? It wasn't very normal to shout to the four winds if someone needed the Daburyudi's help. That was until I saw an elderly couple buying some things. I felt sadness coming from them. Something happened that bothered me. A younger man approached to harass them. They wanted to ignore him, but he kept bothering them, so much that he threw his things. I got angry and went to him. He said things like, "They still haven't paid the rent because of the brat. Don't think you'll get out of this so easily." The man could barely speak. I touched the idiot's shoulder and said, "Leave them alone." He looked at me with contempt and said, "Go away, stranger, if you know what's good for you." I repeated, "I told you to leave them alone." He got angry and said, "It seems you'll learn the hard way." He wanted to hit me, but I stopped him without much effort, and I said, "You harass weaker people because they can't defend themselves. I would like to see how you deal with someone 10 times stronger than you." I gave him a blow to the abdomen, knocking him out, while I said to him, "Wow. It seems you were just talking." I approached the elderly couple while Drake told me, "You went too far, buddy." I told him, "Not so much," Bahamut said. "A little more force and you'd kill him." I helped the couple pick up their things. They thanked me and asked me, "Excuse me for bothering you, young man. Are you the Dabiru Yudi?" I was surprised by their question, and I told them, "Yes, it's me." They took me to their house, an old little house where they left their things and took me to a room. In it there was a bed and someone there. A beautiful young girl with lilac hair and a face with refined features. I asked, "Is she your daughter?" He told me, "No, she is my father's sister." That surprised me, and the man told me, "She is half demon. According to what we know, she is the daughter of a human and a descendant of Leviathan." I was surprised to know that girl was a descendant of Leviathan. I said, "How long has she been like that?" The man told me, "More than 100 years. I said mentally, "It seems to be the same disease as Serorg-san's mother. But how did she survive so long?" The woman told me, "From what we heard, Dabiru Yudi-san can speak to the hearts of women." I said, "If that's it," she said, "maybe that will help awakening Wild-san." I said, "I'll do what I can." I thought. Drake said, "Are you sure we can?" I told him, "I'm not the same as that time. Now I trust in my powers more. We're stronger too." I activated the boosted gear and pointed it at Ingvild. While it shone, I said, "Dragon Heart Balance Breaker." The entire room was covered in red while a green light shone from Ingvild's chest. It stayed like that for a while, but I didn't hear anything. I thought I had failed. But to our surprise, Ingvild stood up, looked everywhere confused, and said in a sweet voice, "Where am I?" The couple cried with happiness while saying, "Ingvild-san." She saw them and smiled. Apparently she could hear despite being in a coma, and knew who it was despite not having seen them. After that emotional meeting, she thanked me. "Thank you very much for helping me, Dabiru Yudi-sama." I told her, "Tell me, Issei. When they call me Dabiru Yudi, I feel like it's someone who wants to kill me." Ingvild said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Issei-sama." I smiled, and stayed to eat with them. I still didn't know what Hades and Nyx had to do with all that. After eating, I was talking to Ingvild. She told me, "So 100 years have passed?" I feel a little sad about that. I told her, "There's no need to feel bad. You didn't ask for this." She smiled and said, "Thank you for talking to me, Issei-sama." I told her, "No problem," she said, "and thank you for letting me know about the Holy War. I am a sacred gear carrier." I told her, "Do you have a sacred gear?" She said, "Yes, Nirid Kairi." I said, "That's interesting." She said, "Something apart from all this. I would like to see the sea." I had realized that the house was really far from the sea, and I said, "Then I will take you." She said, "Would you do that for me, Issei-sama?" I smiled in response. She looked at me directly, as did I. But then an explosion resounded inside the house. We entered quickly. The couple was dead, and a skull was there along with a woman with black hair and red eyes. Seeing them, I said angrily, "Hades, Nyx." Hades said, "Wow, the Dabiru Yudi. What a fun surprise." Nyx said to him, "Let me take care of him this time, Bones." Hades said, "As long as we capture the descendant of Leviathan, everything will be fine." I put Ingvild behind me and activated the dual cardinal promotion while I told them, "Stay behind me." Nyx stopped and said, "You know what? Better go, both of them." Both came to me with their maximum power. I wanted to defend myself, but I received the beating of my life. Both were gods and the dual cardinal promotion was below them. Besides, Ingvild was scared. One last blow from Hades and the armor ended up destroyed. I felt defeated. They took Ingvild while I crawled to try to do something. She cried while they began to transport. I stretched out my hand, but I could only see how they left with her. I woke up from fainting an hour later. I had a bottle of Phoenix Tears, and I used it. I hit the floor in anger at not being able to do anything. I took my things while I saw the elders already dead. Hades had taken their souls. I could do nothing but give them a decent burial. I put on my cloak again and transported myself back to Kuoh. I felt tired. Apparently the tear had only healed my destroyed arm, so I headed home, where all the girls were waiting for me, quite upset. But before I could answer them anything, I fell in pain before them. Asia healed me while I told them what had happened. Azazel was there and said, "So Hades, if you want the girl's sacred gear." After receiving the healing, I rested for a while Rias caressed my head. I recovered 2 days later. Seraphal arrived with a letter and said, "The sender says it's for you." I looked at it well. It was from Hades. It only said, "Go to the place where I had you in my hands for the first time." I said, "The park? That's where I died the first time." Rias said to me, "Are you sure?" Penemy came in and said, "It seems like a provocation." I told her, "It is, she wants to provoke me because she took Ingvild. But I'll go anyway." Gabriel, Penemy and Seraphal said, "You can't go alone." I was quite surprised, but we made a plan. In the park, there she was by the fountain. When she saw me she said, "Nice to see you again, Hyoudou-Issei." I said, "I assumed Hades brainwashed her. I knew Hades would try to control her because of how weak she was. So it was the most obvious thing to do." I said, "I didn't come here to fight, I came for you." "Where is Hades?" Ingvild said. "Hades-sama is not here. Only I came." I said, "Then let's talk." She said, "I don't want to talk. I just want Hyoudou-Issei to no longer exist." The plan was going well. I just had to entertain myself a little longer. I said, "And what happened to going to the sea?" "I promised I would take you." It seemed as if her brain had been shaken because she didn't know how to respond. I said mentally, "Bingo, now Ingvild didn't know whether to attack me or not." At that moment I took the opportunity to execute the plan. Now, magic chains of light came out of the ground and trapped her. Gabriel and Penemy came out behind me. Both were the ones who had made the chains. Magic circles covered Ingvild. They were Lefay and Roswise. I was trapped. I said, "Maybe you tell me that you want to kill me. But I don't want to hear your lies. I'm going to listen to your heart." Dragon heart balance breaker. Everything was covered in red, while the green light came out of her chest, and I heard her voice saying, "Help me, Issei-sama. I'm scared. I don't want to be with them." I said, "Akeno, Ravel." Both came out of their hiding place and said, "Yes, Issei-kun/sama." With a magic circle both put Ingvild to sleep, and we took her. At my house, we were for almost a week removing the remains of Hades' magic from Ingvild while she was still sleeping, and a few days later she woke up, saw me in her room, and I told her, "You finally woke up." She looked scared and hugged me saying, "I don't want to go back with them, Issei-sama." I hugged her tightly and said, "I won't allow it, Ingvild. I won't let them take you again. So you can shoot a little. What do you think if we go eat in the kitchen with the others?" She introduced herself in front of everyone and my parents. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Ingvild Leviathan." Seraphal, she spoke to her excitedly. "You are also a Leviathan." "Well, I am the Mao Leviathan, but I am not a descendant of them. But I am glad to meet you." Both of them looked happy, until Ingvild asked, Issei-sama, why do you live with so many women?" I froze while Gabriel and Penemy said, "Did I want to ask the same thing?" To divert I said, "Did you tell me you wanted to go to the sea, Ingvild?" She said, "Yes, I like it a lot. Besides, with my sacred gear I can control it." I said, "Then what do you think if we go to the beach? It's the weekend." She said, "Really? That would make me very happy, Issei-sama." Rias spoke behind me with an aura of jealousy. "You weren't thinking of going to the beach alone with her, right, I see?" The rest of the girls started looking at me the same way, and I said, "No, we'll all go." And so I ended up on the beach with all the girls. I was helping Ingvild, who looked happy. But of course the problems didn't go away. The girls started having a contest of which swimsuit I liked the most, and to escape I went with Ingvild. But the girls approached jealous. They wanted to hit me, you know, the typical thing they did to me. But Ingvild thought I was a threat and accidentally activated her sacred gear, and the tide ended up taking us to a cavern. She and I got out of the water and I told her, "You have to control your power better." Ingvild said, "They wanted to attack you." I told her, "They were just playing," until we heard a fierce voice which caused Ingvild to take refuge behind me. It was Hades again. He said, "Wow, you can really harm my plans, Hyoudou, but this is over." Nyx came out of the shadows with a very annoying dragon. This time I wasn't going to trust myself. I went with my maximum power. Perfect scale male. Nyx came to attack, but this time I avoided her. I knew it wasn't competition for two gods, but I had to buy time, at least enough for Ingvild to escape. But she didn't move. She was very scared. I was enduring Nyx's blows. I gave her some back, until Hades attacked. His magical attacks were very strong, I thought. If only I had a way to divide the power. Idiot Issei. I had completely forgotten that in a gauntlet I had the power of Albion. So using it I began to counter Hades' attacks. In addition to absorbing them with Dark Blade, I responded with the new version of Dragon Shot, which was divided into different bursts of power. I couldn't win, but I was enduring the battle. It was that the dragon launched itself to attack Ingvild. She didn't know what to do. So I saved her by giving the dragon a charged blow. but I received the attacks of Hades and Nyx. I fell at Ingvild's feet, she said worriedly. Issei-sama, I told her. Get out of here, Ingvild, she told me. But what will you do? I told her. Fight them until my power is shaken or I die, you run, she said. I can't leave him here, I told her. Don't worry, at least I brought you to see the sea. I was in pain, and I received the attack from both of them plus the dragon's fire. Ingvild cried, and looked angry. The cavern began to shake while behind her she said, I will not let them harm Issei-sama anymore. Lots of water came out of the walls of the cave. They began to destroy everything, and attack Hades and Nyx, the skeleton said. She is already awakening her balance breaker. The dragon wanted to attack her but she looked at him angrily. At that moment the dragon stopped attacking her and stood by her side. As if reading Ingvild's thoughts he attacked Nyx. She could not do anything against the dragon, because it attacked her with everything, while the water made it difficult for her to attack. I said, this is the power of Nereid Kairi. The scandal alerted the girls who arrived at that moment. Asia began to heal me while the rest attacked Hades and Nyx, I said. They are coming for Ingvild. Then I realized something. Hades was also in trouble because of the water, so I gathered all my power in my right fist and said, take this bucking skeleton. Blazing smasher. Like a comet I went and gave all my power to Hades while the dragon caused a wound to Nyx. Added to this were the combined attacks of the girls. Ophis, who had recovered a large amount of her power, attacked them with everything while saying, this is for damaging Issei twice. A pink ray attacked both gods. After the succession of attacks the two breathed heavily, and with some wounds. Hades said, this is not over yet. His dragon that was now under the power of Ingvild growled at him, and just at that moment the army of the Alliance appeared. We had held out enough. Zeus and Poseidon came out of the portal, and both gave a good blow to Hades. In addition to the rest of the soldiers of the Greek faction took Nyx. The dragon was returned to hell while Zeus apologized to us. Excuse this Daburur Yudikun. My brother does not control himself, I told him. Do not worry, Zeus-sama. They took them and we returned home. The next day, Ingvild, Gabriel were introducing themselves in front of everyone in class. Penemu wanted to come in as a teacher. The boys were saying things like, they are very pretty. Hey, I saw them first. Don't dream, Ingvild and Gabriel said. We currently live with Hyoudou Issei-sama/come. Everyone turned to look at me while the perverts told me, tell us the truth. How many girls do you live with? I said, well now 17. The two fell for my statement. Peace seemed to have returned to me. But there was still something that bothered me. Why do I like them all? I am the king of the harem. The pressure of the exams was felt. They were the end of year exams. Added to that were the elections for the new student council. Besides that, Rias was going to graduate. And apart from that, the question of why did I like all the girls? I had that in mind. It had been a month since our last battle against Hades where I had saved Ingvild. But we had no more missions after that. There were only small attacks. But those were things that the armies could solve. My current concern was to order my feelings and think about what to do because Rias was going to graduate, and since her boyfriend had nothing prepared, that added to the student council campaign. Well, we were against Saji and the previous student council, but we had a greater number of voters according to the polls. There were 15 days left until the end of the school year, and today I had something important to do. We would go again to the forest of the relatives so I could get my revenge. That was the important thing now. We transported only the Gremry entourage to the forest of familiars. It was a full moon night, I said. Well, this is my next chance, Rias told me. We all trust you, Issei. As usual, most of the familiars were weird, or else they attacked me. It reminded me of Raziel, who still hated me. But I did not get discouraged. The familiar master also encouraged me, but did not give any sign that any familiar loved me. Somewhat discouraged, I continued walking through the forest when I stumbled and fell, crashing into a tree from which an egg with scales came out. Rias and the others caught up with me as I held the egg. The familiar master was quite surprised and said to me, you are a very curious boy. I asked him, what do you mean? He told me, no demon had been able to get that egg out, and it came out only when you approached him. I looked at the egg quite strange and the master told me, it seems that what is born from it will be your familiar, and I can only say that it will be very powerful. I looked at the egg fondly and said, finally, unintentionally my 2 sacred gears activated and gave heat to the egg. I said internally, what are you doing? Drake and Bahamut said, we feel it necessary. Drake said, it seems that it only receives heat from dragons. Bahamut said, I feel a very powerful aura from inside. I said, you are my Pokemon, I mean my familiar. We returned home where the rest were surprised to see that I had an egg. The most excited was Ophis, who began to hug it. She said, it feels like a dragon. It's like a child of mine and Issei's. The others saw Ophis jealous, and Elmenhild also hugged the egg. If I hug it, it will also be mine, I told her. In fact, it can only receive heat from a dragon, Kuroka said. They will have to take it to school until it is born. I said. Why? She said. If it does not receive heat from you or Ophis, bad things can happen to it. I told her. It's good that you know so much about animals. Kuroka said flirtatiously. Thank you, Issei Naya. Kaneko hugged me while looking at Kuroka defiantly. Ravel stuck to my other arm while saying, Don't hog Issei-sama, burglar cat. Both began to argue while Ingvild approached me and said, Could you help me with my homework, Issei-sama? Irina approached me and said, Me too. Zenobia took my arm and said, We have to work on our campaign, Issei. Jean took my other arm and said, Zenobia is right. Before they take me, Akeno stood in front of them and said, Era, they won't take Issei-kun so easily. He has to give me a gift because I'm going to graduate. Serafal took me by the neck and said, That can be later. For now, Issei will work with me for the collaboration of the heroic dragon and Leviathan. Penemu stood in front of her and said, If we are at that, Issei-kun will help me with my new job as a teacher. He's smarter than anyone. Roswise stood close and said, In that case, I also want his help. Gabriel approached and pulled me away from them, saying, No, Issei-kun will teach me science. I am very bad at that course. Asia came and pulling my shirt said, I also want Issei-san's help for my exams. Lefay stood in front of her and said, No, Issei-sama will help me with my homework and read me the book of the heroic dragon. Rias said, No, I am his girlfriend, I will have him first, and I will give him his prize for getting a familiar. They all looked at Rias defiantly and said, Don't dream, we won't let you, don't you dare. While I was thinking, They are all so cute, geez, I said, What do you think if we calm down? Rias said, Good idea, let Issei choose what he wants to do, I said mentally. Damn it, all looking at me attentively, and I said, I want to get some fresh air. I shot out to the terrace where I could breathe easily. Someone else was there. I said, You can come in through the door, you know? It was Vala, he said, but I wanted to talk to you. Besides, I heard you were in trouble. I said, If you understand me. He said, I thought you'd choose your girlfriend. I said, I have a problem. Vala said, You like them all, right? I said, Touché. Vala said, When we were in heaven, Michael said it was a dragon's destiny to have a harem. I said, Did he really say that? Vala said, Well, I'm a special case because I have demon blood, but the best thing you can do is be honest with yourself. Don't do anything stupid. I said, Then on graduation day, I'll ask Rias to marry me. Vala said, Exactly, that's how it is. Wait, what? But I had already flown away. With Vala, he had his own problems. His friend Lavinia Rennie was getting closer to him, and he felt attracted to her even though he denied it. But he started to think things through. I have to tell you what I feel, Albion said to him. You're finally going to do it, Vala said. I thought you supported me, Albion said. I support you, but seriously, sometimes you're afraid of the most ridiculous things. With Kiba, despite never being desperate to have a girlfriend, someone had sparked Kiba's interest. The vice president of the student council. Since the Battle of Loki, they had become closer. But Kiba did not know how to express his feelings. But he would do it on graduation day. With Gasper, the little Damfer also had someone in his heart, his childhood friend Valerie Tepps. He had been in love with her for a long time. After everything that happened in his homeland, Gasper no longer wanted to lose her. Valerie would go to Kuoh just on the day of graduation. It was his only chance. With Saji, the Dragon King had his own problems. He was in love with his mistress Sona Citri. But he was also in love with his companions Momo Hanakai and Ruruko Nimura. Therefore he did not know how to express his feelings. And it was even more difficult how to do it with all of them. Seeing how his friend Hyoudou Issei had managed to become his mistress's partner had motivated him, so he would do it before she left. With Rias, Rias had unintentionally heard her boyfriend's conversation with his friend. Now she knew that besides her he was in love with the other inhabitants of his home. But a question came to her head. Do I feel bad about this? Issei still loved her, but he also loved everyone. It would be very selfish of her to keep him to herself, knowing that the girl's feelings and Issei's were mutual. So she was very serious about what she would do with Issei. With Issei, I returned from a store with a box where there was a ring. It was only a matter of time before I asked Rias to marry me. For now I just had to get good grades on the end-of-year exams and maintain my place as the first in the class. During the week I helped Zenobia, Irina, Asia, Ingvild, Lefay, Elmenhild, Kaneko, Jean, Ophis and Gabriel study for their exams, and with Zenobia, Kiba, Jean, Irina, Ravel and Ophis we had the student council campaign. Saji also did what he could, But the surveys spoke for themselves, this because he had helped Zenovia organize the ideas of what we could do with the budget they would give us. In addition to giving proposals on how to make the school activities more dynamic, in the last days after having given our first exam, we met in the club room to talk about our plans as candidates. In addition to Ophis and I gave heat to the egg, so we were spending every day, in addition to campaigning politically. But I still had my doubts about what I was going to do. I had bought the ring to ask Rias to marry me, but there were still doubts in my head because of the fact that I liked other girls, so I wasn't very sure. But anyway, I would do it. With Valet, he was thinking about how to declare his love when a brilliant idea came to his head. With Kiba, every day was less until graduation, but Kiba already had his plan of action. He was ready to declare his love to Tsubaki. With Gasper, with the little courage he had, Gasper had bought Valerie's favorite chocolates, and was going to give them to her. With Saji, he worked up the courage to confess his feelings on graduation day. Back with Issei, 2 days until Rias's graduation, plus my last exams, the egg still showed no signs of hatching, so we continued with our daily routine. I was doing some campaign things when Zenovia and Irina entered the club. I said to them, "Good thing you're here." I was checking the latest news on our campaign. Zenovia said, "I knew I could trust you, Issei." Irina said, "Yes, Issei-kun is very good." Jean appeared too and said, "That's why we will reward you." The three of them slowly approached me, but then Ophis appeared behind me and I pulled away from them while saying, "Our egg needs its father's warmth." She made me warm the egg with her, for which I was grateful. The three of them gave Ophis a dirty look. I said, "Thank you, Ophis." I had unintentionally started to hurt the girls. Zenovia, Irina and Jean left upset. I said, "Now what did I do?" At the time I didn't realize it. All I assumed was that my best option to be with Rias was to be rude to the girls. With Valet, he was decided. He had cited Lavinia to a place and she arrived. The first thing she saw were many blue fireflies, Satan knows where Valet got them from, that decorated the place, and a table where Lavinia sat down. At that precise moment Valet arrived, where the two talked in the moonlight, and after a while he finally spoke. "You know, Lavinia, there is something I want to tell you." She smiled and said, "What is Viequin?" Valet breathed deeply and said, "Lavinia Rennie, I, Valet Lucifer, am madly in love with you, and you would make me very happy if you stay with me for all eternity." Valet looked up and saw Lavinia crying. Valet thought he had ruined it, when she approached and kissed him, then hugged him and said, "Do you know how long I was waiting for you to tell me that? I am very happy, and yes, I want to be with you forever." Both they kissed again under the moonlight. With Issei, one day before Rias's graduation was the moment in which I screwed up the worst. I was in the club room, and all the girls were there. I was reviewing for my last exam when Rias approached me and sat next to me. She said, "You look very focused." I told her, "I can't allow yourself to drop from first place." She smiled as she gave me a cookie to my mouth, which I gladly accepted. The girls looked at me with jealousy. I wanted to ignore it, although obviously the atmosphere felt heavy. He had been good only to Rias, and he had been very curt with the others. Rias asked, "Are you happy, Issei?" I told her, "Yes, I am, and very much." "So?" she said. "Are you sure?" I said, "Of course, I wouldn't change this for anything. After all, we are together. I wouldn't want anything more." What I thought would be the best words ruined everything. The rest of the girls left visibly angry. I said, "What did I do?" Rias stood up and said, "You're an idiot," and then she left. At home nobody slept in the room. I was playing dumb with what was happening, and I thought of solving it by asking Rias to marry me. With Kiba, last day of classes, the third years were in their graduation ceremonies, while the second-year girls saw that Kiba had a bouquet of flowers, and waited patiently for the ceremony to end. That's when he saw his friend Issei, running desperately towards the back of the school. It seemed strange to him, but he continued with his thing. He saw a group of many third-year girls with their graduation dresses, and there was the one he was looking for. He approached while the girls looked at him, impressed. It was at that moment he saw Tsubaki directly. She got nervous, while Kiba gave her the bouquet and said, "Congratulations on graduating, Vice Kaishu." She was too blushed, but smiled and said, "Thank you, Kiba-kun." He said, "Can we talk somewhere else?" She nodded and went with Kiba to a more remote part of the school. That's where Kiba confessed his feelings to her. She also told him that she felt the same. Thus began their love relationship. With Gasper, he waited patiently with his box hidden on his back. Behind the occult club his friend appeared, and said, "Gasper-kun, did you wait for me long?" Gasper said nervously, "Well, a little." Valerie saw the chocolates that Gasper was hiding and said, "What are you hiding, Gasper-kun?" On impulse Gasper showed her the box and confessed. Valerie answered me with a yes and a loving hug. With Saji, he had unfortunately been rejected by Sona, but with a smile she had told him, "Try a little harder, Saji." This gave him a ray of hope, as he still had a chance. With Issei, I had finished giving my last exam. The girls didn't even speak to me. But now I was running for something else. I was going for Rias. I didn't find her with the other graduates. I only saw Akeno looking at me in a very bad way. I preferred not to ask and kept running like crazy, until I found her near the club. I said, "Rias!" She turned around and smiled. She said, "I see you found me." With all my courage I began to speak. I had to congratulate my girlfriend on her graduation. "I know I haven't been the best from the beginning, but I'm sure I love you." Takes out the ring. "That's why I would be very happy if you, Rias Gremery, agreed to marry me." Rias started to cry, and approached me. She said, "I love you, I see, but I can't accept it." I said, worried. "Why?" She said, "I can't accept marrying you if I know that besides me, you're in love with the others." I told her nervously. "But she said, "I heard your conversation with Vala the other day. I know that you love me. But I won't be able to live happily knowing that the love they have for you is mutual. That's why I want you to fix things." I see. What Rias told me left me cold. I watched her leave while I couldn't articulate words. I called my best friend and he arrived at lightning speed. He said, "I warned you that wouldn't work." I said something down. "I should listen to you more." Lavinia was with him and said, "Per Issei-kun, although well if you went too far." Everyone reproached me. I had ignored the feelings of my friends as well as trying to hide mine. Vala told me, "I'll only tell you one thing. For once be sincere." Lavinia covered me with magic and showed me many hearts of different colors. She said, "Each heart represents the love that a girl has for you. They are madly in love with you." They could smile, but it hurt them to see how you were only with Rias-san. That's why they were trying to get closer to you. I gave myself a facepalm and said, "I'm a huge idiot." Vala said, "You have to fix this. If you can't, you can lose them all. You love them, don't you?" I stood up and said, "Yeah, I don't know what I was doing denying it." I went to Rias and said, "I need you to call all the girls." She said, "It seems you finally decided." I said, "Yes, I promise you that we will be happy, all together." She smiled and called all the girls. They entered the club, where Rias was sitting on the main chair. Akeno spoke first. "Why did you call us, Rias?" She said, "I'm not the one who needs." Kaneko said, "Then who?" I turned my chair around and said, "It's me." They saw me upset. Zenobia said, "What do you want, Issei?" They all stared at me and I said, "Sorry." They saw me surprised and I said, "I'm really sorry, for the things I said or did, that hurt you. I am an idiot really. I hurt those who matter most to me because of my stupidity. But I want to know the truth. What do you feel for me?" They smiled. Akeno said, "I love you, Issei-kun, more than anything." Asia said, "I love you, Issei-san." Kaneko said, "I love Senpai." Zenobia said, "I love you, Issei." Irina said, "I love you since we were kids, Issei-kun." Roswise said, "I love you, Issei-kun." Ravel said, "I love you, Issei-sama." Jean said, "I love you, Issei." Kuroka said, "I love you, Issei-naya." Lefay said, "I love you, Issei-sama." Serafal said, "I love you, Issei-chan." Almanhild said, "I love you, Issei-sama." Gabriel said, "I love you, Issei-kun." Penamia said, "I love you, Issei-kun." Ingvild said, Ophis said, "You are the first and only person I have ever loved, Issei." I smiled and said, "I'm tired of hiding what I feel. I assumed this would happen. I am a dragon after all. But the truth is, I love you all too. I'm sorry if I hurt you by denying it to myself." The next thing I felt was a joint hug from all the girls, who were full of joy. Irina said, "So this makes us your partners?" I said, "Indeed yes, now all of you are my partners." Rias said, "Well, but you have to do something else to apologize." I said, "Yes, I know." They all looked confused and I said, "To commemorate the beginning of our relationship, I'll give each of you a kiss." They all pounced on me again, and I kissed each of them. This burden I had for not knowing what to do with my feelings had disappeared. I was finally at peace. But now I had to protect them all. I said, "I promise I will protect you all. You are the most important thing to me, O Issei." "But you wanted to be the king of the harem, didn't you, Issei?" Per Issei. The new student council. An hour passed after fixing our problems. I felt a bit strange. What the hell do you call this? Now they were all my girlfriends. I had to get used to this. But the important thing was something else. The student council elections. The others had left and I was left alone with Zenobia and Ophis. Now I had to help Zenobia to be the new president of the student rabbit. Therefore we had to hope for the best. It was the only thing we had left. Zenobia walked from side to side waiting for the results. While Ophis and I warmed our egg, I said to her, "You know, the results won't be rushed if you walk faster." She told me, "I know, but I'm very nervous." Ophis told him, "There's nothing to worry about. We did everything right. I'm sure we'll win." I told him, "See, Ophis is sure too." Zenobia came over, sat next to me and said, I'm still nervous. I stroked her head and said, everything will be okay. Trust in everyone's abilities. She kissed me on the cheek and said, I trust my boyfriend more than anything. Ophis told her, remember he's mine too. Both of them smiled while we continued waiting. That's when we heard a noise coming out of a box. We went over to investigate, and we saw him. It was Gasper, I said. How long have you been here? He said, well, about 15 minutes ago. I said, well, but... Irina came in quite excited and said, Zenobia Ophis, darling, the results are going to be given. I said, Gasper, can you take care of the egg? We have to go see the results, he said nervously. Hi, senpai. Irina and Ophis went ahead. While Zenobia was shaking a little, I took her hands and said, let's go. Everything will be fine. She looked at me and said, but, I said, if I kiss you will you be calm? She hugged me by the neck and said, it's not what I was looking for but it's better. I kissed her and she calmed down. I said, now yes, shall we go? She took my hand and pulled me outside while smiling. We headed to the gym, where by the way I had another surprise prepared for them. We are going to repeat the school festival. We quickly left for the gym and there was Sona about to give the results. She had an envelope. She opened it and said, I am pleased to have been your president this year as well. But with my retirement, I know that the new student council will be able to take over the school from now on. So your new president or president is the student Zenobia Corda of Class 2B. We celebrated the fact that we had won the elections. We went up to the stage that had been set up in the gym and Zenobia spoke. I am very grateful to all the students who placed their trust in me. As president of the student council I promised to be present to help the school and the students in everything. I looked at her happily as she smiled. The students celebrated. There was still half a day of school where it would be mostly to establish ourselves in the council and also the other students would say goodbye to the third-year students. We were heading to the council when a communication circle appeared in my ear. It was Gasper who said, Issei-senpai, we have a problem. The others heard and I asked, what's happening? Gasper said, the egg is moving and is starting to break. Ophis said, it's going to be born. Zenobia said, we have to go at once. Jean said, we have to call the rest. Just like she said she called the others. With Rias. She was talking to Sona, Rias said surprised. So you like Issei? Sona said nervously. Well yes, explanation in a special chapter that I will make. Rias was going to ask more but then she received Jean's message. Sona asked, what's wrong? Rias told her. Issei's familiar, Sona said. I want to go too. Returning with Issei. We arrived in time to give heat to the egg. While it continued moving, Vala who was with Lavinia also came and did the same. Rias arrived with Sona while my other girls, Kiba and Gasper saw how the egg began to move more, until the outside began to break, until the fissure became bigger and a large part of the egg came out. Then the egg continued to shake it shone and the shell that remained was absorbed by the being that was inside the egg. On the table where the egg was now was a small black dragon. It was asleep, Ophis said. It's very cute. All my girlfriends assured the same. I approached and the dragon woke up. Its eyes were red. Oh, you can already imagine what Vala's will be. Seeing me she jumped into my arms and snuggled into my chest. Everyone looked at my familiar in surprise, Ophis said. He's a cute black dragon with red eyes. He's a male Issei. I said to the dragon. Well, you're my family now. A red circle began to cover the dragon and I said, I'll call you Blackie. The dragon flew happily in a sign of joy, and approached Ophis, where she received him with open arms. Ophis hugged him, while everyone looked at him. Jean said, Anata, what can you do? I said, I still don't know. Blackie, who seemed to have understood, launched a breath of fire at a flower pot. Good would be saying little, because that thing exploded into black fire while Balki was still happy. Besides that my sacred gears were activated. I said, what happens? Drake said, it's your familiar companion. In one of Balki's wings a green gem came out and said, boost. Blackie fired his fire breath again, and this time it was more destructive. Sarah and Ingvild had to put it out. Akeno said, it seems like he can use your powers, Issei. Kuroka said, it would be good if he interacted with the other familiars. The girls showed them their familiars. Blackie seemed to get along with everyone, until Raziel saw me hug Asia and wanted to attack me. He launched his beams, but with a terminated speed Blackie got in front of me and a purple gem on his other wing said, absorb. Blackie absorbed Raziel's beam and returned it to him. After that little incident the girls pampered Blackie, while I just smiled. In a while we had found out that he had my powers of increase and absorption, also had Vala's division powers, and Ophis's dragonic powers, in addition to being connected to my sacred gears. Therefore the dragon could evolve if I used my transformations, and gave him my power. It was at that moment that we felt an equal aura to Durandal. Zenobia looked worried. I took her hand and said, "Let's go investigate." We all went out and saw a muscular man, old but very big, approximately 2 meters, and he said, "Is here the current wielder of Durandal?" I took Zenobia by the hand and put her behind me while I activated the boosted gear. I said, "Who's asking?" The man said, "Vasco Estrada, the previous wielder." Zenobia seemed to be scared while Gabriel said, "One of the best exorcists of the church in all its history." I knew we were in danger, but I was prepared for anything, Estrada said. "I heard that you had become a demon, so I wanted to test you to see if you were worthy." Zenobia breathed and said, "It's me," Estrada said to her. "So it's you, little one. You finally decided to stop hiding behind your boyfriend," Zenobia said. "I wasn't hiding, I was preparing," Estrada said. "Say what you want, girl, but I'll prove if you're worthy of carrying Durandal." Estrada stretched out his hand and a magic circle opened, and from there came out a Durandal just like the first one. Estrada said, "This is a copy, do you like it?" Zenobia summoned X Durandal and prepared to fight. Gabriel said, "Well, begin." Zenobia launched herself into an attack while Estrada blocked her without problems. She attacked with all her might while Estrada barely moved. He said, "I thought you would be more interesting, brat." He gave her a slash that Zenobia barely blocked. She fell to the ground. To get back up and attack Estrada, X Durandal was supposed to be more powerful, but there was something about Zenobia that did not let her attack properly. She seemed scared, and attacked without thinking. Estrada gave her 2 more slashes and said, "You are boring me, brat." With more force he hit her with his copy of Durandal, and Zenobia fell injured. Seeing her like that, I began to get angry. But Jean took me by the arm along with Irina. Jean said to me, "Anada, this is Zenovia's fight. She can win." Irina said, "That's right, darling, trust Zenobia." Sarah hugged me from behind and said, "You more than anyone are the one who motivates us, Ichan." I said, "You're right, Sarah. I will support her from here. But I have to be a little harsh with her." Penemu told me, "Do what you feel necessary to do, dear." I told them, "Thank you, now I will support Zenobia." I shouted, "Get up, Zenobia, you can do it." She barely stood up and said to me, "But she's very strong." I told her, "That's not the Zenobia I fell in love with. I want that strong and brave girl who isn't afraid of anything." She began to recover, and I used MK final card. "If you win, I'll have a date with you tomorrow." As if by magic, Zenobia stood up and said, "I'll win this." Her aura began to cover her completely, and it turned from orange to red. She took X Durandal and separated it, to the surprise of all of us, and said, "I will defeat my predecessor with the original power of Durandal." Zenovia's mind. Issei is watching me. I can't let him down, nor my harem sisters. Besides, I'll win that date and I'll be happy going out with Issei. Estrada smiled and said, "Interesting. It seems that the Dabura Yudi boy motivates you quite a bit." She launched herself into the attack again. Only now Zenobia was faster. She had reached a new level for her power. Estrada now blocked Zenovia's attacks less confidently. She charged all her aura into Durandal and attacked with all her power while saying, "I earned the right to carry this sword. I will prove it. I will also demonstrate how the love I have for Hyoudou Issei drives me to overcome my limits." I smiled happily while the rest of my girlfriends tried to keep him close to me. Estrada said, "Go ahead, show it to me." Zenobia slashed with all her power while Estrada protected herself with her Durandal. But Zenovia's slash split her in half. Estrada was surprised while Zenobia threatened him with her Durandal. Estrada began to laugh as we looked at him confused. Estrada said, "You proved to me more than necessary that you are Zenobia Quarta." Someone else spoke. "You didn't have to overdo it, Vasco-san. It was Zenovia's legal guardian, Griselda Quarta," Irina said. "Sister Griselda," Zenobia said. "Sister Griselda?" Griselda said. "How did you become a demon with the church? We wanted to do a little test on you. Vasco-san was available to help us, and he came here as if he were an enemy. But from what I see, he can master Durandal better than we expected. Plus, I'm very happy that Issei-kun has accepted your feelings." Griselda steeled herself to me and said, "Take good care of her and Gabriel too, Sama and Irina." I said, "Don't doubt that I will, Griselda-san." Griselda and Estrada left, while Zenobia came jumping to give me a hug saying, "Win, Issei! Win!" I stroked her head and kissed her while congratulating her. I said, "I guess I have to keep my promise," she said blushing. "Don't you want to?" I said, "You're wrong. I'm very happy to go out on a date with you. I say this for the others." Zenobia realized that the others were looking at her jealous. I laughed nervously while Zenobia hugged me tightly. We headed to the gym where they definitely closed the school year, and I had my surprise prepared. I separated from my girlfriends and my friends and went with Renji and Kuoh. They gave me the guitar and we waited behind the curtains while the director finished speaking. Then he gave us the pass and I went up on stage with guitar in hand. I took a deep breath and said, "Well, classmates, we will play one more time before the end of this school year." and we began to play. The applause rained down, and we decided to play another song. My girls happily watched the show while I continued singing and playing, so I decided to play one for them. So we finished our second year of high school. The holidays were near, so we just had to wait. The next day, I went out with Zenobia as I had promised. We went to eat ice cream, watch a movie. While we were spied on by the rest of the girls, Zenobia looked very happy, which made me happy too. We had to take good care of ourselves, because we did not want someone we knew to see us kissing or something like that. For Kuoh Academy, I was still Rias Gremery's boyfriend, but we knew how to handle things. There were no signs of any really serious attack, and I ended up getting the flu. Satan knows how. The point is that the girls took turns taking care of me. In those moments where peace abounded, Rias asked me, "I see if you fell in love with another girl, would you tell us?" I said, "That's more than obvious, Rias, you have to say yes." I laughed a little. She said, "So we authorize if a girl joins the harem or not?" I said, "Of course." Rias asked one last thing. "What do you think of Sona?" That question caught me off guard. I didn't know how to answer. Before, she seemed like the president of the student council, nothing more. But after I had become Rias's boyfriend, I had lived a little more with her. She was very intelligent. Besides that, I always talked to her besides the girls. I had never thought about what I think of Sona. But maybe it was love, I don't know. Having her as a close friend had made something like that wake up in me. But since I had the problems that I died, and now the holy war. But only one thing came to my head. Saji likes it. I thought that I couldn't like it because of the fact that my friend will like it. Oh, Issei idiot, Rias told me. I wanted to know, because she was engaged again, with another heir of the Agar's family, so I just wanted to tell you. With that news, it was my moment to clarify my last problem, and show how aware I was of her feelings towards me. Special episode. How Sona fell in love with Issei. What is the shape of love? Each person sees it differently, but now more than ever I see it clearly. For me, Sona Citri, the shape he has is of a 17-year-old boy, with messy black hair and dark brown eyes, and who has 2 dragons inside him. I don't know when it happened, but I know that he is the shape of love for me. I still remember when I met him. At first it did catch my attention a little. I thought he was just another average handsome guy. But I was surprised when I found out he was first in his class. And not only that, he was practically brighter than any other older student. The only one who surpassed him, and that was me. And without meaning to, that was when I started to pay more attention to him, starting a fight of intellect for myself. I had to stay superior to him in every aspect. I paid even more attention when I found out that he was also the best in all the sports disciplines in the school. They chose him for everything. I even considered including him in my entourage. A mind as brilliant as his and his abilities would come in handy. And that was without knowing the other side of him. I was surprised when one day he arrived with Rias to school, and it turned out that now he was her slave. Rias had never paid attention to him, but now surprisingly he was her slave. She always talked to me and made me discover that besides being the most perfect boy in the academy, he was the bearer of a Longinus, the boosted gear, and apparently he knew how to use it. Rias always told me what a good slave he was. While I felt some jealousy, it wasn't out of love back then, but at that moment, more than ever I wanted his brilliant mind, his superior physical abilities, and his Longinus. I am a greedy but calculating demon, so I only listened to Rias. I wanted to have a pawn like that, but all I got was a dragon king, Saji. He helped me and was a good slave, but I still had that bitter taste of not having gotten the celestial dragon. Some time passed and Rias's engagement was approaching. I broke mine with a game of chess and made it clear that only someone who defeated me could marry with me. At that moment the thought came to my mind, because I had discovered that he had been a chess champion and I wanted to test him. But Rias knew what would happen if a man defeated me. The day came that Ryusoulger would go for Rias, but I found out that he had been challenged to a rating game, and discovering another thing about him, he fought with all his heart for what he wanted. I had witnessed his cunning, power, and courage in that game, which made me love him even more. I wanted to exchange my pawn for Rias's. They lost the game, but that didn't take away from how amazing it was to see him in action. I kept thinking about that during Rias's engagement party, until he arrived. To save her, he even showed before the entire underworld that he had 2 scared gears. He was the first being in the entire history of the supernatural world to possess 2 sacred gears. He saved Rias and took her back, and the more I saw him my heart gave into him more and more. We ended up involved in the Kokobile thing, and while we were protecting the school I felt his maximum power released. He was definitely incredible. Without a doubt I could say that he was the best boy in the Kuoh Academy. After that came the meeting of the faction leaders, where he fought against his rival and defeated him in a stupendous way, turning the strength of the white dragon into his weakness. That ingenuity and that great power were scary. I still wanted him as a pawn, but it was practically impossible for Rias to accept, because she confessed to me that after what happened to Reincarnation she had fallen in love with him. I didn't understand any of that, but I still listened to my friend. We had the Loki incident where he showed once again why he is so amazing, and sealed the god of deception. Besides that, I found out what happened when he fought against Diodora. His power was scorching, which made him someone to be feared. Besides that, there was the fact of his kindness. Besides his smile, that damned smile that made me realize that I was in love with him. He went to Kyoto and they told me everything that had happened, even that he had a hidden power that he didn't want to show to anyone, so I assumed it was a big burden for him. After that came the raiding game against Serorg. I saw everything he did in the game and I could simply admire him more. The next thing that happened left me totally cold. My sister told me that she was in love with him. Obviously I didn't tell her, but she did. Sometimes I wanted to have her trust. A little disappointed I found out that he had become Rias's boyfriend, but that gave me a chance to get closer. I became his friend after so long. I didn't talk much to him, but every time I talked to him it was as if my problems disappeared. He was the only one who made me laugh. Besides seeing me happy, he was a spectacular boy, until what happened with his promotion test and his death. I had to hold back my tears as hard as I could in front of my entourage. But he came back to defend us, stronger than before. His growth is still abysmal. He even generated a strategy that was good enough to defeat a demon king of great power. He and his rival ended up defeating him. But after using his strategy, after the Second Holy War broke out, I hardly saw him. He was always somewhere else. And when I realized it, many girls had already gotten ahead of me. Even though I had seen him first, I felt very jealous. Until graduation day came, he and Zenobia had run for the student council, Saji too. But his campaigning ability made Saji look ridiculous. Saji confessed to me, but I rejected him. I already had someone in my heart. I already saw Saji as a friend. Then I talked to Rias, and after seeing him for almost a year, since Issei entered, I told my friend that I was in love with her boyfriend. She smiled and told me that a little while before I told her, he and all the girls who were with him had entered a shared relationship. Being a dragon, it was their destiny to have a harem. I cursed my luck, but Rias told me that she would talk to him, our talks as friends and the competition to see who was smarter. Perhaps they would have awakened feelings in him. That day I was at home thinking about him when I said, I can say that I really am in love with Hyoudou Issei. As soon as I said that, a magic circle opened and my father came out of it. What he told me destroyed my illusions. Sona, you have to marry an heir of the Agar's house. It was all because of the fear that the war would leave more casualties. The only one I told was Rias. Now I'm in a dress about to marry a man I don't love. He looked arrogant, until we felt the earth shake and the roar of a dragon. I remembered that I saw Issei's familiar. It was a black dragon. I just thought, I know it's you, my hero. As I promised my dear readers, here is the special chapter, all for the ship. I hope you like it, and without further ado, see you later. The power of Vala. With Vala, Azazel spoke to him very seriously. Well, if you want to reach him, there is only one thing you can do. Vala asked him. What can I do? Azazel told him. Get another sacred gear and reach the perfect duality. After that, get a dragon familiar. Vala said. I will do it if I want to reach my best friend. Azazel laughed and said, I still remember when you wanted to kill him. Vala said. The past is the past. With Issei on Blackie. Only now he was a giant dragon. We were heading to Citri territory to prevent a wedding. Minutes before, I said, surprised. Is she getting married? Rias told me. Sona confessed to me that she is in love with you. But it seems that her father wants her to get married. They are afraid of what happened years ago, happening to her. I asked her, what about you and Ravel? She said, nothing will happen to me or Ravel. You are our fiancé. I didn't know how to answer. I really liked being with Sona, as much as being with the girls. That was when I realized that I did like her. But since she was shy and didn't approach me, I couldn't notice it. Besides, she was the first girl I had noticed when I arrived at the academy. She was smarter than me, so I wanted to beat her. That awakened my feelings for her. I said, will you kill me if I tell you that I will bring her, and she will join my partners? Rias said, I will gladly accept her, and the other girls too. I said, how do you know? Rias said, I already spoke with them. They were all out of the room with a smile of approval. Akeno said, everything will be fine as long as you continue to love us all. I said. Thanks. Girls, you are the best, Kaneko said. Go Issei senpai, save Sona senpai, I said. But how am I going to go to the underworld and fast? Sarah said. And your teleflyers? I said. I ran out. Kuroka arrived with a book and said, I found more about your familiar Issei Naya. She showed it to me. It turns out that the red-eyed black dragon had as a rival the blue-eyed white dragon, and that's not all. If they joined a carrier of sacred gear, the stronger it was, the more powerful they could become. By saying the word, increase, and increasing the power, the dragon would go from being a baby to being a real dragon. Plus, both dragons could open portals to the supernatural worlds without problems. I went to the highest part of the house with the girls. Sarah gave me a kiss and said, You can do it, Ai-chan. I summoned Blackie. He flew away happily and I said, I need your help, Blackie. Boosted gear, dark blade. The gems manifested in his wings and I said, Good, let's go, Blackie. Increase. The dragon was covered by a red and black aura. While it grew quite a bit, when its growth was complete, it let me climb onto its back and I told it, Make a portal to the underworld, Blackie. This one threw fire into the air, but a portal opened towards the underworld. Present moment. We landed on a mountain somewhat far away. I had to do reconnaissance first. But anyway, when Balki landed, the ground shook. I did something I didn't want to, but it was necessary, I said. I feel bad depending on this, but the important thing now is to save Sona. Wild sense. My eyes turned red while I felt everything clearer. Wild sense. Ability of dragon hunters, specifically made for hunting. Their eyes being red detect more colors than a normal person, as well as see further, so much so that if they concentrate they can see up to 1 kilometer away. In addition to seeing even better than a demon in the dark and being able to tolerate light, their sense of smell detects everything up to 20 kilometers around, as well as their hearing. In addition to the improvement of touch, I saw Sona in the distance wearing a wedding dress. There was also the heir of Agars, his sister, the girl I saw only at the party a few months ago, as well as Sona's entourage. I got back on Blackie and said, Okay, Blackie. Let's save Sona in an epic way. With Sona, she felt the small tremor and thought, I know it's you, my hero. The heir of Agars, Tonio. I got the name from somewhere. Something like this is the. He only looked at her with superiority. When they were about to begin to marry, the roar of a dragon was heard at the same time that everything began to shake. It was then that the entire front of the temple was destroyed, and in front of everyone a giant black dragon with red eyes rose. Above it was Hyoudou Issei with red eyes. With Issei, I destroyed the entire front of the temple with Blackie's strength. While everyone stared at me, Lord Citri stood up and said, Hyoudou Issei, what are you doing here? I said, Isn't it obvious? I came for Sona. All of Sona's entourage saw me, including Saji. Sona was smiling. Lord Citri said, You are already with my other daughter. What else do you want? I said, I plan to watch over the happiness of Seraphal and Sona. Expect no less from me, Lord Citri said, smiling. Well then, I won't stop you. I jumped off Blackie's back and epically landed in front of Sona and her fiancé. I said, I came to claim Sona Citri's hand in marriage. Saji said, Hyoudou, what are you doing? I told him what I should have done a long time ago. Sona became happy. Her fiancé told me, I am Tonio Agars. Do not think that, I said mockingly, a middle-class demon can come to challenge me. You do not know your position. You are just scum. Reincarnated demon, I will teach you the power of pure blood. Yes, I have already told. Tonio wanted to attack me, but I stopped him and said, Consider 2 things before this. First, Reiza was stronger than you and I beat him easily. Second, I am the leader of the DXD anti-terrorist squad. But as I supposed, he said, I will not let you crush the pride of the Agars house. I said, Then we will fight for the hand of Sona Citri. He said, Accepted. We were transported to an arena and Lord Citri said, The rules are simple. The first to defeat the other is the winner. Tonio said, This will be FA. He shut up because I punched him in the stomach and said, You talk too much. I had the boosted gear activated, and with all my strength I kicked him in the face. He wanted to get up to attack me again, but when he did, I passed near him like lightning and said, 1,000 divine cuts. I had summoned Dark Blade and with its power I had made the cuts. Tonio suffered, when then he increased his power to the maximum, and began to defend himself, so I followed his example. I entered perfect scale mail and with a single blow I left him out. Lord Citri declared my victory, and I went with Sona. She smiled, then Saji said to me, I thought we were friends. I said, What do you mean? He said, Did you know that I like Sona? I said, Did you do something to avoid the commitment? You say you like it, but it seems that it is only lip service. Without wanting to, the hunter's eyes were giving him the hunter attitude. Saji summoned his sacred gear and said, Line! You'll see, Hyoudou. I said, Do you think you're at my level? But I reacted at that moment and my eyes returned to brown. while I took Sona and made her get on the dragon while I said, "Let's go back." She got on while Saji was still looking at me, and we left there, with Vala. He was looking for something in a very faraway place. His clothes were quite dirty, but he kept looking. A cave, that place is where Vala was. Something did not let him match his best friend and Vala was willing to find it, he said. This is to overcome myself. I will be a hindrance to my friend and I will not be able to protect Lavinia if I am not stronger. This caused Vala to stumble, and he fell into a deeper part of the cave, where he found a white egg. The egg rolled to Vala. He smiled and said, "I found it. I can compete against Issei, but I still do not have enough power. For the moment I will send it to Lavinia." Vala spoke to his girlfriend who received the egg very happy and said, "I will take good care of it, Vala. It will be like our son. Remember that you can do what you want. Take care." Vala said, "Thank you, I love you." Lavinia said, "Me too, I love you very much." Vala cut the communication and continued walking through the cave, while looking for what Azazel had told him he would find, but there was nothing. To put us a little more in context, Vala was in Iraq, where the great Babylonian Empire once rose. If Albion could compete with Drag, what he would find there could stand up to Bahamut. That was when Vala heard a voice at the back of the cave. Unintentionally, Vala had entered the catacombs of ancient Babylon. The voice kept calling him. With great effort, Vala found where it came from. That voice was all destroyed, and Vala with effort removed all the rocks, and found a small blue dagger. The voice came from her. It only said, "Vala Lucifer, you finally found me." Vala said, "What are you?" The dagger projected an image of a lion with wings. What he told him. More sacred gears exist for a long time, and it was believed that the Longinus were the most powerful. But the reality is that there are two sacred gears that at their maximum capacity are more powerful than the Longinus. These two were called the Infernus, the spirits of some very dangerous beasts, the first of Dark Blade, which possesses the spirit of Bahamut, the second beast of God, and the Blue Blade, the sword that contains the power of the four beasts of Daniel. That is the Infernus that you have in front of you, Vala said. "But you are only a dagger," the lion told him. "That is because they divided us. You have to find the other three beasts, and you can match your friend." Vala said, "Why didn't you choose a human?" the lion said. "Because they were divided." Vala took the dagger and felt how it synchronized with it, and its power flowed. The lion's voice now spoke in his head. "I can increase your abilities just a little. When we are together we can all do it to the maximum." Vala said, "Fine, I will do my best." Searching through the catacombs he found a few clues as to where they were. He would have to look for the bear where the Persian Empire rose, the leopard in present-day Greece, and the terrible beast in Rome. Vala decided to go where it said, starting with Persia. Seriously, when they are mythological or biblical references, I take them very seriously. With Issei, I arrived home with Sona, who had not stopped hugging me and saying, "Thank you, Issei, thank you." I just smiled as I said, "Don't worry, I wasn't going to lose you." When we landed on the roof, the girls were waiting for me there. I got off Sona from Balki's back, and she returned to her normal size. Sarah hugged Sona, while she cried with happiness. Rias told me, "You did it, Issei." I smiled, while the girls looked at me happily. Sona said, "I guess I have to go home." I told her, "No need, Sarah-chan will talk to your father, now you will live here." She was happy and came to hug me, as well as kissed me on the lips. Then she realized what she had done and said, "I'm sorry." I took her by the waist and kissed her. Then I said, "Excuse me for not clarifying my feelings before." Sona smiled as Rias told her, "Welcome, Sona." Sona said, "I have no problem sharing Issei with you, but is there a room for me?" Akeno told her, "Well, yes, this house has plenty of rooms, and each of us has a room, but we don't use them." Sona asked, "How come you don't use them?" Akeno answered, "We all sleep with Issei-kun in his room." With Vala, after nearly being crushed to death by rocks, he found the bear, which was joined to Vala's dagger. After that he was able to find the three-headed leopard in Greece, and managed to further increase his power. He only had the last beast left, so Vala ended up in Rome, and a somewhat awkward situation broke out. It was night time and Vala wanted to get into the catacombs, so he was walking around at night in the streets, when a woman of easy virtue approached him and said, "I see you're lost. Do you want to have a fun time tonight?" Vala said, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend and I love her. Stay away from me." And he quickly went into the catacombs without raising suspicion. After so much time searching, he found the last spirit, and his second sacred gear was now complete. Now the blue blade changed completely to a bigger sword. Vala began training his second sacred gear non-stop. He did this in the dimensional gap where he was able to release it, and the sword transformed. It went from being a sword with a blue hilt and a paddle blade, to being a complete blue sword, In addition to that, he was able to take it to Balance Breaker. The only thing he was missing was the perfect duality. He had to discover what would release his perfect duality. I want to clarify that Vala doesn't have as many burdens as Issei, so it won't be as difficult for him. Vala still had these doubts. But he returned to his girlfriend and began to give heat to his egg, while Lavinia increased Vala's powers so that it would be born faster, which worked. From the egg a blue-eyed white dragon was born. He was happy to see Vali, and he also talked to Issei and learned from the dragon. Vala was already at Issei's level. Only the last thing was missing, and he decided to go talk to Azazel. Upon arriving, Azazel said to him, "We don't know much about the perfect duality. We don't know how Issei got it either, but there must be something. I have an idea," Vala said. "What thing?" Azazel took him to a house on the outskirts of a city. Vala looked confused, until a woman came out of the house with 2 children. Vala could not articulate words. This woman was his mother. Now he had a family, and he was happy. Vala began to remember how his mother suffered when she was with his father because she knew what he was and would not leave him out of fear. For the first time in a long time, Vala cried. He cried because his mother was happy, and he had not seen it all this time. Deep down he wanted his mother to be happy. After seeing this but knowing that he could not interrupt her life, Vala and Azazel left. When they returned to Grigori, Vala said, "Thank you, Azazel." Azazel said, "I wanted to show it to you for a long time, but well, that moment came." Vala returned to Lavinia happy, now knowing that he would have to protect his mother and siblings from the shadows. That was when his 2 sacred gears spoke. Albion told him, "It seems you are a very good partner." Daniel, the 4 beasts, told him, "You did it." Both sacred gears said, "Perfect duality." Vala's armor changed. Now it was more bluish but without losing the white. In addition to feeling more powerful, training a little more, he was able to reach the second breaker, which was an evolution of the balance breaker. It had the same appearance as Issei's perfect scale male. Vali had reached it. With more effort and searching, Vali had reached Issei's power. While at Ryusoulger's, Zalgier walked from side to side until he said, "Well, time to take from Gabriel what he wants most. I will show him the difference in our powers." Inferno drive. Anger dominated me, but at the same time helplessness too. Zalgier looked at me laughing while Rias cried and I could barely get up. My most powerful armor was destroyed and I could barely feel my fists. 2 days ago, I had woken up early to train while my girls were still sleeping. Things had changed a bit after Sona arrived. Now she also slept with me while I tried to explain everything to my parents. But that day I had started training with desire, because the day before Vala had gone home and told me that he had caught up with me. He had the familiar counterpart of Blackie. He had named him Fong. And now Vala also had a second sacred gear and had reached the perfect duality. I felt happy for him, but I knew that if I wanted to maintain my level I would have to train harder. Saji hadn't talked to me for days. Sometimes Sona went to fulfill her missions, but she didn't tell me anything about him either. I supposed he was still angry about the fact that I had confessed to Sona and was part of my couples. But all those thoughts left my head when Elmenhild stood in front of me and said, "Hey, Issei-sama, breakfast is ready." I smiled at her and cleaned myself with a towel while I said, "Thanks, Elmenhild." She kissed me on the cheek and I took her hand so we could go downstairs. When we arrived, I had to kiss all my girls good morning while Rias, Akeno, and Asia served me food. Sarah approached me and said, "Don't forget today, Issei-chan." I told her, "I won't forget, Sarah. I promise you we would go, so we will." Sarah was happy. She kissed me on the cheek and went up to change. I had promised her that we would go to a magical girl convention. I finished eating and changed. I went out with Sarah to the convention where we had a good time, except for how the perverts saw Sarah in her magical girl outfit. After walking around for a while like that, we found an abandoned girl. She looked lost. Besides being beaten, we decided to take her home. The girls received her with affection, but the girl seemed strangely attracted to Rias. So a while later I went out with Rias to look for her house. That was the main point. But as we walked down the street the girl stopped in the middle of the bridge and said, "This is fine." I said, "Are you sure? We can continue if you want." She said, "No need." Rias told her, "I see is serious, little one." The girl approached Rias and touched her head. At that moment Rias fainted. While the girl took the form of a demonic dog, I activated my sacred gears. While on the ground a magic circle appeared, from which an old man with more pointy ears came out. He said, "It seems that my pet did its duty." I said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm glad to finally meet you, Gabriel. I was waiting for this moment. I am Zalgier, one of Ryusoulger's best generals." I said, "So will they attack Kuoh?" Zalgier said, "Oh no, I came for personal reasons. I asked. Personal reasons? Zalgier said. That's right, Rias Gremory, I want her. I carried Rias and said, don't think you'll take her. Zalgier said. You have more women. Forget about her and that's it. I told him. Never. I love them all equally. Zalgier said. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But well, if you don't want to give me Rias Gremory for good, you'll give her to me for bad. I lowered Rias and launched myself to attack. But before activating any armor I received a blow to the stomach, followed by many punches and kicks. In addition to magical attacks, Zalgier gave me one last kick causing me to crash against the bridge, and lifted Rias. While she disappeared with my last strength I tried to reach them, but it was in vain. I woke up in my room. Next to me was Asia sleeping, and on the other Revel. The two had been healing me. I realized that it was morning again, but the reality is that I was furious. Asia woke up and hugged me saying, I see San, you woke up. I gave him a kiss and said, forgive me, Asia. Revel also woke up and the same thing happened. I got out of my bed and said, call the entire DXD group. Just as I had ordered, everyone was in the room, including the Citri entourage. The girls wanted to ask me about why I hadn't arrived yesterday, but I spoke. He took her. They all looked at me surprised, and I continued trying to hold back my tears. Zalgier, he took her. I couldn't do anything. He has Rias. Vala was surprised and said, so if he did it, I said. What do you mean? Vala told me. When we were in Grigori, he fought with me, but he only saw Rias Gremory. I didn't think he would take her. I said. I don't know where Vala is, he said. I thought you would go desperate flying everywhere. I told him. I have to think carefully about what I'm going to do. I have no idea where Zalgier is. Besides, if I go crazy I'll only waste time in which Rias is in danger. Akeno said. Rias can know where we are or sense us through our demonic pieces. I said. I have an idea, although I'm not going to feel ethically, you know what? Screw ethics, Faye, I need your help. Faye came up with me to my room and I summoned Blackie. Among all the things I found some of Rias's panties, and I gave them to Blackie to smell them, while Faye heightened her senses. After a while Blackie already knew where Rias was. I went down to where the whole group was and said, Blackie found her. We went up to the roof while we divided into two groups. One would go with me on Blackie while the other would go on Fawn with Valley. We flew out, and both dragons made portals to the underworld. Akeno hugged me from behind as we flew and said, how did you find her, Issei? I said. I used one of her panties. Akeno said. Now you're a pervert. I said. I'll do anything to save her. Akeno hugged me by the arm and asked, what if I were kidnapped? I said, determined. I would look for you. I would find you. I would beat the hell out of those who took you and I would go with you. She smiled as she said, you're the best. Blackie and Faye took us through a darker side of the underworld until we ended up in a completely chaotic and destroyed place. There stood a giant castle, where I felt Rias's aura. With Rias, she woke up a while later and found herself chained to a wall. Rias just said, where am I? Zalgier stood in front of her and said, you're already awake, my empress. Rias said, disgusted. Zalgier smiled and said, I'm glad you remember me. Rias said, annoyed. What do you want from me? Zalgier said, in simple words, everything. You are perfect to be mine. Rias told her, I only love Hyoudou Issei, and I only belong to him. Zalgier laughed and said, the Dabiru Yudi? I defeated him, I don't think he'll come for you. Rias said, shut up. Issei will always save me. He promised me. Zalgier said, sometimes promises are not kept, so do not be surprised. It was dawn, if you could call it that. While Issei didn't appear, Zalgier approached Rias again and touched her face and said, look at you. The truth is I'm jealous that you love the Dabiru Yudi so much. But after all the pleasure I'm going to make you feel, you'll forget about him. Rias said, my virginity is for me, Issei, for no one else. Zalgier said, I didn't know you were a virgin, but now it will be more pleasurable. Rias began to move away, but she couldn't do much. The chains blocked her powers. Zalgier said, I would like to see if you can resist. The women I've slept with couldn't resist anything. Rias told her, you are despicable. Zalgier slapped her and said, don't talk to your new owner like that. Rias began to cry while saying, Issei, help me please. With Issei, we went up to the castle, but there was no one there. It seemed deserted, until I heard the sound of a slap, and Zalgier saying, don't talk like that to your new owner. And then I heard Rias' tears. Anger was beginning to dominate me. I was very angry, so I entered perfect scale male, and while with all my strength I destroyed the door, I shouted, Zalgier, with Rias. While she was crying and Zalgier looked at her, both felt a lot of power, and Issei's scream was heard while the door to the castle was shot out. Zalgier. Rias smiled while Zalagar prepared himself. With Issei, I saw Zalgier and Rias chained up next to him. I said, you're going to pay, damn it. Zalgier said, so you come to me to humiliate you again. In that case, I'm going to destroy you and then I'll take Rias Gremeri's virginity in front of you. My power exploded to the maximum and I said, don't you dare repeat that in your life. The rest of the team came in and Zalgier said, you brought your team, I expected it. Let my more dates take care of them, and maybe I'll take more of your women. An army of wolves just like the one that made Rias faint appeared in front of everyone. Kaneko hit one and said, I see senpai, rescue the president. I nodded and launched myself to attack Zalgier. I began to give him a repeated series of blows while he defended himself. It didn't seem like I was doing much damage to him, but I kept insisting. Zalgier hit me in the face and made me back off, and said, you know, I expected more things from you, but I still don't understand how you have so many beautiful women with you. I am a weapon created to be stronger than any demon. You can't do anything against me. I stood up and said, I won't give up. I won't let you hurt my sweet Rias. Blazing Smasher. I launched to attack with my most powerful attack, while Zalgier tried to defend, but then I hit him full in the stomach, while Zalgier spit blood, but then smiled and kicked me, breaking much of my armor. But without giving up I continued attacking, this time from a distance. But Zalgier was not unfazed. I realized that I could not beat him, so it was best to save Rias and get out of there. So I started moving from side to side while Zalgier looked at me. With all my speed I launched myself towards Rias to save her. But Zalgier grabbed me by the abdomen and slammed me into the ground, destroying almost all my armor. While the whole team repelled the wolves as they could, I got up again and said, I still don't give up. 1,000 divine cuts. I dealt the attack to Zalgier, managing to make him bleed a little. Zalgier said, wow, this is new, but it's not enough to defeat me. He gave me another blow, destroying more of my armor. We go back to the beginning. I was standing in front of Zalgier while I was very angry and Rias was crying. Zalgier just laughed at me, but my legs wouldn't respond. Everything hurt. That's when Zalgier told me, it seems you can't move, then you'll see how I take Rias Gremeri's virginity. He approached Rias and ripped off the top of her clothes, leaving it exposed. He touched one of her breasts and said, these are some of the best breasts I've ever seen. I'm dying to try them. The armor disappeared, and my mind was lost. Before Hyoudou Issei rose again, this time covered in flames, Rias said, the power of the hunter. Issei launched full of anger against Zalgier and began to hit him without stopping while saying, die, 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 die. The fire caused significant damage to Zalgier but nothing serious, so fed up Zalgier hit Issei, leaving him out again. Issei's mind. I couldn't get up, I was so damaged, but something inside still wanted to get up. Rias was in danger because of that monster, but I couldn't do anything. It was then that I heard Drake and Bahamut's voices. Are you going to stay and do nothing? I said. I can't take it anymore. Both of them said. Are you going to let that trash take what's yours? I said. No. Both of them said. Will you break your limits? I said. Always. I stood up again, but this time more aura emanated than I could, while I said with my deepest voice, and the voices of my 2 dragons resonated like an echo. We those who are awake, we are the dragons whose soul burns brighter than the sun. Our power rises to infinity and has no limits. Feel our infernal power, inferno drive. A new armor appeared on me. I felt stronger, plus my aura was coming out at abysmal levels. I looked at Zalgier and said, you're going to pay. At an incredible speed I hit him in the face, and then I kicked him that sent him crashing against the wall. While I went to Rias and freed her from her chains, she hugged me and said, I knew you would come save me. I told her I will never abandon you. Zalgier looked furious and said, Dabiru Ryudi. Fire whips came out of my fists, and I attacked Zalgier with these, cutting off an arm. He screamed in pain and said, how is it possible? I gave him a series of blows in addition to cuts with my swords. He tried to protect himself with his own in addition to attacking me. His attacks did hurt me, but it was not as much as before. Zalgier attacked like crazy while I used my new power and said, swallow this, dragon, shoot. It hit him full on, causing him to end up covered in blood. Zalgier approached me to attack me desperately, and said, a while ago you were dying. How is this possible? I told him, you made your worst mistake. I got high enough and gave him a blazing smasher while taking him to the ground while saying, you messed with the female of a dragon. A giant, burning crater formed. Zalgier got up again and said, you're just a filthy dragon, you can't do more. I brought my fists together while my fire whips increased the heat, and I said, disappear at once. Hellish flames. Fire came out of my hands, while Zalgier couldn't avoid it. Zalgier screamed in pain as he disappeared, completely consumed by the flames. I returned to my team as the wolves disappeared. Vala said, it seems that you have surpassed me again. Drake said, the Inferno drive is an evolution of the Juggernaut drive. just like the perfect scale male. I disabled the armor and went with my girls. Rias was very happy. But the happiness would not last long, because a magic circle opened, and from it came out Euclid. Seeing everything, he said, "You are amazing, Hyoudou Issei. Even though Zalgier was one of the strongest, you defeated him. But as things are now, I do not think you can beat me. The only good thing he did was his idea. With your permission." In front of everyone and without us being able to do anything, he locked Roswise in magic circles and said, "I will take the Valkyrie. She looks like my sister, and she knows about the Trihexa." With my last strength I ran towards him as he disappeared and shouted, "Ross-chan," she worriedly said, "Issei-kun." But I didn't reach her, and she scorned me. "I will save you, my Valkyrie." He had taken her, Euclid had Ross, and I couldn't reach her. I felt very angry. But I couldn't do anything. I felt guilty. All the times I had let Euclid escape had led to this, and I had no plan. That was until Graphia appeared in my room. I was alone at that moment. I said, "One-sama." A short time ago Graphia had given me the confidence to treat her like a sister, this because she liked me, in addition to being trustworthy. Since then Graphia is my One-sama. But returning to the present moment, she told me, "Oni-chan, I heard what happened." I told her. He took her and I couldn't do anything. She hugged me and said, "We will find her, and we will help you." I asked her with tears, "If you are so good, One-sama, why is he like this?" Graphia started telling me everything. "When I was young, my family served the original Lucifer. For my brother I was his greatest source of admiration, but we had clashes against the Mao and the former Mao, and I fell in love with Surzex. I also discovered that my brother had fallen in love with me. When he found out that I was going to marry Surzex, he went crazy and left with Ryusoulger. It was worse when he found out that Milikas was born. He wanted to kidnap him. Surzex wouldn't allow it. I hadn't heard from him again in all this time, and now he's taking it out on you." I told her, "I didn't know One-sama. Sorry for making you remember that." Graphia told me, "Don't worry, he was always like that, but I promise you that we will rescue Roswise-san." I told her seriously, "One-sama, when I see your brother I'm going to finish him off." She said, "I assumed you would, Issei, but that man stopped being my brother a long time ago. There is still something we can do." She told me what we would do and I called the whole team, explained the plan to everyone, and we got ready. Somewhere unknown, Roswise was crying with a wedding dress on, while Euclid looked at her smiling, and said, "Once you marry me you will tell me everything you know about Trihexa, and that you will only serve me." Roswise did not answer, while Euclid felt like he had won. That was until a magic circle opened in his ear, and Graphia's voice said, "Oni-chan, are you sure what you're doing?" Color as if it were a miracle, Euclid said, "One-chan. My sweet One-chan finally talks to me." Meanwhile Issei was with Jean, Kiba, Zenobia, Irina and Vala. The reason for this? Well, with some investigation we had discovered that Chow Chow, who had escaped in the attack on Lilith, attacked leading in some groups. The rest of the faction of the heroes had been captured, so only he remained. From afar we saw how he fought with the army. Irina told me. "Sure about this, darling?" Jean said. "You're right, Anata. It could be dangerous to face him alone." I told them, "If we don't do this we won't find Ross and we won't end this war either. You just trust me and let's follow the plan." Zenobia said, "What do you say?" I see. A few soldiers approached us. At that moment Vala and Kiba left them outside. Apart from that they disguised themselves with their armor and went to fight. Chow Chow seemed not to have noticed the change, and at a certain moment, Vala and Kiba took Jean before Chow Chow, and said, "Look what we found." Chow Chow said, Well, but if it's the traitorous brat." Jean said, "So long without seeing you, Chow Chow." He said, "It seems that you have weakened. Being with him Daburuyuti has not helped you at all." Jean just laughed, and said, "What's wrong? Are you still upset because my Anata beat you 3 times? Or is it because of your eye?" "I don't know." Chow Chow wanted to attack her, but at that moment Jean said, "Zenobia, Irina-chan, if you look at that trust, first it almost killed her and now they are like sisters." Both of them came out and pointed their swords at Chow Chow. At the same time Vala and Kiba took off their disguises and threatened Chow Chow, he said. Apparently they had planned it, but they are surrounded by an army. I appeared behind him and said, "That's why I will take care of you." Chow Chow saw me angry and said, "You," I said, "How are you, Chow Chow?" As my Jean said, "Are you still angry?" Chow Chow launched himself to attack me, but I blocked him with my sword, and without warning I entered perfect scale male. With 2 blows I had him on the ground immobilized. Chow Chow said, "When did you get so strong?" I said, "It's the power of love. Now you will answer me." While with the rest of the DXD team, Rias could not lead due to the fact that she was barely recovering, so Sona took command, What they did was investigate throughout Asgard where Euclid's hiding place could be, since the call that Graphia made to her had another seal placed by Lefay, which helped find her. The hiding place turned out to be a castle on the outskirts of Asgard, where almost no one would notice, Sona said. What bad taste the bad ones have, Seraphol replied. Yes, that's right, Sotan, Ravel said. Now we have to put the seal, Rias said. The seal of the 3 families. So Issei will find it easier, Sona said. We do all this for Issei. Ravel nodded and the 4 put the symbol of the Gremry, Phoenix and Citri houses. While with Issei, we had Chow Chow captured and I said to him, "Are you going to talk?" He said, "They will never know anything because of me." I hit him in the face and said, "I got tired of playing the pacifist hero. Now speak unless you want Jean to cut off a finger. Or you want to lose another eye." The fact that Chow Chow didn't respond had me stressed. Besides, days ago I had seen the entire Saw saga. Don't blame me, Ophis and Elmenhild wanted to see it, but that made me act like this. With Ophis, she fulfilled a mission of utmost importance. With the help of Kuroka, Kaneko, Lefay and Elmenhild, she tracked down the snakes that she had given to the members of the Chaos Brigade. This added to the senjutsu, magic and vampiric energy helped her a lot. While Gabriel warned Issei's plan to heaven, Penemu did the same in Grigori. While Ingvild went to Kyoto to warn Yasaka of what her nephew would do, Asia supported Gabriel in heaven while Akeno was with Penemu in Grigori. Now Issei had planned it carefully. He was going to end the war once and for all. With Issei, Chow Chow finally spoke while I was getting ready. Jean gave me a box with 3 phoenix tears and said, "You will need them, Anada," Zenobia said. "We will start sending the information I see," Irina said. "Count on us, darling." Vala was also preparing. But he wasn't going to go with me, he was doing it for what was to come. With Balki I made a portal to Asgard and flew in perfect Sakael mail at full speed while I said, "I'll save you, my Valkyrie." While Euclid East hadn't realized the trap because he had been talking to Graphia. While Roswise was crying locked up, at that moment it resounded throughout the castle. Euclid, Hyoudou Issei had arrived. With Issei, I smashed the castle doors and shouted, "Euclid!" He received me and I saw that Rose was tied up next to him with a wedding dress. I looked at him furiously and without thinking much I attacked him. Euclid received my blow full on and sent him crashing into a wall. While I untied Ross and put her behind me to protect her, Euclid got up and said, "My sweet Wani-chan helped you. I still don't know what she sees you, but at once she'll attack you." Balance breaker. Again I saw him use my powers, only this time it was different. His suit looked more robust as well as stronger. I had done something to him. Without thinking I attacked again. But this time Euclid grabbed me by the leg and threw me against the wall. That had proven my theory. Now I knew what to do. I increased the power to the maximum while Euclid wanted to attack me again. But in a quick movement I took out Ascalon and cut my arm. Being a dragon copy, his suit took damage, and I also gave him a charged blow. Euclid backed away a bit, but he kicked me in the ribs that sent me flying while destroying columns. I got back up and aimed with both arms. Matteo Dragonar. I shot at him to the maximum while Euclid tried to cover himself. After the impact, Euclid came towards me and hit me in the face, destroying my helmet. Without giving him time, I shot him a dragon shoot at full power while he barely defended himself. He began to hit me more, breaking the armor, and said to me, "Do you see? It's the difference in our powers." I stood up and stepped back as I deactivated the armor. I increased my power and told him, "Yes, we are different. We those who are awakened. We are the dragons whose soul burns brighter than the sun. Our power rises to infinity and has no limits. Feel our infernal power, inferno drive." I activated my most powerful armor, and at that moment Euclid knew he had no chance. P.S. It's been 3 days since Euclid took Ross. Flashback. As soon as Euclid took Roswise, Issei began to think about everything. Graphia arrived home and formulated the plan. Before going for Chow Chow, he went to the dimensional gap to train for a few hours. Only that was a few days there, so Issei trained his new power and mastered it. While Vala, who had entered with him, released his second drive, an armor equal to Issei's, only white. End of flashback. I approached at full speed and kicked Euclid. He backed away at high speed while part of his armor was destroyed. I arrived behind him and hit him in the back. I continued hitting and kicking him without stopping while I told him, "You're going to regret what you've done." My arms lit up in blazing smasher while I told him, "This is for wanting to take you to Gabriel." I hit him as I approached and said, "This one for wanting to kidnap Penemu." Another one as almost all of his armor began to break. I said, "This one is for wanting to take you to Milika's." I hit him again, destroying his armor completely. Euclid barely got up and said, "You've gotten stronger. but I don't think. Before he could say anything else, I approached him and said, "This is for taking my beautiful Ross-chan, hellish flames." Euclid didn't know what to do as he watched the fire slowly consume him. And without being able to do anything else, Euclid disappeared forever. I went to Ross and said, "Are you okay?" She hugged me and said, "Now yes." I took off my helmet and kissed her, and also told her what I had been doing. She said, "Isn't it very risky?" I told her, "If everything goes according to plan, no." Besides, I looked up at the ceiling and said, "I know you're watching Rise of Him. As you can see, I've finished off your 2 best generals and captured Chow Chow. You have nothing left. Maybe you won't answer me, but this time I'm the one who declares war on you. See you in Kyoto." I carried Ross like a princess and took her home. While Rise of Him saw and listened to the message of Furious Issei, he counted on Zalgier and Euclid to finish off the Daburuyuti. But now everything was wrong. He was left without generals and all the members of DXD were strong. Everything had gone wrong for him. Besides that, he had not gotten anything from Trihexa. He only had his attack on Kyoto and his last card left. Rise of Him decided that he would send all his troops to Kyoto, while he said, "I will not lose against false demons like them." At the Hyoudou residence, I hugged Rias and Ross and said, "I don't want to lose them again." I kissed them both while, the next day, we all prepared ourselves. The next battle would be in Kyoto. We knew all this from Chow Chow. Now the most important thing was to defend the yokai faction. If Rise of Him's plans went wrong, he was going to get upset, and that would give us the advantage we needed. We stopped being on the defensive. Now the Alliance was going to attack the defense of Kyoto. Together with Vala we had changed our clothes, and we were preparing for combat in Kyoto. Rise of Him would send all his soldiers, so we would have to defend Kyoto with everything. I changed my school clothes for a black t-shirt and a red jacket, while Vala left his emo style for a white t-shirt and a long blue jacket. "Valley, with this we look better." Issei, and you say it, Valley, "we should focus on avoiding too much destruction in Kyoto." Issei, "Yes, I know. It's Kuoh and Obasan's home. What kind of cousin and nephew am I if I can't protect it?" Vala, "It's good that you think that way." I knew that Rise of Him was especially upset with me, because thanks to me he no longer had generals, so he was not going to reject my challenge. But I knew that I was not stupid, so even though I had told him that the entire army would go to Kyoto, most of the Alliance army was in other factions and prepared for everything, in addition to capturing as many soldiers as they could, and we would go directly to face Rise of Him. Of course, he did not know that my plans were going perfectly, so everything was fine. The only problem was how we were going to defeat him with his ability to cancel sacred gears. But the important thing was that the defense of Kyoto went perfectly according to plan. We were ready to go to Kyoto, and we flew off on the 2 dragons. We arrived at the yokai part of Kyoto, where Obasan greeted us. "Yasaka, nice to see you." Issei, "Obasan, I'm glad to see you again." Kuoh, excited, "Itoko." Issei, "Kuoh." I picked her up and she hugged me with happiness. Her aunt already knew that all the girls were my girlfriends. First she wanted to kill me, but now everything was fine. That was until I remembered her yokai sense of smell. I remembered that as I watched her take Rias and Ross with Yasaka. "Yasaka, you two smell like Issei." Rias, "Well, this, Obasama us." Ross, "Well, what happened is that." Yasaka, "Don't get me wrong, I was just surprised." With Issei, we settled close by as we began patrolling different parts of Kyoto. I was left alone with Valley, as we flew throughout the yokai faction. "Valley, you know?" I marked Lavinia. Issei, "That's good." I marked Ross and Rias. "Valley, what did the others say?" Issei, "They almost killed me." Valley, "The tragic life of the harem." Issei, "What can I say?" Valley, "And have you thought about how to make Saji forgive you?" Issei, "No, and I don't think there will be. Saji hates me." Flashback. Moment when Issei took Sona after having saved her from the engagement. "Saji, you'll see Hyoudou." At that moment Issei was with the power of the hunter as well as angry with Saji for not doing anything. Issei, "And you think you're at my level?" End of flashback. Issei, "I humiliated him. I took the girl he likes. And I also made him look weak. I don't think he'll forgive me." Valley, "Remember, you'll always have me, Kiba, Gasper, and your friends from school Nohomo." Issei, "If you had said all that without the Nohomo it would have been weird." Valley, "Are you homophobic?" Issei, "Not at all. But your best friend having girlfriends and you tell him that is weird." Valley, "How did we end up talking about this?" Issei, "We better keep patrolling." As I assumed there were no signs of anything, Rise of Him was preparing well. He was going to go with everything he had left, which confirmed the plans even more. It had made him desperate, and he had gathered all his soldiers to attack. But with Euclid and Zalgier dead and Chow Chow locked up, rise of him had nothing, or well, for whatever I was prepared. Since it wasn't happening, I ended up accompanying Zenobia, Irina, Asia and Jean to buy clothes, if the duty of a boyfriend. Zenobia, showing a blue dress. What do you think of this Issei? It combines the best way with you, Zenobia. Zenobia, really? She went to try on the dress while Irina came with a white blouse and a black one. Irina, darling, what color do you like more? White or black? Issei, you know that I love black things, but white goes better with you, dear. Irina hugs him. You are the best, darling. She went to leave the black blouse while Asia approached along with Jean. Both seemed to be arguing with each other. Asia, it's mine, Jean-san. Jean, no, it's mine, Asia-chan. Issei, what's going on here? They showed me what they were fighting over. It was a women's t-shirt that said in big letters, I love Hyoudou. I started to laugh and she looked at me strangely. Asia/Jean, why are you laughing? Issei, normally my merchandise usually makes me laugh. I'm sorry, it's my thing. Both of them went to leave the t-shirt and look for something else. Then Zenobia called me to help her. Zenobia, I see, I need your help. Issei, I'm going. I entered the fitting room and saw her in the dress. She looked beautiful, and she showed me the zipper. Zenobia, I can't close it. Issei, calm down, that's why I'm here. I zipped it up, and she looked at me with a smile. Zenobia, how do I look? Issei, beautiful, as always, Zenobia. She hugged me by the neck and I took her by the waist. Zenobia, you know? I feel jealous of the attention you gave to the president and Roswise-san. I gave her a kiss and then took her by the chin to whisper. Issei, whispering, when this is over, I promise you won't walk for a week. She blushed and I left the fitting room. People in Kyoto looked at me strangely. It was like a combination of jealousy and pity, especially from the men. Pity for all the bags I was carrying, and jealousy because I was with 4 beautiful girls. Of course, they thought that only one was my girlfriend, so I asked the girls not to stick to me so much. We didn't want to attract more attention. Night was falling in Kyoto and we were getting ready to sleep. The difference was that now the girls had a problem with Oba-san, because she separated us, and left me sleeping in a room with Vale, Kiba, Gasper, Biko, Arthur and unfortunately for me, Saji. They wanted to sleep with me, but of course Oba-san didn't allow it. Without making too many problems I went to sleep, staying on a futon between Vale and Kiba. I got up in the middle of the night for a glass of water, and I found Kaneko, Ravel, Elmenhild, Lefay and Ophis, lowly squad, going towards my room. Issei, what are you doing? Kaneko, well, Ito. Ravel, it's that we. Elmenhild, we wanted. Lefay, well. Ophis, we wanted to get into the futon with you. Issei, you know you can't do that. Kaneko, we wanted to sleep with you. Issei, you always do it at home. Ravel, we wanted to spend more time with you. Issei, I promised I would take you to the shopping district tomorrow. Elmenhild, we had no one to hug. Issei, there's a Hyoudou stuffed animal in Kuna's room. Lefay, we didn't want you to be alone. Issei, I'm with all the men in that room and when you sleep with me you do it naked. Besides your brother is there too, Faye. Ophis, I was going to grape you. Issei, that's wrong, Ophis. She hugged me, a hug that I reciprocated. The others came too, while I hugged them. Issei, this is only for a few days. When we finish with the army of the Chaos Brigade, we will be able to return home and everything will be normal, and we will live in peace. Point 1. Of course, that tender moment was interrupted by an explosion on the outskirts. Issei, they arrived. Kaneko, who? Issei, rise of him finally deigned to attack. Prepare yourselves. I went to the room while Vala was leaving. Vala, did you feel it? Issei, no way. Something just exploded out there. Obviously I felt it. Vala, attacking at 3 in the morning is not something cool. In less time than expected we were all ready. As I had anticipated, it was the entire army of the Chaos Brigade, full of demons, fallen angels, and other beings. And with them they had 2 dragons. I assumed they would do that since they did not have generals. Issei, Ingvild, they have dragons. Ingvild, hi, I see Sama. Issei, dear, do not call me Sama. Ingvild, sorry, I see. I took her hand while increasing my power with the boosted gear, and gave it to Ingvild. Issei, boosted gear gift. Ingvild was filled with power, while the rest attacked. Issei, you are in charge of the dragons, Ingvild. Ingvild, okay. But when we beat them I want to have Hex with you, I see. Issei, nervous, that's okay. But now let's focus on this. Ingvild, smiling, okay. Without wasting much time while Ingvild sang Lara controlled the dragons, I entered Inferno Drive and began to knock out many soldiers. Vala did the same entering Second Drive. So we began to finish off the soldiers while the dragons they had were controlled by Ingvild and attacked them. Vali, What a useful ability. Issei, yes, too much. Because of that I ended up watching 50 Shades of Grey at the cinema with Ingvild. Valley, I pity you. Ingvild was still singing when I realized that one of the soldiers wanted to attack her. At full speed I hit him. I took him by the neck and I told him, Issei, with the females of a dragon nobody messes. And without wanting to I burned him alive. Valley, you idiot, killed him. Issei, I'm sorry, but watch out Lavinia. Another of the soldiers was going to attack Lavinia, but in the blink of an eye Valley eliminated him. Issei, and you complain about me. Valley, let's finish the job once and for all. In an hour we had finished with all the soldiers, and everything was peaceful again. Issei, rest everyone. Valley, but we're already finished. The old man's army was nothing. Rias, that was only the first wave. Issei, correct. Ryzovim is sending his entire army in waves. This is to tire us out, and that at a certain moment we lose. The next wave was not long in coming. Another large group of soldiers arrived. Without giving them time we attacked. Now they did not bring a dragon but a golem. Vale, where does the old man get so many things? Issei, we will find out later. Fei Gogmagog. Lefay High Issei. A giant magic circle opened and from it came Gogmagog, my magician's pet. Without much trouble he shattered the golem, and began to attack the soldiers. Meanwhile, Ryzovim, no, they have to lose, it's just that we can't do anything. A soldier approached him. Soldier, Ryzovim-sama, there's something else. Ryzovim, I see, then bring the weakest, I'll show them what I have. In Kyoto, we finish with the second wave and rest. Issei, everything is going according to plan. Ryzovim doesn't know what to do anymore. Sona, you are a genius. I see. They all believed that the entire Alliance army would be here, but we are defeating them. Issei, Dulio and Michael are protecting the sky. Toby and Azazel are in charge of Grigori. In the underworld there are Serorg, Reiser, and there is also Dihauser Blyle, while in the rest of the factions the leaders and heroes are ready for anything with the armies. Sona hugs him. You are brilliant. Saji saw how Sona hugged me jealously, which made me feel uncomfortable, so I diverted my attention. Issei, according to how I have planned, the third and final wave will come before Ryzovim loses patience and decides to attack with what is left over from all the factions. Penemu, you have formulated everything well, dear. Issei, if he has another beast, the dragons of Ingvild and Gogmagog will finish him off. Everything is going perfectly. I shouldn't have said that, because the last wave arrived, but this time they looked more confident. A young man with red hair with 2 black gauntlets. I felt an evil aura coming out of him, so I prepared for whatever. I see, the Daburyudi, the hacker Yuku, Vritra, the bearer of the sacred demonic and most dangerous sword, for this Ryzovim-sama sent me. Issei, who are you? I introduced myself. I am Grendelberg, the bearer of the Grendel Buster. Internally, Drag, we felt the presence of an evil dragon. Bahamut, that's true. Issei, Grendel, I remembered. It's from Beowulf's poem. It's supposed to be an evil dragon. With Val, Albion, this boy is going to give us problems. Daniel, he is an evil dragon. Vala, I see, then we have to find a way to protect the others. Only Issei and I can face that guy. Grendel looked at them and said, Grendel, I don't like to play. Balance breaker. A dragon-like armor covered Grendel and he attacked us. Vala and I stood as protection in front of everyone, and Grendel launched himself to attack. We both responded by attacking as well. With Vala we gave him a shower of punches and kicks, and the fight seemed even. But we both knew that if he took out one, we would lose, so we remained even, but Grendel did not give up. We decided to use our strongest attacks to end the fight once and for all. Issei, Hellish Flames. Valley, Hellish Vanisher. Both attacks hit Grendel, who could barely defend himself and ended up crashed against a building, but he got up again. Grendel, they are more interesting than I thought. It will be fun to finish them. While this was going on, the rest were finishing off Ryzovim's soldiers, which wasn't that difficult. But now I was making a strategy to defeat him. But Grendel didn't give me much time to think. He created a giant supernova and launched it at Sona. At full speed I flew to save her, and I ended up stopping the supernova with Saji, him with his abortion line and me with Bahamut. Saji, I want you to know that I do this to protect my love. Issei, I know, I want to protect her too. Saji, I still can't believe you're with Kaicho. Issei, I'm sorry. Okay, I fell in love with her, you can't ask me not to. Saji, but at least she chose you. Issei, she did, but you don't have to drown in misery for being rejected. Saji, it's easy for you to say. Issei, it's not. Do you have any idea how many times I've been scared? I was scared after what happened with Ryanair. I was scared before I declared my love to Rias. I was scared when I told her that I liked all of them. I've always been scared, but knowing how to deal with it is what makes the difference. The same way with misery. I thought I would never have a girlfriend again after Reincarnation, but I fell in love again. No, everything is lost, Saji. You still have a chance. Saji, smiling. Sometimes I would like to stop trusting you, but so far you have not failed me. I will only ask you to make Kaicho happy. Issei, I will make Sona happy, I swear. Saji, then excuse me for acting like that at the wedding, friend. Issei, forgive me for having humiliated you, friend. We both smiled and finished absorbing the supernova. But now Vala was in trouble. It turns out that by provoking him, Grendel attacked Lavinia, and Vala was alone, so I took advantage and told Sona the plan. Saji helped me by catching Grendel by the leg while I rose to return his power with a blow. Grendel, you finally came back. Issei, I had to give you something. Longinus Smasher. I hit him in the abdomen, destroying part of his armor, and Vala kicked him that sent him straight to the ground, and we executed the plan. Issei, Jean, Kiba. Kiba, hi Issei-kun. Jean, as you wish, Anada. Both used their sacred gears to create swords around Grendel. But the point is that now they were dragon-slaying swords. Grendel received many cuts and was trapped there, while Vala and I watched him. Issei, where is he? Grendel, if you want to know something about Ryusoulger-sama, don't think I'll talk. Vala, talk at once if you don't want problems. Grendel, oh, I'm not in trouble, you are. Berserker. A lot of energy began to come out of Grendel's body, and he broke the swords. But of course the wounds remained. He attacked us, and it seemed his strength had increased, so Vala and I could barely contain him. Grendel attacked without problems. Kiba wanted to create more dragon slayers, but it was no use. Grendel was getting hurt, but I didn't care. Saji wanted to take him with his line, but Grendel simply took him and threw him to the ground. The rest were finishing off the soldiers. Vala and I attacked Grendel together, who still didn't seem to care what was happening to him, until I took out Ascalon from my boosted gear and attacked him with it, and Dark Blade. Ascalon's cut seemed to have made him react, because he stepped back a bit, while Vala and I attacked together. Vala/Issei, combined attack, Heavenly Flames. We both threw fire from our hands directly towards Grendel, and he couldn't defend himself, but from all the smoke. Grendel stood up again. Well, that was something bad, but at least I discovered that they are not weak. Besides that, I lost all the soldiers and they will all attack me now, while I'm going. Grendel opened a portal where he was leaving, but this time it was not going to be the same. Saji grabbed him with line and held him for a while. Ravel, Rias, Sarah and Sona took advantage of that moment to mark the territory with the seals, something that Grendel could not avoid. He finished leaving while we celebrated. We knew where Ryusoulger was, and now the Alliance would attack. Ryusoulger's Despair Part 1. Heaven, Grigori, Underworld, Asgard, Kyoto, Olympus, and the Land of Vampires. All the factions of the Alliance. Sorry if I forget any. We're preparing for what would be the last confrontation. Thanks to the plan I had made, we were able to find Ryusoulger's location. Now we would attack him. Possibly he would have already recovered from our fight in Lilith. Besides that, we had the problem that Grendel was with him. We did not know if he had other evil dragons. Besides that, Grendel was very powerful. There was a way to defeat him, but I did not want to use that power, much less now that I was at greater risk. When everyone was busy in Kyoto, I had an analysis done by the only person who knows this power so well, Obasan. Flashback. I was finishing analyzing myself when Obasan arrived, worried. Yasaka, this is worse than I thought. Issei, how bad am I? Yasaka, if you had accepted your power this would be nothing, but the analysis tells me that your power is at 90%. Use it one more time and it will finish consuming you when you least expect it. It will not be a surprise that out of nowhere one of these days you burst into flames without wanting to. Issei, can I do something to stop it? Yasaka, the inhibitors will no longer be of any use. The only thing left is to accept it. Issei, with tears, these hands are stained with blood and you ask me to accept that curse. Yasaka, you did not choose what power to be born. With Issei, no, I could not choose, and neither could Ayato. Issei cried while Yasaka hugged him. The girls who had arrived a little earlier only had one question now. Who was Ayato, and why did it hurt Issei so much? So much doubt generated them that when they were about to sleep before the attack they went to Yasaka's room. Yasaka, what are my boys' fiancés looking for? Rias, Obasan, we want to know, who is Ayato? Yasaka, oh, I see that Issei didn't tell you anything. Akeno, is it important? Yasaka, very important, since it is essential that you know about your boyfriend's twin brother, Ayato Hyoudou. The girls were stunned, They did not believe that Issei had a twin brother. Theories came to their heads, but the most reasonable was that he was evil. Asia, is he bad? Kaneko, that's why it hurts Senpai so much. Yasaka, serious, it would be good if at least he was evil. Zenovia, what does Obasan mean? Yasaka, Ayato is dead. The girls couldn't process what Yasaka was telling them, but with that lack of information she sent them back to their room. Now more doubts came to mind. How had Ayato died? End of flashback. In addition to preparing, I had marked Zenovia, Irina, Asia, Jean, Gabriel, Penemu, Ingvild and Akeno, so the rest were a little more jealous of this. But now the important thing now was to go stop Ryzovim once and for all. Meanwhile, Ryzovim, you're an idiot. Grendel, it's your fault they discovered us. Grendel, I don't care, I'll finish off the celestial dragons and you have the scared Gears Canceller. Ryzovim, that's true, but the entire army of your alliance will come. Grendel, then we'll kill them all. Ryzovim, it's not that simple, arrogant brat. Besides, I can't order them to attack. Grendel, why? Ryzovim, if I do they can attack us, and I'm not going to lose again. Grendel, it seems that losing against your grandson and the Daburyudi affected you. Ryzovim, never in my entire life had some brats humiliated me so much. Grendel, but they did great, although I didn't expect the Daburyudi to also be a dragon hunter. Ryzovim, is that a problem? Grendel, he could defeat me with that combined power, but it seems he won't use it. Ryzovim, I like that. With the alliance, the entire army was ready. There was only one thing left to do, order the attack. Vala and I were on our dragons, while all the warriors of the alliance waited for Lefay to open the portal. She was being helped by the dragons and Lavinia, and just as we planned, a giant portal opened, while the leaders spoke. Surzex, they threatened the peace we had until now. Azazel, also they sought to end this alliance that has brought us so many benefits. Michael, that is why now we will respond to their attack and end their holy war. We were all prepared and we went through the portal. A desert terrain rose before our eyes, where what stood out most was a mountain that seemed to be shaped like a castle, and they told me to threaten Ryzovim, this because the genius who had challenged him had been me. Issei, Ryzovim Levan Lucifer, your holy war ends here and now. Before us, Ryzovim looked at us with a smile. Ryzovim, how are you so sure of that? Issei, well, I exterminated your two best generals. We have frustrated all your attacks. Only you and Grendel remain. You no longer have a chance. Ryzovim, laughing, I would die first before surrendering to you. Grendel, yes. Ryzovim, finish them off, while the rest of my soldiers take care of their pathetic alliance. Between Inferno Drive and Val in Second Drive, it was the final battle against Grendel, while the alliance would fight against Ryzovim's army. His attack was not long in coming. Grendel entered Balance Breaker and attacked us directly, so Vala and I began our fight as an explosion alerted the entire alliance. Ryzovim's entire army was prepared for the attack. Surzex for the alliance. Azazel for peace. Michael, for all that is good. The three, this is Sparta. All the alliance soldiers launched an attack. Delio, Tobio, Serorg and the best warriors of each faction showed their best. And if you wonder what Issei's girls were doing, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko and Kuroka finished off as many soldiers as they could. The funny thing about this is that Akeno and Rias' powers had increased. Power of the Mark. Lefay and Roswise cast spells while helping to protect the wounded. Elmenhild and Ravel protected Asia so that she could heal the wounded. Penemu and Gabriel fought alongside Azazel and Michael. Seraphal froze everything around her while Sona supported her as she could. Jean, along with Zenovia and Irina, supported Kiba in close combat. Ingvild used her magic and great demonic power to keep out most of the soldiers who approached her, and Ophis just saw everything, and if someone approached her eliminated. That was the battle. But there was another problem. Ryzovim was also on the battlefield, but this time he had the leaders on top of him like new. Surzex attacked him with his destructive power, Michael with light discs and Azazel with light spears. It was the three of them against the great demon king. With Issei we moved away a bit so that Grendel wouldn't get in anyone's way, and our fight began. Vala and I tried to contain him, while Grendel attacked non-stop. Vala began to kick him to stop his blows while I responded by hitting him in the face. Grendel didn't seem to even flinch from our blows. I moved away a bit and shouted dragon shot at full power, while Vala also stepped back a bit. Grendel, that hurt me a little. Then I felt a blow to my abdomen that made me back up at high speed and made me crash into a rock that was back there. Vala divided his power while hitting him. Grendel, you will not be enough. Your friend Daburyudi could not take it anymore. Issei, who told you that I gave up? I arrived at full speed while I grabbed him by the neck and threw him to the ground with all my strength. Grendel quickly stood up and punched me in the face, which luckily I was able to block with my fist in time. Vala kicked him in the ribs, which caused Grendel to spit blood and get angry. Only next was an aerial battle. Punches and kicks came from all sides while red, blue and brown lights shone in the sky. They were our auras while we fought. Although we landed most of our blows on Grendel, he seemed not to flinch. His resistance was abnormal. We continued hitting him in the air without getting results until, filled with anger, Vala and I hit him in the face at the same time and broke his helmet. Grendel, wow, they destroyed my helmet. That deserves some applause, or better. Grendel hit us both, sending us back to the ground. Taking advantage of the fact that Grendel was flying at full speed, I summoned Dark Blade and approached. Issei, 1,000 divine cuts, infernal cut. I had taken one of my most dangerous attacks to a new level. Grendel fell to the ground with cuts and burning in dark fire. He barely had time to get up because Vala appeared with Blue Blade at that moment. Vala, fangs of the beast. Several cuts of blue flames covered Grendel, leaving him wounded, while I arrived from behind with Ascalon, and before he could move any further I cut off his arm. Grendel screamed in pain. Grendel, I thought you wouldn't have a dragon slayer with you. Nothing matters anymore. Final Berserker. Having his helmet destroyed, we saw how his entire body was covered in brown rays, and fangs grew out of him, while his pupils turned completely white, and with a monstrous voice, Grendel told us, I knew that if I used this power one more time I would die, but at least I will take one of you with me. He gave Vala a blow that sent him far away, and I began to choke him on the ground. Grendel, I would like to see how your partners react when they see me kill you. Issei, I have to think of something to make him let go. Shit. I'll have to use it one last time. I opened my hand, but not to launch any of my attacks. With the experience of the previous battle, I knew that even if I hurt him, Grendel was not going to stop, so I deactivated my helmet and one of my gloves, and at the sight of Grendel my eyes turned red while my palm lit up in fire of the same color. It was my only effective weapon against the dragon. Issei, test the power of the hunter. I expelled a large amount of fire from my hand, completely burning Grendel, who let go of me while screaming in pain. Grendel, this hurts so much. Since the battle of Rise of Him, he heard the cry of the evil dragon and saw it in flames. Rise of Him, what do I do? Wasn't I supposed to not use it? With Issei, the fire that covered Grendel began to clear while his arm, the stump of the cut, much of his face, and his chest continued to burn. Grendel, this burns a lot. Issei, smiling, I hope you like the fire specialized in killing dragons. Grendel, put it out. Issei, I don't want to. Grendel began to writhe on the ground. Issei, only water with temperatures 100 times lower than absolute zero can put it out, and Vala arrived at that moment. Vali, if you don't like the hunter's fire, try the primal demons. Vala threw his blue flames at him, which also burned, while Grendel writhed in pain trying to put out the fire. Vala and I healed ourselves with phoenix tears. Grendel stopped burning at that moment. The fire had consumed much of his skin and disfigured his face. Angrier and emanating more power, he came to attack us again. This time we stopped him together, while we realized that he was making small cuts all over his body. But it wasn't us. Grendel only attacked with rage. From the previous battle we only knew that even if he was bleeding he would continue fighting. So we had no choice but to defend ourselves. Grendel hit us with his only arm and kicked us as much as he could, while Vala divided his power and I absorbed it. At that moment we both cut him with our sacred gears on the chest, making him angrier, increasing his power and bleeding more. We only had to resist, although it was very difficult because of the speed with which he hit. But at the right moment I found an opening and cut him with Ascalon on the chest. Grendel bled a lot from there and had much more damage. Vala began to throw fireballs at him. With his power of primal demon, Grendel's anger increased more while we saw his entire body full of blood. Seriously, corpse party is left dumb after seeing how Grendel was. But he only wanted to kill us. Vala and I began to dodge his blows as much as we could, and before he got closer to us he spat out blood and his aura disappeared completely, and his eyes returned to normal. The blood loss had affected him, and in front of us he collapsed and couldn't get up anymore. While the aura of his scared gear also faded, not only had Grendel Bird died, Grendel the evil dragon had died. We got out of there. The battlefield looked very bad, but we found Asia, who healed us of our wounds. I hadn't realized that I had a broken arm. We hid for a while Asia healed us, but it wasn't the end. because only the final obstacle remained, Rise of Him. Rise of Him's Despair Part 2. Flashback. A woman was packing her things while crying, and she caressed her little white-haired son's face and said, "Woman," crying, "soon we will leave here." Vala. Vala, crying, "It's okay, Mom." Vala's mother crying, "Yes, we will be free." Vala Lucifer, the descendant of the original Lucifer, right now was with his mother about to leave that horrible life. Of course, that's what they thought. Although Vala's father was not the best, he was not a bad father either. But he was murdered by his grandfather Rizavim Levan Lucifer, and only lived with his mother. He was going to escape with her since his grandfather was insane and tortured them every day. He made Vala train until he was tired, while he mistreated and beat his mother. That's why now they were looking for a way to escape. But just at that moment, Rizavim entered. "Rizavim, did you want to escape from me?" "Vali, get away from us." "Rizavim, you won't leave." "Leave us alone already, you damn monster." "Rizavim, don't talk to me like that, you dirty human." And he slapped him. Vala tried to tackle him while saying, "Vala, leave her alone." Albion, divine dividing. That was the first time he awakened his sacred gear, while trying to contain his grandfather. "Vali, go away, Mom." "But what about your son?" "Vali, it doesn't matter, go." Vala's mother escaped while Vala was still trying to restrain his grandfather. Azazel helped Vala's mother a short time later, erasing her memory, and she was able to live in peace. But for Vala it was not like that. He suffered from his grandfather's blows daily, in addition to being trained to become stronger. Shortly after, Vala was able to escape shortly after, despite being forced to join the Chaos Brigade. Although this hid it from Azazel, who helped him grow and become stronger. Vala told this to Issei while they were training in the dimensional gap, while Issei pitied him. "Issei, I'm sorry I can't tell you everything that happened to me, but you would hate me if I told you." And right now Vala was ready to finish off his grandfather. End of flashback. We were finishing recovering with the help of Asia's balance breaker. While trying to formulate some plan to finish off Rise of Him, all we had were our powers that did not depend on sacred gears. If so, I was at a disadvantage. I only had Ascalon, because I did not plan to use my hunter power ever again. Vala could use the power of the primal demon, but he lacked training to use it well. Since in itself it was destructive, but without the proper knowledge it was dangerous, still nothing came to mind. We were not strong enough to go directly to Rise of Him and finish him off, so we would have to attack from a distance. But for now, just trust the leaders to stop him. It was that or have to give our all. Our dragons continued to exterminate more of Rise of Him soldiers. It was surprising how powerful they were, but they needed some support, so Vala and I tried something new. Vala/Issei, wyverns. Many magic circles opened and from them came out 4 small dragons, one red, one white, one black and one blue, exactly the color of our sacred gears. It was the technique that we had practiced in the dimensional gap. Summoned small dragons at our command. These went directly to help Blackie and Fong, had solved part of the problem. But we still did not have a solution for Rise of Him and the leaders were getting tired. It was time to act instead of thinking so much. Issei, come on. Vala, do you have a plan? Issei, fight him until we can no longer raise our fists. Vala smiling, then let's go. We both flew towards the leaders, and made our presence known to Rise of Him with a combined attack. Vala/Issei, combined attack, dragon fragmentation. A shower of blasts with the combined power of Vala and me fell on Rise of Him. Rise of Him. They finally appear, my hateful grandson and the Dabururyudi. We both saw it quite upset. Surzex, Azazel and Michael were very tired while Rise of Him had some quite deep wounds. We got close to them. Issei/Vala, we took care of it. Surzex, but Issei-kun, the sacred gear canceller. Issei, I'll solve it. Azazel, Vala, are you sure? Vala, what kind of son would I be if I can't protect you, old man? Azazel smiled and stepped back a bit. Vala and I began to surround Rise of Him and shoot our best attacks at him. It looked like a Star Wars movie. Rise of Him was just defending himself while Vala and I kept attacking. It was frustrating not being able to get close to give him our most powerful attacks, since as soon as we got close Rise of Him would cancel our armor and attack us. It was the only thing we had. So we didn't give up on our attack. Vala, I'm fed up with you, old man. Power of the Primal Demon Phase 2. I stepped back a bit while Vali attacked Rise of Him with his lightning. There was noticeable anger in Vala's voice. He could finally get revenge for everything he did to him and his mother. But I knew that his power was not enough, and that it wouldn't last long. I had to think of something quickly, until inside me I found my answer. Issei, what can we do? Drake, partner unlocks a new ability. Issei, how? Bahamut. After we fought against Grendel, this was unlocked. Drake, apparently your will to defeat him and move on made it unlock. Issei, what is it or what does it do? Drake, it's penetrate. It can destroy any shield or magic barrier, and makes whoever put the barrier can't summon it anymore. Issei, that's bucking opportune. But I have to attack him at the right time. If I fail, we will be doomed. I began to charge power while Vala continued to attack Rise of him. From my glove came something similar to the tip of a sword, which was filled with energy. I charged more power and quickly approached Rise of him, who had pushed Valley away. Rise of him saw me and smiled. Rise of him, Gabriel, you the idiot. Do you know that once you get close it will destroy your armor and you too? Issei, dragon that passes through any barrier, destroys the one in front of you. Penetrate. To his surprise, my glove collided directly with his sacred gears, cancelling barrier. Vala saw it, surprised too. Rise of him was even more surprised when his barrier began to crack. Rise of him, I am possible. Issei, this is the power of the Daburo Yudi. Never give up. Everyone turned their attention to our fight, and were stunned to see that I was breaking Rise of him's barrier. My girlfriend started to support me as well as my friends. All, you can do it, I see. Kiba, come on Issei-kun. Gasper, don't give up senpai. The leaders, come on Issei-kun. A bright light blinded them all for a few seconds, but when their sight returned they saw how Rise of him was unable to speak from the surprise. I had destroyed his barrier. Penetrate disappeared after that, and I looked at him. Issei, I've wanted to do this since the attack on Lilith. Longinus Smasher. One of my most powerful attacks hit him in the face, sending him crashing into a rock. I had destroyed Rise of him's greatest strength, and therefore his confidence as well. When he got up, he no longer had his mocking smile. He looked very angry. Vala stood by my side as we watched him. Vala, let's finish him once and for all. Issei, for a bright future for the factions. Valley, and to protect our loved ones. Issei, we will not give up, and we will surpass the limits of our own power. Issei/Vala, synchronization of the celestial dragons. Both of us expelled a large amount of aura while it remained paired. Rise of him, damn brats, you'll see. I'll finish you. Without giving him time, Vala and I launched ourselves into the attack. We began to hit him, with our fists charged with power. Rise of him also attacked us with his demonic power, but the combined blows of Vala and me seemed to really damage Rise of him. We moved away a little and Rise of him could not move. It was Gasper's sacred gear. Added to this, Kiba and Jean created swords with their sacred gears. These swords made several cuts to Rise of him. He only attacked from all sides, while Vala and I charged. A stronger attack, and we quickly released it. Issei/Vala, combined attack, heavenly flames. All our power hit him full on. Rise of him got up again to attack us, while Vala and I responded with all our power. We were determined to finish him off, so while Rise of him prepared to charge his most powerful attack, we did the same. Our friends did their best to reduce his attack, a plan that was successful, since Rise of him could not finish charging his attack, while Valley and I rose. Issei, with the force of gravity and speed this will hurt him more. Vala, let's finish him off once and for all. Issei/Vala, heavenly strike. At great speed we both went towards Rise of him with our fists stretched out. This blow carried all our power. Gasper stopped Rise of him so he could not put up barriers. We hit the direct blow in Rise of him's abdomen, but the speed and force was so much that Rise of him was thrown back. But of course, we still had our fist sunk in his abdomen, and we pushed him more, while we destroyed everything. Rise of him received all the impacts of the ground in addition to our strength, and yet, he continued to curse us. Rise of him, you will never defeat me, brats. Vala/Issei, this is for all the damage you caused. We will finish you. Our auras increased much more, while our power burned stronger, so much so that with the blow we pierced Rise of him's abdomen, and he ended up crashing into a mountain. The rest of the Alliance army finished off the few remaining Chaos Brigade soldiers, and they all surrounded the badly wounded Rise of him. Issei, it's over. Vala, you can't do any more. The leaders looked at Rise of him, who could barely move, but this river. Sirzex, what's so funny? Azazel, you lost. Rise of him, not yet. A magic circle opened beneath him, and he disappeared again. Vala and I tried to catch up, but we couldn't reach him. Issei, damn it! He escaped again. Sirzex, never mind Issei-kun, we'll capture him later. For now we won, and peace will return. Sirzex was right, we had finished Rise of him's war, and we had won. Azazel hugged a tired Vala. Azazel, you did well, son. Valis shed a silent tear of happiness as he reciprocated Azazel's hug, while I deactivated my armor and rested on Ophus's lap and she caressed my head. Ophus, you did well, I see. Issei, thanks little dragon, although my whole body hurts. Ophus, whispering, you will mark me after this. Issei, whispering, you will see why I am a celestial dragon. She blushed and I smiled. Issei, it's been a while since I saw that beautiful blush. Surzex came over to talk to me a while later. Surzex, Issei-kun, I wanted to talk to you about something special. It would be preferable if it was in front of Rias and the others. I called my girlfriends and they sat next to me. Rias, what's wrong, Oni-sama? Surzex, I wanted you all to be present to announce that Issei-kun will be promoted to Supreme Class Devil and will have his own set of evil pieces. Everyone was surprised, but me more. Why did I deserve this? Issei, but Surzex-sama, I do not deserve it. Azazel arrived at that moment along with Michael. Azazel, the hero of the underworld, of heaven, of Grigori, of Kyoto, as well as the pillar of peace of the factions. Michael, the heroic dragon that fills children with hope. Surzex, and now together with Valakuen, hero of the Second Holy War, you have done things that no other being in your position would dare to do, and you have always surpassed your limits to help us. Michael, you deserve this more than anyone. Issei-kun. Issei, I really thank you very much. Surzex, oh, and another thing. Issei, what's wrong? Surzex, we also agreed that it would be best if a few days after your promotion, your engagement party be and a month later you get married. I was stunned by Surzex's words while my girls hugged me tighter and were happy. Sona, I would like to ask you something. Surzex-sama. Surzex, what's wrong, Sona-chan? Surzex, I was wondering if my entourage could have one last rating game against the Gremry entourage before Ise is promoted. Surzex, I don't see the problem. Rias, it will be the game to say goodbye to my cute pawn. I just smiled as usual. We all went back home to rest, and then we decided to prepare for my last rating game as Rias Gremry's pawn. Peace had returned to my life. What I didn't know is that it would last very little. Elsewhere, Goto watched happily as Chris and Trent polished their swords. McAllister sheathed his. Axel and Hanabu watched them, waiting for them. Goto, that was amazing, and the wait was finally over. Chris, I was getting tired of waiting. Trent, yes, we will test his strength. McAllister, not only that, we will take the head of the dragon Ouroboros. Hanabu, aren't you worried that he wants to protect her? Axel, there's a reason I left Goto in charge of this mission. Goto, and he did well, because I'm the only one who can control him. Goto stretched out his hand and from a magic circle came a stone tablet with letters in Welsh, Hebrew, Greek and Latin. Goto looked at it smiling. Goto, Red Death will once again shed blood all over this place. The other hunters put on backpacks in addition to their swords. Axel, what will you do with your wife and daughter? Goto, serious. After getting Ophus's head and fixing my nephew's problems, I will bring them with me. All the hunters saw the snow falling outside the mountain where they were while they activated their powers and their bodies began to give off fire. They all flew out of there propelled by the fire. While Goto came out at the end and while smiling evilly said, Goto, the game of being the hero of the underworld is over. Issei. Goto caught up with the other hunters who were heading to one place, Kuoh. Prologue 7. The hunters arrived at Kuoh faster than they had planned and hid in the forest. There was only one person who went out to the outskirts of the city. Goto, it's been a while since I came here. Goto walked through the streets at night without raising suspicions, while appreciating everything, until he entered a dark alley where a woman spoke to him. Enough of this, Goto. Goto, why would I do it? It's wrong for you to do it. You don't know how much Goto has suffered already. That's why I will do it, the suffering of anger. Then don't ask why he hates you. Goto, you didn't want to teach me how to do my job, Yasaka. Besides, what are you doing here? Yasaka, I knew you would come, I felt it. Your presence, and that of the other hunters. Goto, well, that doesn't matter. You know well that he needs me. His power is getting out of control, and you more than anyone know it, dear. Yasaka, Goto, I assumed you wouldn't say anything, you know I'm right. Yasaka began to walk away from him. Goto, tell Kuno that I won't be able to go, but that we'll be together soon. Yasaka, your daughter is more than disappointed in you. Goto Hyoudou. Goto, I should have guessed. Yasaka left while Goto looked at the sky. Goto, but this is necessary. Meanwhile, in the underworld, most people were looking at us closely. The news had been announced that I would be promoted and that it would be our last game against the Citri clan. So now we were in that, and I was fighting with Saji at that time. Issei, don't think you'll beat me, Saji. Saji, we'll see about that, Hyoudou. I attacked him in perfect Sakale mail, so he would have to go all out. Plus the rest were fighting against Sona's entourage. Everything seemed to be calm. The rest of my girlfriends supported me from the podium. I was smiling until. Don't think you've gotten rid of me, Issei. That voice echoed in my head, and because I wasn't concentrating, Saji hit me, but I didn't get up. Issei, what else do you want from me? Get out of my head. You know very well that I will never do it. You are a monster that only destroys what you see. Issei, I am a hero. Enough of playing the hero. Issei, you are not 10 years old anymore. What do you know about me? I didn't realize that in front of everyone I had deactivated my armor, and I was with my hands on my head while Issei said, I am not a monster, I am not a monster. It started to get really hot. While everyone stopped and stared at me, Saji wanted to get closer. Seijo, Hyoudou, are you okay? Issei, I'm not a monster, I'm not a monster. Kiba, Saji-kun, stay away. Kiba pulled him back and did it at the perfect moment, because without warning I began to expel fire from my entire body. And it was not normal fire, it was hunter's fire. The amount of fire I was expelling was abnormal, and I screamed in pain. The damage was not physical, it was mental. The entire underworld was stunned. Until a while ago the game was being carried out as normal, and now this was happening. Sona, sister, Ingvild-san. Ingvild/Seraphol, yes. The two entered and joined with Sona, and using their magic they created a magic circle over me. The three, go lower than absolute zero. Water came out of that magic circle, very cold water, too cold. That water began to extinguish my flames until I was left intact again. I fell after that and the game was cancelled. They had contained me for the moment, but I did not know when it would happen again. Presentation. Go to Hyoudou, age 40 years. He is a dragon hunter from one of the most powerful families of hunters, as well as being Gada's brother, Issei, and Ayato's uncle, Yasaka's husband and Kuna's father. Chris, age 17 years. A very energetic and sadistic hunter. He only looks for fights and burns anyone who challenges him alive. He has been waiting to fight Issei. Trent, age 17 years. A very skilled and intelligent hunter. He plans his movements well, although he is very good at fighting and knows how to handle more than one weapon. McAllister, age 20 years. A hunter who kills his prey in very refined ways, as well as being the classiest of all. Axel, age 21 years. The leader of the dragon hunters. Just because there was no young heir of the Hyoudou family and the Dragneel family, the two most powerful, is very calculating and has a lot of potential. Hanabu, age 37 years. He is a hunter of few words but quite effective. When it comes to killing he does not pity anyone, and no one who has faced him has come out alive. If all hunters have red eyes by nature, and have the same powers as Issei, fire in Gear 1, lightning in Gear 2 and energy in Gear 3. These are the enemies that Issei has to face. And yes, I know it's a bit short, but I wanted to make the introductions and a bit of a prologue before this arc. The Dragon Slayer. All I see is darkness, nothing more. It feels thick, as if I could not move in it, but I realized I was trapped in tentacles made of dark matter. Suddenly they took me to a mirror, where I saw my red eyes. Seeing them only gave me a horrible desire to tear them out. I knew what red eyes meant. I did not want to be. I closed my eyes crying, but I should not have opened them again. The next thing I saw were the corpses of everyone I knew at my feet, while I saw myself standing on them with the dark Ascalon and dark matter all over my body. But the worst of this was that I was smiling, and the blood all of them smeared my hands. I could not believe it. It was too much, until everything went black again and I heard a voice. Do you see that you will never get rid of me? Issei, shut the buck up. The voice just started laughing, and I woke up with a start. I was greeted by Ophus's lips. Ophus, are you okay? You're sweating cold, and you look very scared. I hugged her and pressed her to my chest. Issei, it was just a nightmare. Ophus, are you anxious because tomorrow you'll be named an ultimate class devil? Issei, a little. Ophus, I'm happy. After that we'll have our engagement party, and then we'll get married. Issei, it seems like it was the dream of your whole life. Ophus, well, it is. My dream since I've known you is to marry you. Issei, let's go back to sleep. Ophus, Ophus, it's okay. Being hugged by Ophus and my other girlfriends, I could sleep peacefully again. Meanwhile in Kyoto, Yasaka thought and thought but seemed to have no answer, and Kuna looked at her worried. Yasaka, we have to find a way to stop your father. Kuna, but how will we do it? Yasaka, we have very little time. He will look for him after the promotion ceremony. Kuna, why did he wait until this moment to appear? Yasaka, crying, I don't know. That Goto Hyoudou is not the man I fell in love with. He is not your father. He is not that kind, happy and gentle man. Now there is only a murderer in there. Kuna, I miss Dad so much, the one who played with me and bought me candy with the hunters. Axel, so I despise you? Goto, I don't understand women, but whatever, I'll prepare everything to go after Issei. Axel, fine. Go to left with Chris and Trent, who are sharpening their swords. Chris, I'm too excited. Trent, me too. But can I ask now, why did it take us so long? Go to. It was necessary for him to be promoted to Supreme Class Devil. McAllister arrived at that moment. McAllister, how are you so sure that he would promote him? Or that he wanted the promotion? Go to. He is a Hyoudou in addition to having Dragneel blood. If he did not aspire to the highest, he would be a disappointment to the family. Trent, aren't you going to see your brother? Go to. What a good joke, brat. If my brother sees me around here, I'm sure that he and his wife would cut off my head before I got near Issei. Of course, if they could. Chris, they must hate him quite a bit. Go-to-san. Go to. I'm not here for them to love me. With Issei. I woke up very early. I took a bath. I got ready while Rias, Akeno and Asia prepared a special breakfast for me. Today was the day they promoted me to Supreme Class Devil. So everything had to be fine. We finished breakfast and went to the underworld. In Serzek's castle, the high command of the underworld was waiting for us, less Sarah, who came with me, in addition to my friends and the leaders of the other factions. Serzek's, Hyoudou Issei, you were called here for your promotion to Supreme Class Devil. We decided to avoid giving you a test because we consider it would be unfair to the participant who has to face you. Issei, as you say, Serzek-sama. Ajuka approached me, and in front of everyone with her magic she took away my pawn pieces and gave all her power to a king piece she had. The pawns returned to normal, therefore Rias could use it again. Ajuka, Rias Gremory, I returned the pawns you used to reincarnate Hyoudou Issei. They are back in use. You can have new servants with this. While you Hyoudou Issei, you will live from now on as a Supreme Class Devil. Issei, I understand. The king piece entered my chest and I felt how it filled me with power. After a while, Ajuka made me follow him to his workshop and said, Ajuka, I need you to create a sphere with your power. Issei, okay. I created a sphere of power and Ajuka took it away. I was waiting for almost an hour for Ajuka to return. He came back with a wooden box. Ajuka, in this box are your evil pieces, Issei-kun. Use them carefully because they are very special. Issei, special? Ajuka, besides demon aura, they have aura of your 2 dragons and dragon slayer. Issei, can we omit the last thing? Ajuka, why? If almost the entire underworld knows it. Issei, unfortunately it is like that. Thank you for the evil pieces, Ajuka-sama. Once I returned to the main floor, the girls received me very happily. Rias, I'm proud of you, Issei. Akeno, Era, you surpassed me, Issei. Kaneko, Issei Senpai has always been the best. Asia, now I can go with you, Issei-san. Zenobia, I say the same as Asia. Irina, you did it, darling. Jean, you are the best. Anata. Ross, I also want to go with you, Issei-kun. Ravel, like Mom said, I am a free bishop, Issei-sama. Kuroka, your advance is incredible, Issei-naya. Lefay, yes it is, because Issei-sama is incredible. Sarah, you are getting closer to me every time, Issei-chan. Sona, I am also very proud of you, Issei. Gabriel, despite being an angel, I feel very happy for you. Penemu, nobody compares to you, Issei. Almenhild, for you I would become a demon, Issei-sama. Ingvild, I want to be with you, Issei-sama. Ophis, you have always aspired to the highest, and you've always succeeded. Issei, you have encouraged me to improve myself. We were affectionate for a while, and then I went to talk to my friends. Vali, it seems you reached my status, Issei. Issei, don't be an idiot, Vala. Kiba, your effort has taken you here. Issei, I know, Kiba, you helped me reach it. Gasper, Senpai, you are great. Issei, if you try hard you can do it too. Gasper, Saji, you surpassed me again. Hyoudou Issei, keep trying, Saji. After that we celebrated my promotion for a while. But something more serious happened between Vala and I. I was talking to him on the balcony. Issei, hey, can I ask you a favor? Vali, whatever you want, you're my best friend after all. Issei, if one day I get out of control and hurt someone important, please kill me. Vala didn't say anything else after that, and we decided to act as if that conversation hadn't happened. Moments later we returned home. After this the girls were excited. In just 3 more days it would be our engagement party, so they couldn't sleep. They were in the dilemma of what they would wear, what they would say, and worse, what I would say. It seemed that my peaceful life had returned, so much so that I enjoyed it as much as I could. But during the nights I took the inhibitors as much as I could. I was still scared after what had happened in the game against Sona, so I didn't want to risk it. There were 2 days left for the party, and that night I went out very late with Ophis to buy candy. She wanted candy because of the excitement, and I decided to buy it for her. After having paid everything, we left the store with a very large bag of candy. When we left we met Rias, Sona, Ravel and Sarah. who had gone to look for us. Rias, it's getting late. Issei, sorry. Sona, let's go now, it will dawn soon. Sarah, yes, Sotan is right. Ravel, let's go now. Issei, yes, let's go. I was walking at 5 at night, but then I felt a presence, as well as a pressure on my chest. That presence is one that I would have liked to never feel again. Rias, Issei, are you okay? I gave her the bag. Issei, go back home quickly. Sona, but what is happening? Issei, I only asked you this once, go back home and don't ask any more questions. I activated my 2 sacred gears and I got away from them to the depths of one abandoned alley. I followed that aura, wishing with all my heart to be wrong. Unfortunately, it wasn't like that. On the roof of an abandoned building were 2 boys about my age, one with red hair and the other with white hair, both with red eyes. I knew them, I said reluctantly. Issei, Trent, Chris. Trent, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Issei, Chris. Yes, I was bored of not having anyone to fight. Both of them looked at me wanting to fight. Come on guys, have some fashion. 3LS. Issei, angry. McAllister, I'm happy to see you too. Issei. The 3 of them looked at me ready to attack me, until someone else spoke. I was right, you were here. Issei, Axel. Yes, the very leader of the Dragon Slayers. Issei, you're just a replacement. Axel, replacement for a coward who just found Hanabu. A bigger man with white hair appeared behind me. I recognized him. He was the one who attacked me years ago when I woke up Drang and Bahamut. Issei, you, Hanabu. I'm glad to see your growth. Issei. I knew there were only 6 hunters left. That only left one thing. It was easy to find you. Issei, furious. Damn, go to. It's not a way to call your uncle. But oh well, it doesn't matter. Trent, Chris is all yours. Both of them launched themselves to attack me with their swords. I protected myself with Bahamut as best I could. But I realized the disadvantage Issei was at. Ascalon. I began to defend myself with both swords while trying to give them some good kicks. But they both attacked very quickly. Chris attacked very quickly while Trent made precise cuts. I knew that those swords could not touch me. If they did, I would be in serious trouble. It was that I found a blind spot in Chris, and I kicked him in the face. But it seemed as if it would not affect him. Chris, you disappoint me. Issei. He hit me in the face that made me lose my balance, while Trent took advantage and kneed me in the stomach, making me spit blood. Trent kicked Ascalon away from me, and I fell to my knees. Both pointed their swords at my neck. Go to, you disappoint me. Issei. Tears came out of my face. Issei, I know, I'm weak. I'm sorry girls. Find someone better and stronger than me. Before the cut, many swords came out around me. Jean, don't talk nonsense, Anata, there is no one better than you. Kiba, we will help you. Issei-kun. Jean attacked Chris while Kiba attacked Trent. McAllister went to attack, but Irina stopped him with her Excalibur. Irina, this angel of Michael-sama, I will make them regret having hurt darling. Hanabu wanted to attack me, but Durandal blocked it. Zenobia, we will never leave you alone. Axel couldn't move, it was Gasper's sacred gear, and I saw the rest of my girlfriends there besides Vala, who was attacking Axel from a distance. But instead of being happy, he was upset. Issei, what are you doing here? Vala, help you. Issei, I'm not asking, I'm upset with you. Rias, why? We came to help you. Issei, this is my problem. I'm going to solve it. Akeno, you matter to us. That's why we want to help you. Issei, would you help me if you left? Kiba, they were beating you up. Issei-kun. Kuroka, they were going to kill you. Goto, they're wrong. He's a very valuable monster. Issei, shut the buck up. I went to attack him, but Goto hit me. Then he grabbed my head and slammed me into the ground. Goto, it's rude of you to treat your girls like that. All I see, I woke up bleeding. Issei, don't come, this is a family conflict. Goto threw me towards an abandoned factory and all my friends went to help me. Ingvild, Issei-sama, are you okay? Issei, why did they come? Gabriel, to help you, Seraphal told us. Issei, you have no chance. Valley, activate your balance breaker at once. Issei, it's useless, they are dragon hunters. They can't do anything against them. Everyone was stunned by what I said. Issei, that's why I didn't attack them. And that bastard is Kuna's father, my father's brother, Goto Hyoudou. That left them more shocked. But at that moment the hunters arrived, but with Gear 1 activated, and with their fire they made them retreat, while they kept me at the center of them, and kept my friends away. They looked at me helplessly, because now that they knew they were dragon hunters they could not attack lightly. Meanwhile Goto took out a stone tablet from a magic circle. Goto, everything is ready. Now, I was locked between the hunters who would not let me out. Goto, translated from Welsh it says, Celestial Red Dragon, who burns with your eternal fire and tears them apart with your golden claws stained with the blood the color of your scales. I recognized what he was reciting, and I tried to get closer to him. Issei, shut up. Goto, translated from Hebrew it says, Black Infernal Dragon, you trap the lost souls and let them burn eternity in the fire of the Tartar, calcinating them, with flames the color of your scales. I felt the hunter's fire cover me, and heal all my wounds. Issei, enough, I'll do whatever you want but stop reciting that. Goto, translated from Greek it says, the legendary dragons that instilled terror ordered you to be completely free in this mortal body and to give me total control. I felt my mind breaking, and my fire increasing. Issei, enough please. Goto, translated from Greek says, let the eternal fire burn, 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 let the eternal fire burn. Issei, stop. Goto, venite ad mortem ruber, translated from Latin it says, come to my red death. I screamed, and began to expel a lot of power. The girls saw me worried but could not get closer. At that moment my mind was lost. In front of everyone Issei stopped breathing fire and stood up. All excited, I see. They thought that Goto's plans had failed. But when Issei looked up they saw that he was smiling and that his eyes were red. Rias wanted to approach him, but Issei quickly backed away, and then went to Goto. Everyone thought that he would fight with him. But Issei bowed. Issei, it's been a while since I felt like this, Mr. Goto, I know, but now introduce yourself, it's fun. Issei, whatever. Issei stood in front of his friends and smiled in an evil way. Issei, hello everyone, my name is Red Death. I am the most powerful dragon hunter that exists. My goal is to kill Ophis Ouroboros and the Great Red, and I have the power to do it. Whoever gets in my way will die with them. Issei took Ascalon and it caught fire, as he headed where Ophis, Rias, Yuto, Kiba, Hai. Kiba began to create many swords towards Issei, but with a single movement of his sword he destroyed them completely. Kiba approached to attack him, confident in knowing his skill with the sword, but he was surprised to see that Issei could easily overcome him by breaking his sacred demonic sword. Kiba took Gram, but Issei charged his flames and split Gram in half. Kiba looked at him astonished. Issei, it is the best that Rias Gremry's knight has, you are pathetic. While Issei looked at Kiba with a half repulsion. After this he kicked him in the ribs causing him to crash against the nearest wall. No one believed it. While Issei released his power to intimidate them, which he achieved, Valley used his second breaker and attacked Issei. But just by lighting his palm on fire and hitting him hard in the abdomen he destroyed all his armor and hurt him. Issei, are you an idiot? A dragon came straight to finish him off, stupid. But then Lefay transported them all away from there. Go to Issei. Issei, I know, I never lose a prey. While an evil smile appeared on his face. Opening, you know things are really serious when they play the opening at the end. New opening. When the piano starts we only see Issei with his eyes closed, and when the music gets louder Issei opens his eyes. But now they are red. Kaze J Sanaka o hat. Shizuku wa ito o tsutat. Get up mi o samashite yo. Get down Mao Mamanaku. Issei sees how happy she is now, while walking around Kuoh. Nigai o moji enai okashite chishio enai nate. Sono mi enai matada kuro kumori naku subit o furiharo yo enai. Issei begins to run away from Goto's shadow until it disappears. Siren wa Yurihara no SOS. Hayakuti wa kure disu yo chikazu kanakya mienai kazuna nanti at nakut. Issei walks more nervously while he sees how all his loved ones move away. Little by little, Bokura ayame tabi no tochu. Dashite ayame izukadansa. Somebody just help me out. Issei sees the shadow again, but he can no longer escape and a prison locks him up. Kaneo yakasokadori. Hibiwarita sekaida. With his last strength Issei tries to reach his girlfriend's hands, but when he can't he just crouches down touching her head. Let's die this world. Even I can't grab this sword all I need is getting strong. We can catch the game Makanai de Yomi and I Atsada Sabit Oora Mikata. And I Keep we can catch the game. Now Issei has his evil gaze as he starts throwing fireballs at the underworld and fights with his friends, who are just trying to stop him. Kaze J Sanaka o hat. Kokai wa mu no wagatsu. Don't give up. Shikaden and Dio level down. Ayame Kaso level up level up level up. Makara no Karaida to sure. Hanaketa Amachua and I dozo it's real. Kami no mi zo sure Hanashir no Suji. An illusion of him appears to Issei's girlfriends, while they try to reach him, but they can't do anything. Terashidasi yo Sozadori. Sono kage wa manaida. The girls watch Issei walk away while smiling evilly. Let's die this world. Even I can't grab this sword all I need is getting strong. We can catch the game Makanai de Yomi and I Atsada Sabit Oora Mikata. And I Keep we can catch the game. Issei continues destroying everything out of control while even the leaders try to contain him, but they can't. Solo. During the solo Issei attacks everything with his power while enjoying the destruction. Let's die this world. Even I can't grab this sword all I need is getting strong. We can catch the game. Makanai de yomi anayat sutta sabit oora mikata anai keet sono mikata o keet sashite marai o keet. We can catch the game. Issei continues fighting with everyone, beating them up while destroying the entire underworld. In the final piano notes, Issei watches everything burning from a distance, and with a smile, Kanazga named Muerte Roja. They all arrived at Surzek's palace. He saw them surprised. Surzek, what happened? Rias, those hunters, they have Issei. Surzek, do they have him? Sona, he called himself Red Death. Rias, I remember he told me that hunter had massacred almost his entire clan. Surzek, for now rest, we will solve that later. They obeyed the Demon King and went to rest. It would dawn soon. With Issei, he was with the hunters inside the forest. Trent, how will you catch them? Issei, that's easy. The magician took them to the underworld. They are idiots. They think they will be safe there. They don't know that no one is safe when they are hunted by Red Death. Chris, I miss that side of you. It's the Issei I want to face. Issei, laughing, let's see how strong you've become, Chris. But that will be later. Now I want to go finish my job. McAllister, will you go alone? Issei, of course. Ouroboros is my prey, and after it I will go for the Great Red. Trent, what if any of your friends want to stop you? Issei, I will kill them, I don't care. Goto saw everything full of pride. He had achieved his goal. Issei, well, I'm going. Using his teleflyers, Issei opened a portal to the underworld, while the sun gave its first rays. In the underworld, the sun illuminated everything while the group woke up thinking it had been a nightmare. But no, they went to have breakfast while the leaders talked. The girls felt bad. That day was supposed to be the engagement party. Even Surzek was already putting up the decorations. But Issei did not appear. The leaders wanted to keep what was happening a secret. They did not want to alarm people. But they called Serorg as well as Reiser Phoenix, and Sona called the rest of her entourage. Surzek, you have been called here with a single mission. Serorg, what is it? Surzek-sama. Surzek, if any hunter appears you must stop him without making too much of a fuss. We do not want the entire underworld to find out, and we have to save Issei-kun. Of course, Surzek nor the leaders had understood well, but soon their doubts would be cleared. Saji, hunters took Hyoudou? Serorg, but he is one of the strongest. Surzek, I still do not know how they took him, but an explosion sounded outside, and everyone went out to see. What surprised them was that an entire tower was burning and was completely destroyed. The worst thing was the person who was in the tower. The leaders as well as everyone present were astonished to see Issei with red eyes and smiling. Surzek, Issei-kun. Issei, although that is my birth name, it is not something very striking, let's say. Azazel, weren't you supposed to be kidnapped? Issei, did fear make you say that? It doesn't matter at all. He came for one thing only, the head of Office Ouroboros. Also, I will introduce myself more formally. The scandal that Issei was making, most of the inhabitants had their eyes fixed on the fire, so much so that it was already on the news. Issei, realizing that he was the center of attention, just smiled and began to speak louder. Issei, good morning Gremry territory. You all know me as Hyoudou Issei or the Dabiru Yudi. But I ask you to forget those shitty names, because from now on I want you to remember this clearly. I am Red Death, the most powerful dragon hunter in existence. Rias, I see, that's enough. Issei, smiling, and anyone who opposes me will die along with Office. Rias, I dare you to try to kill me. Issei, smiling, it will be a pleasure. Rias had stood in front of the tower, hoping that Issei wouldn't kill her. But to everyone's surprise, Issei jumped with Ascalon on fire straight towards where Rias was. And the worst thing was that he seemed to have no intention of stopping. At the last second, Sona pushed Rias aside with water whips, and while Issei landed with his sword ready to split her in half. And what surprised everyone was that a trail of fire came out of the sword with quite a bit of force. Issei was serious. Issei, why did they take her away? She offered to die. Rias, scared, were you serious? Issei, hump, and you thought I wasn't? Rias, but at that moment a ball of fire shot towards her. Surzek blocked it as he could with his power. Surzek, Rias, that is not the same Issei-kun. Issei, I don't care. The entire underworld will witness a rain of blood if they don't give me Office Ouroboros. Surzek, stop him while we evacuate everyone. Everyone, hi. Serorg, Reiser, the Citri entourage, and now all of DXD was prepared to face Issei, who was still smiling maliciously. Issei, I see, it's everyone against me. It shows that they are confident. Their aroma gives them away. They believe that by supposedly knowing me and because they are more they will be able to defeat me. I sincerely find it hilarious that they consider it that way. But who am I to take away their trust? Hyoudou Issei, I did not expect to have to face you like this. Kiba, I'll go first. Hyoudou, okay, he is your friend after all. Kiba, yes, looking at Issei-kun, I will stop you here and… Before Kiba says anything else, Issei appeared behind him and stopped him in the back, causing him to crash into the rubble, leaving him out of combat. The reality is that Kiba had not recovered from the blow to the factory. Issei, you talk a lot, and you were still hurt. In case you didn't know, insult from a gentleman, with my hunter eyes, in addition to seeing a great distance and seeing better than any other being, I can see where you have damage, in addition to the pressure points or where you would receive more damage in your body. Also, your aroma betrayed you somewhat scared, but well, one out. Nobody believed what they just saw. Without mercy, Issei had already left Kiba out. Issei, no one offers? Well, don't say I didn't give you the chance. But Tsubaki angrily attacked him with magic. It hit him, but to everyone's surprise it only caused a small wound, and it was covered in fire and healed instantly. Issei, was that supposed to hurt me? You're pathetic for a queen. Issei appeared in front of her. With just one finger he knocked her out. Issei, come on, I'm getting bored. Is this the best you have? Yura and Tomo approached him at full speed while Issei was unfazed. And before they connected their blows, Issei grabbed Yura by the arm and Tomo by the leg and threw them to the ground. Issei yawns. Tomo came with all her strength. But they forgot that besides seeing, I hear better than anyone. But leaving that aside, Yura came without strength. When I took her arm I realized. Smiling, Issei approached her. Issei, don't tell me you liked it? Yura, well Issei, pity, I would never be with someone as pathetic and useless as you. That hurt Yura. The man she was in love with called her useless and pathetic. Momo and Ruruko wanted to attack him together, running towards him. But Issei appeared behind them, took their heads and collided them with force, leaving both outside. Issei, and this I have not used all my strength. Saji in a desperate attempt won to Vitra to take him by the arm. Issei just smiled as he takes Vitra's ribbon. Issei, idiot dragon hunter. With force and using Vitra's ribbon, Issei began to spin Saji, and moving his arm he crashed him against a nearby building. And so the entire Citri entourage was out. Reiza threw a fireball at him that he countered with his fire. He approached him smiling. Issei, the son of the Phoenix House, was eager to try your flames. But with that attack you just disappointed me. I think it's time I showed you some real fire. Issei's flames rose to the maximum while his entire body was covered in fire. Before everyone, a kind of devil made of large fire was there. It had horns as well as a face that looked skeletal. But the lower half of its body was missing. It spoke. It had Issei's voice. Issei, this is one of the hunter's techniques. The devil of the hunt. My entire body is covered in my fire, plus I control it as if it were a larger body. This is true power. Issei hit the ground, which was instantly charred, until a giant magic circle appeared above him. Sona/Serafal/Ingvild/Akeno/Asia/Lefay. Go lower than absolute zero. Very cold water came out of the circle and extinguished Issei's devil. He just smiled. Issei, I was counting on them to do that, so I'm not worried. Plus, Issei had blocked a blow from Serorg with his hand. Issei, did you think it would be so easy? I can beat you right now. Serorg, you are a threat to the underworld. Hyoudou Issei, balance breaker. Regulus emerged from the rubble, where he had hidden, and Serorg's armor appeared. Issei, smiling, began to hit him non-stop, but to his surprise Serorg was not affected by these. Issei, finally something fun. It seems I won't have to hold back Lion King. Serorg bail. Serorg, surprised, hold back? Issei, did you think fire was the only power? Issei moved away and began to raise his flames and his power. Issei, Gear 2, Reiku. The flames turned into lightning that covered Issei's body. And the worst thing is that he was using his lightning at its maximum power. Issei, I want to test your strength. Serorg bail. Serorg, then come here. Issei's speed was much higher than before, and in a blink of an eye he was in front of Serorg, while his fist was charged with lightning. Issei, 1,000 punches from the lightning god. Before Serorg's eyes appeared thousands of electrified fists, hitting him non-stop. It looked like shrapnel. And the worst thing was that they all came from Issei. His speed to hit was abysmal. Serorg and his Arandura could not bear it, leaving Issei out. Too bad, I had already gotten excited. Who's next? The girls could not do anything. He was very strong. But above all, he was the man they loved. They could not hurt him. Vala could not do anything either. The domain that Issei had with his hunter power was too superior to the power of Vala's primal demon. In addition, Vala was a dragon, and had a disadvantage against Issei. Issei, since no one else is going to fight against me, I have no choice but to finish them all. Issei created a small electric sphere in his hand. Issei, punishment of the lightning god. Everyone knew what would happen if Issei dropped that sphere. Everything would be destroyed. Vala, maybe I'm not as strong as him, but at least I'll do something. Power of the Primordial Demon Phase 2. Vala launched himself with his lightning in his hands, and at full power he launched the attack at Issei's sphere. The clash caused Vala to fall while Issei retreated a little. Issei, it seems they needed a little motivation, so let this begin. Issei launched himself into the attack while several shields of Lavinia and Lefay appeared. With ease Issei's fist broke them in addition to giving Vala a charged blow. Vala spat blood from the hunter's power affecting him more than the others. Before Issei gave him another blow, a column of ice received the full impact. It was Seraphol. Issei, well, you will also fight against me. Issei began to throw lightning like crazy at everyone, who could barely avoid them. Akeno wanted to attack him with her lightning, but with one Issei countered them and hit Akeno, who could barely protect herself. Rias and Ravel wanted to attack him, but again Issei, it was very easy for him to counter the attack. Zenobia appeared behind him with Duranal. Issei Ascalon. The sword was covered in lightning and Issei began to block all of Zenovia's attacks. Jean wanted to attack him too, along with Irina. But Issei humiliated them. If his power was already great with the sword, it was even more so. Sona, the sword, take it away. Zenobia frantically attacked Issei, but he dodged all her cuts with a mocking smile. Until in one of that, Issei ended up standing on the tip of Duranal while looking at Zenobia. Issei, wow. It's a very big sword for such a small and ineffective girl. Zenobia, shut up. The Issei I fell in love with wouldn't tell me that. The future father of my children wouldn't tell me. Issei, are you sure about that? I don't care, believe what you want. Issei applied force, causing the sword to fall and also hitting him a kick to Zenobia. Irina and Jean approached to attack him, but Issei hit them both, leaving them out. Issei, at least I had some fun, but well, it's over. I will destroy all this and kill Ophis. But at that moment a power of destruction hit Issei, making him crash. It wasn't Rias, it was Surzex. Surzex, get out of here. Azazel, we will contain him. Michael, it is important that you recover. Odin, take Ophis away from here. Gabriel, but Onii-san. Michael, then we will find a way to try to bring him back. Go now. Penemu, we will help you. Azazel, no, if there is a way to bring him back, it is with the women he loves. But for now, escape. Issei got up quite annoyed. Issei, that did hurt. To everyone's surprise, a large part of Issei's face and chest was bleeding. Rias, Oni-sama, Surzex, I'm sorry, but I had to do it. The blood began to evaporate and Issei's wounds closed while he smiled. Issei, finally the people I wanted to defeat, the leaders. But of course I don't have to be so confident. Zenobia approached Surzex while Issei continued to heal. Zenobia, Surzex-sama, wait. Surzex, what's wrong? Zenobia, he hit me without force. Surzex, what? Zenobia, yes, the stop he gave me was as if he wanted to move away abruptly, not with the intention of hurting me. Surzex, are you telling me that maybe he is still there? Jean, I can confirm the same as Zenobia, Surzex-sama. Irina, that's right, Surzex-sama. It may be that he is attacking everyone now, but he is still my darling. Michael, we will try to contain ourselves. Go. Lefay, hi. Lefay transported them away while the leaders stayed with the Surzex. Issei-kun, I don't want to do this, but you have to control yourself. Azazel, you have to come to your senses. Michael, you're not like that. Odin, Brad, you have to stop doing nonsense. Issei, and what do the leaders know about me? I've never felt so free as now. Gear 3 Volcano. Surzex, remember that the important thing is to knock him out and bring back Issei-kun. Surzex attacked with his power of destruction, but this time it was no longer all his power. This time he was holding back. But at full speed Issei appeared in front of him and kicked him in the face, while throwing his energy causing damage. Azazel appeared behind him, with a spear of light, but Issei gave him a spinning stop causing him to retreat. Michael also launched the attack, but Issei hit him with all his strength, breaking his nose and blurring his vision. Odin attacked him with water, but Issei used his energy to create a giant sphere that hit Odin. Surzex wanted to attack again, but Issei gave him a series of kicks, breaking his nose and part of his jaw. Azazel, quite angry, threw a spear of light at him. Issei smiled. Issei, devil of the Gear 3 hunt. Again Issei's entire body was covered in energy, and a devil made of this same energy appeared in front of the leaders. Without thinking much, the devil began to whip with his arms where the leaders were, leaving them very badly injured. Issei returned to normal, and only a wounded Azazel was left standing. Issei without thinking much hit him in the stomach, leaving him breathless. Azazel, you are a monster, Issei. Oh, what a surprise, smiling, and the old crow doubted that. Issei threw Azazel to the ground and stepped on his back. He took his arm and approached him. Issei, whispering, I am death. Issei broke Azazel's arm with a smile, while he screamed, Issei, since I'm done with you there is no choice but to look for my initial prey. I will let you live, smile, just for now. Having said that, Issei flew away from there, driven by his power, while the leaders and the entire underworld saw their hero turned into a monster. Aura. Lefay transported them to a safe place. That safe place was Issei's house. To their surprise, they all landed in front of Issei's parents. But with everyone, they were literally everyone: Vala, Lavinia, Kiba, Gasper, the girls, Sona's entourage, Reiser and Serorg. Goro, drinking coffee, someone explained to me what is happening. Mickey, serious, where were they and who are all these people? Valley, did you bring us to Issei's house? Lefay? Lefay, well yes. Mickey/Goro, who are you? Serorg, excuse my manners, I am Serorg Bale. Mickey, oh, the boy Issei fought with days ago. Serorg, how do you know? Goro, Issei tells us everything that happens to him. Where is our son? The girls burst into tears and Issei's parents realized it was serious. Valley, angry, I don't know, but yesterday some dragon hunters appeared. We fought with them. They took us to a factory. They said some things and now Issei is hunting Ophis and calls himself the Red Death. For the first time the girls, Vala and Kiba, saw Issei's parents so serious and upset. Goro, that bastard is back. Mickey, we weren't there to help him. Issei's father got up angrily and went to an old piece of furniture. From there he took out 2 packages that were covered with covers. Goro threw one to his wife, who caught it. Both removed their contact lenses and revealed their red eyes, the same as Issei's. Removed the covers and both revealed swords. Goro's, Mickey's. Goro, I swear this time I won't leave him alive. Mickey, and we will bring our son back. Rias, father, mother, what's happening? Goro, Mickey, I think we can't separate them from this anymore. Mickey, yes, we have to tell them about our son's past. If they want to help us stop the Red Death, we have to trust their girlfriends and friends. I hope you remember everything, Ophis. Or better yet, I'll call you as Issei called you, Aura. Everyone looked at Ophis in surprise, who seemed to have remembered something very important. Mickey, we must stop him before he releases Gear 4. Valid Gear 4? Goro, hunters only have 3 levels of power, what we call gear. But there's one more level. It is when a hunter kills another. But the point is that the killed hunter has to be someone precious to the other, so he will give him all his power. Mickey, there is no fight information about this, since many tried but failed, just killing senselessly. The only one who could do it was Issei. All the girls remembered with fear what Yasaka said. Flashback. Yasaka, it would be good if he were bad. Ayato is dead. End of flashback. Mickey/Goro, if they want to know the reason for everything, it's best to tell them the whole story of the hunters. The moment where all your doubts will be cleared. Too many years ago, in the territory where Norway is now, Samuel descended to the human world in his human form. A very attractive man with black hair and red eyes. Samuel only planned to stay on Earth for a few days, but he met a beautiful princess, Princess Argentia Hyoudou, a beautiful woman with black hair and eyes of that same color. She also met Samuel. It was love at first sight, but Argentia was already engaged. Without anyone knowing, Samuel killed the fiancée and took Argentia away from there, where he made her his wife, and marked her. Shortly after, Samuel had to leave the Earth, and Argentia found out that she was pregnant with twins. Upon returning home, her family discovered Samuel's mark, and mistook it for that of a dragon. They disowned their daughter for being pregnant with a dragon and condemned her to the stake. Of course, Samuel was not going to allow this. He was not going to let them kill his female. But he was more offended because they had mistaken him for a dragon. Before burning Argentia, Samuel massacred everyone as a giant calamity, and also gave more power to his children. After the destruction caused, Argentia did not know more about him, and along with the rest of the survivors to the massacre, they escaped to Japan. Why yes, Alv, in that country Argentia gave birth to a boy whom she named Eren Hyoudou, and her daughter Freya Hyoudou. But Argentia could not bear the burden of Samuel's power anymore and died a year later. The brothers were the first to possess Gear 4. But besides that, all those who came to Japan with their mother took care of them as children of the princess, until they grew up and left, already married. Freya married the strongest man but also the kindest of them all, Axi Drang Neil, and put on his surname, while Eren married a beautiful woman named Gelda. Both founded a town that they named Dragmore, from the Norwegian Drager Mortar, in honor of their father. Both had children, and so began to grow the lineage of dragon hunters. But the Hyoudou and Dragneel families remained the most powerful of the entire clan. Time passed, and the Hyoudou family gave birth to 2 children of great power, Garou and Goto Hyoudou, while the Dragneel family gave birth to a very powerful girl, Mickey Dragneel. The 3 children became the strongest representatives of the entire clan, and fate was in charge of bringing Garou and Mickey together in a beautiful marriage, while Goto went to Kyoto to kill a dragon, where he met Yasaka, and fell in love with her. She also fell in love with him, and then they got married. When Goto returned to Dragmore to introduce his wife to his brother and sister-in-law, he found out that they were expecting twins. The best part of this is that the village fortune teller had told them that they would both possess sacred gears. Goto congratulated his brother, Yasaka too. But this is where Issei's misfortune begins. Both twins were developing very well and had a unique bond for being hunters. But there was a problem. Apparently Ayato's genetic code had some problems and his body would be weak. That would not be a problem if he had been a normal human. But being a hunter, this brought its retaliation. Inside his mother's womb, Ayato began to be consumed by the power of the hunter and his own sacred gear, the boosted gear. If this continued, both babies would die along with their mother. Of course, their parents knew nothing about this. But as if it were a miracle, Issei activated his sacred gear and began to absorb all of Ayato's power. But the power had already consumed enough of him, and not only was the power absorbed, but also his sacred gear in addition to all of Ayato. Mickey felt this along with Garou. They both felt as if one of their children had disappeared completely and without a trace. They went to the town doctor, and he explained to them what had happened. After a few months, Issei Hyoudou was born, the direct descendant of Samo, and had great power. In fact, he was the most powerful of all the hunters, having the increased power of his brother and the great power of his parents. Issei lived like a happy child until he was 6 years old. At that time his uncle Goto had his daughter Kuoh Hyoudou, who was barely 4, but her mother took her away from Goto. The reason Issei did not know, but he still loved his aunt Yasaka. But something had changed. Inside Goto, he began to train Issei too much until he became the best fighter at only 7 years old, as well as the most skilled of the hunters, so much so that when they gave him his sword at that same age, they gave him the most powerful of all, Ascalon. But in addition to his training, Issei lived like any child. He liked to play and explore the whole place, so much so that one day he got lost in a cave full of crystals, where he met 2 boys who became his friends, Trent and Chris, both very powerful too. Both admired their friend for everything he did, which awakened an incredible desire to win in Chris, while Trent admired how analytical and intelligent he was, so he wanted to be more than him. They admired him more when he turned 8 years old and became the future leader of the clan. Besides that, everyone called him Red Death, because at his age, he had the record of killing 500 dragons. This was because of the ability of Ascalon. While dragons he killed, the stronger he would become. In addition to dragons, Issei killed enemies of his clan, but his parents did not like what he did. Having killed 900 living beings, dragons and humans, was too much for a child. But to go to this seemed fantastic. He had created his killing machine, but inside he was still the same kind boy. One day while walking through the forest, he met a beautiful girl with black hair and eyes of the same color. Both saw each other strangely, but felt a connection. Issei, what is your name? Ophis Ouroboros, yours? Issei Hyoudou, but everyone calls me Red Death. Ophis, it must be because you are very strong. I will call you Red. Issei, why? Ophis, because you have red eyes, plus you throw red fire. Issei, then I called you Aura. Ophis, why? Issei, it's easier than saying Ouroboros. They both had a good time and had so much fun that Issei returned every day to his friend's house, and without wanting to, love was born in both of them. It was the first time that Ophis fell in love with a human being, but for him she decided to be a woman, and her dream was to marry him. While Goto was upset because Issei was missing his training, his friends were also worried about him. They wanted to see him get stronger. But now Issei didn't care about this. One day Issei decided to take Ophis to his house. Goru-san, who is your friend? Issei, this is Aura, she is my girlfriend, and in the future I will marry her. Her parents were surprised by what he said, but Ophis smiled as she took Issei's hand. Ophis, that's right, I will marry him. So happy days passed in which Issei, his parents and Ophis smiled non-stop, but of course, that would not last forever. Goto had a plan. He had decoded his nephew's brain with the training to become a bloodthirsty being by saying a few words. Thus was born the control speech. Goto became even more enraged when he discovered that the dragon god was with his nephew, so without thinking much he wanted to attack her. Issei's parents defended her, but Goto furiously used the control speech to awaken Red Death, who entered Gear 4, and he began to attack Ophis. In addition to that, the whole town was going to hunt her, while all the adults would take the head of the dragon goddess. Ophis was chased for almost 2 days by the hunters and the boy she loved, until Issei cornered her in a cave, and for the first time, Ophis cried. Seeing her tears, Issei reacted, and realized everything she had made him do, but what mattered to him was saving Ophis. He fled with her until the hunters surrounded them. Ophis, what will we do now, Red? Issei, I only know one way to save you, Aura. Ophis, I want to stay with you. Issei, you can't, you're a dragon god. I'm a hunter. Escape, Aura, please. Ophis kissed Issei, the first kiss of both. I don't even want to listen to Irina after this. Ophis opened a portal to the dimensional gap while Issei used his power to the maximum and annihilated almost all the hunters, leaving only the children and teenagers. Yasaka helped Issei's parents and himself escape from Drangmore, in addition to giving Issei inhibitors so that he would not awaken that power anymore. Along with the inhibitors, Issei's eyes turned brown. Yasaka took them to Kuoh, a small and remote town where they would be safe. There he met Irina and was able to return to a normal life, while Ophis gradually forgot about Red, but had that void in her heart. Issei repudiated the hunter's power since then. Inside him was the burden of his brother's death, everyone he killed, the danger they were all in because of his power, and above all, the fact that his uncle was still on the loose and that at any moment he would go for him. Current moment. Everyone was stunned after hearing the story. Issei had many burdens behind him, and despite everything, he dealt with those of others. He was always happy, and did the best he could. Everyone felt guilty inside, for never worrying if Issei was okay. Gore, we tried to keep him safe but we couldn't. Mickey, now we must solve our fault. Rias, father, mother, wait, we will go. Mickey, you have no chance against Issei. Akeno, but he is our fiancé, and we care what happens to him. Kaneko, we will do our best to help him. Goru, I think the best way to make him react is if you help him. Mickey, use this. I give you a flyer with a magic circle that would take you to Drangmore. Goru, but it is best that you prepare better. Not only Issei will go for you, the rest of the hunters will be there, and you have to fight them. Mickey, we know that Valley has the power of the primal demon, so those who handle magic have to give it endurance and power. Only then will it be able to beat Issei. Before leaving, Asia healed them all, and Lefay and Lavinia used magic to increase their powers a little, and with the help of Issei's parents, they made a ring for Valley, who would receive Asia's healings wherever he is, so that he could defeat Issei. With all this, they all went to Drangmore. They saw a pretty nice town with European architecture, but some applause was heard. Issei, it seems that the lamb went into the wolf's mouth. They did not know how anxious I was for them to come here, to my home. Ha 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 ha. Issei touched his face while everyone saw that it had blood. Issei, finally we will fight properly. And by the way, Vala, tell Azazel I'm sorry about his arm. Vala, give me back my friend. Issei, let me think about it. No. Rias, please Issei, you are our hero, the one who saved me from my engagement to Reiser. Akeno/Kaneko/Kuroka, the one who accepted them no matter what. All, who has always saved us. Issei, yes, I don't care. Soon they will be nothing more than lumps of blood and flesh. Vala, you leave me no choice. Power of the Primal Demon Phase 3. Issei, smiling, I feel like something has changed, so I think I'll enjoy fighting with you, while the other hunters take care of the rest. The rest of the hunters, minus Goto, came out of their hiding places and headed towards the group while Vala flew towards Issei, who activated his Gear 3. Vala, I'll free you, Issei. Issei, avoid dying first, scum. Gear 4, Demon. Issei, try not to die first, scum. Both gave their strongest blow, impacting the other's face. Issei kept smiling, while Vala was furious. But to Issei's surprise, Vala was surpassing him in strength. Both backed up and collided again, this time to give each other a shower of blows without stopping. Issei, you'll see, damn scum. After this there will be nothing left of you. Vala, I'll bring you back. Issei, shut the buck up. Star Killer. A giant energy sphere appeared in Issei's hand and hit Vala directly. This caused Vala to fall badly damaged, but to Issei's surprise Vala got up completely healed. This enraged Issei more, who began to throw the same attack at him repeatedly without stopping. Meanwhile, Lavinia, Lefay, Elmenhild, Ingvild, Gabriel, and Penemu were protecting Asia, since it was essential that she quickly heal Vala through the ring or so be able to defeat Issei, while Trent and Chris looked defiantly at Irina, Zenobia, Kiba and Jean. Hanabu was in front of Serorg in Balance Breaker. Axel, with delusions of superiority, saw the rest of Issei's girls and Reiser, who was still there trying to help. The biggest danger was that Goto was nowhere to be seen, but the hunters would not expect anything. With Vala, Issei was already bored of continuing to launch the same attack and Vala not being affected. Issei, annoyed, "Why don't you die? You're just scum." Vala, "I'm not going to die until I take you back." Issei, "Shut up." Issei, angrier and releasing more power, went directly to Vala and began to give him a shower of blows. While Vala responded as he could, Vala did not even flinch, for all the damage he received from Issei, while he only saw him get angrier and angrier. While Kiba and Irina blocked the rapid slashes of Chris, who was in Gear 2 attacking them at maximum speed, while both used all their ability to stop him. While Zenobia and Jean attacked Trent and dodged his attacks, Trent not only had his sword, in his jacket he hid collectible objects, such as knives, ninja stars, and things like that. Trent lit them in his hunter's fire and threw them towards them. Zenobia tried to give him a good cut with X Durandal, but Trent's speed was superior. Jean tried to enclose him in swords, but Trent destroyed them. Meanwhile, Serorg began to exchange fists with Hanabu, who went directly in Gear 2. To Serorg's surprise, Hanabu was considerably weaker than Issei, so both gave blows without stopping, while Axel blocked all the attacks they threw at him. All this he did while mocking them all, while they all attacked him without stopping. While with Vala, Issei was hitting him while Vala was just defending himself. "Issei, you surprised me. In just a few hours and you have already become able to withstand my blows. That surprises me, but also, it angers me." To Vala's surprise, Issei's blows became faster, and he began to release more power. In addition to that, Issei stretched his hand, and Ascalon reached him. A cut of the sword with Issei's power was enough to make Vala's abdomen bleed a lot, and a fairly large wound open, but the wound closed at a considerable speed. "Vala, are you not as strong as before?" He said this mockingly, but Issei just started laughing. Issei, in Issei's laughter only evil was heard. While with Kiba and the others, the swordsmen could barely fight against the hunters, so the fight became a defense against the beating that those two could give them. Of course they attacked as they could. That continued for quite some time until they began to hear Issei's laughter. "Trent, it seems that the show is about to begin." "Chris, then we have to leave." "Kiba, what are you talking about?" "Chris, nothing important, just that this place will become your grave. Goodbye." The two hunters disappeared while the four swordsmen saw where the laughter was coming from, and they saw terrified as Issei laughed like crazy while he took his face and looked up at the sky. With Serorg, the fight between him and Hanabu remained even. Both gave good blows, until Hanabu began to use his sword, which began to give him the advantage, because the sword of a hunter combined with his power gives an increase to his abilities, so Serorg began to be surpassed, until Issei's laughter was heard. "Hanabu, apparently Mr. Issei has already started his show. It was a good fight, young Serorg, but now I retire." "Serorg, what?" Hanabu disappeared while Serorg realized what was happening. With the others, Axel continued making fun of it, until a careless Serafal's ice cut his arm where he held his sword. To everyone's surprise, a thread of fire came out of the cut and reattached it to the arm. But Axel did not count on Reiser appearing behind him, and released his flames at full power combined with blows. The heir to the Phoenix House had reached a new power. Ravel helped her brother, and she also reached him. The forbidden flames of the Phoenix, Reiser hit Axel like he had never been hit in his life, and for the first time he felt something burning him. This was because of the difference in the demonic flames of the Phoenix. Ravel/Reiser, forbidden feathers of the Phoenix. Fire feathers hit Axel, causing damage. In addition to this, Serafal repeated her previous movement, and cut off his arm again. Rias, Akeno and Sona combined their demonic powers quite angry, and pulverized by complete Axel's arm, preventing it from returning to its place. Issei's girls had a new level after everything that happened in the Holy War. Kaneko and Kuroka approached him, and with their fists loaded with senjutsu they hit him in the face, doing even more damage. Ophis hit him with her power in the stomach, bursting several blood vessels. He would not die from that, but it would take time to heal. That was the only weakness of the hunter's power. the internal organs, until Issei's laughter was heard. Axel, it seems that it's over for you. He wanted to recover his sword, but without an arm and with everyone thinking of attacking him, I had to get out of there. While everyone saw Issei laughing like crazy, the hunters transported to where Goto was, some houses a little further away from where the whole battle was, but Goto turned his gaze towards Axel and led him away from the group to a desolate part of the town. Axel, what's happening? Goto, easy, you're useless. Axel, be more careful with your words when you talk to him. Goto, Issei's replacement, although calling you a replacement for him is telling you a lot. You lost an arm and you're also more damaged than anyone else. That's disappointing. Axel, you weren't on the battlefield. You don't know what happened. Goto, I know you trusted yourself to be a hunter, but what they don't know is that you're so useless that you can't even activate Gear 2. Axel, shut up. Goto, it doesn't matter, but we have to find a solution to this problem. Axel, what do you mean? Goto, it's like in ancient Rome. If they were fit to be warriors, they survived, and you, Axel, are not fit at all. Before Axel could react, Goto had stuck his sword into his chest. While the sword was embedded, Goto smiled. Goto, any last words? Axel, you will never be like your brother. This erased Goto's smile, and he channeled his power into Gear 3 through his sword, causing Axel to explode, dying instantly. McAllister came out of a magic circle next to Goto. Goto, you took too long. McAllister, I know, but I still didn't find anything. Apparently, in the records of this city there is nothing about him. Goto, it seems that my wife is 2 steps ahead of me, with Valev. What's so funny? Issei, well, first of all, the fact that they thought that I wouldn't notice that the ring you have is to channel Asia Argento's healings, and also for the fact that you are the first to get me to this level. You deserve that. I congratulate you on your great work, Vala Lucifer. But well, game over. Vala was thrown back by a giant aura of dark power. Issei, fire, lightning, energy, all that gives light, but what remains after the fire goes out, the storm ends, or the energy leaves is exhausted, darkness, Gear 4 demon. In front of everyone, Issei's face began to cover with black lines, as did his entire body, but only on the right half is where everything was covered in black, except for his face, where only a mark remained that was around his eye. On the left side everything was covered only by the same irregular lines. At the same time Issei grew horns, in addition to some dark wings that came out of his back. Ascalon along with this changed his appearance. Everyone approached to help Valley, and Asia had to leave her hiding place along with the others, because it was destroyed while Issei released his power. When the transformation ended, Issei smiled. Issei, it's been a while since I entered Gear 4, but I think I'll stay like this for a while, at least until I kill them all. Everyone felt immense pressure, more than anyone Ophis. She clearly remembered how she felt years ago. While Issei advanced towards them, Issei, bucking hindrances, I present to you Gear 4, Demon. Unlike the previous ones, I have control over dark matter in addition to using it as if it were dark energy. Tell me, who wants to die first? Ryusoulger launched an attack with his new power. Ryusoulger, you'll see, idiot. I'll prove that you're not. In front of everyone, just by putting pressure with his arm on Ryusoulger's stomach, he had split him in half. Of course Ryusoulger would regenerate, but Issei's power left them speechless. Issei, do not be so surprised. That is the power to concentrate dark matter and dark energy. He kicked Ryusoulger towards them with great force. Issei, I will give you the opportunity to leave for now. I will count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Vale, we will not leave without you. Issei, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rias, please, I see, react. Issei, 8, 9, 10. What a pity you did not flee. Now you will suffer. This song is too good for this part. Issei walked towards Valley, and before he could move, Issei punched him in the face, causing him to retreat at a monstrous speed while forcibly destroying everything behind him. Gasper tried to stop him with his sacred gear, but Issei kept moving to where he took his head and slammed it into the ground. Kiba stood in front of him with his swords, but with a single move from Ascalon, Issei broke them, as well as kicking Kiba in the things, breaking them and knocking him out. Several magic circles covered him, trying to contain him, but Issei just nailed his sword into the ground as his power came out in heaps from Issei. Demonic explosion! The shock wave was so strong that it hurt everyone who was left standing. Serorg wanted to attack him with his fist, but Issei answered in the same way. When the blows collided, Serorg's arm was shattered from the inside. Issei, I'll give you a chance. Attack me. If you scratch me, you win. Zenobia, Irina and Jean went with their swords. Issei dodged them as if it were a child's game. 1,000 while the rest attacked from a distance. Issei stepped back a bit while a combined attack went towards him. Issei put his hand on the ground. Issei, nightmare. A fairly large black mark began to cover the ground, and from it many black tentacles came out that protected Issei from the attack. Issei, I'm bored of all of you. The girls no longer knew what to do. They had used their maximum power against Issei and had not done anything to him, not even the spears of light or ice. Issei was at a different level, but before he could do anything else a blue light hit him in the face. It was Vala's primal demon power, which was damaged, but he was able to concentrate a little more power. Everyone was surprised when Issei bled from his cheek, but it healed immediately. Issei, I'll consider that. I'll let you go, but I'll leave you a gift. From Issei's hand came out a sphere that seemed to be pierced by a needle. He dropped it, and it stuck into the ground. Akeno, what is that? Issei, it's a seed of suffering. With that said, Issei disappeared from there. While everyone saw the seed, Asia healed the wounded a little, because the damage was too much. The seed didn't do anything, which made them nervous. Raizer wanted to get closer. Serorg, be careful, we don't know what Raizer can do. It's a seed, what could happen? But as soon as he said that, the seed exploded, releasing a great amount of the hunter's power, while Raizer was violently pushed from the place. In addition to that, it hurt the others, so as a last option they had to get out of there with the magic of Lefay and Lavinia. While with the hunters, Goto, that was great. Issei, you taught those demons a lesson. Issei, it wasn't that bad, but I think I'll stay in Gear 4, that way it will be easier to kill whoever. Trent, you're amazing. Chris, I want to fight you. McAllister, it was what we expected from the most powerful hunter. Issei, for now we will rest. We are going to finish off everything that matters to them until they give me office. He said this with a devilish smile, looking into the void. With the others, they returned to Issei's house, where his parents saw them very worried. Mickey, what happened? Vala, we failed. I activated Gear 4. Gora, this is going from bad to worse. We need to find a way to stop it, otherwise. Sona, otherwise what? Goro, it is capable of extinguishing much of the life on the planet. Everyone was stunned after hearing that, because now they really were in danger and they had their hero to save them. They had to get serious and start training to become stronger and have some chance of beating him. Contingency plan. Everyone was training their hardest after the last fight with Issei. Everyone had realized their weakness. Issei could tear them to pieces if he wanted. The only way to recover was to defeat him, and with their current level they were far from being able to even do considerable damage to him. Besides that, they discovered that the best way to beat him was to use a Dragon Slayer sword too. After defeating Axel, they had gotten theirs, and now Kiba was training with it to find a way to be stronger. His other swords were being repaired by alchemists, since he had been left in very bad shape after the fight against Issei. And so, without wanting to, a month passed. But what was Issei doing? The answer is simple: abusing his superior power. After returning to the hunters after his fight, he decided to start sowing chaos. The first thing he found was a somewhat abandoned village where there were many demons. They did not believe much in Surzek's government, but this was what Issei did not care about. He arrived there dressed as a stranger, and of course they treated him like garbage. Person 1, hey you stranger, get out of here. He threw a ken at him. While the rest of the inhabitants did the same, Issei just smiled, and after a while he rose with his dark matter wings while looking at everyone with a smile. Issei, it's funny to see how none of them know what awaits them. Person 3, surely it is one of those who serve the false Lucifer. Issei, I think I will do them a favor by exterminating them, but well, I do not care. Seeds of suffering. 3 seeds fell in 3 points of the village, while with his right hand Issei concentrated his power in a sphere. Issei, I hope you like the other world more. Extinction. Issei released all the power of the sphere as the seeds exploded, releasing all their power. The entire place was covered in a shockwave of dark power. In addition to shaking, that same shaking was the one that was felt throughout the underworld, as all the dust that had been generated dispersed. In the place where the village was there was nothing left, only a giant crater and blood stains. Issei looked at all this with pride, and a big smile appeared on his face, but to his surprise there were a few who survived because they were just arriving at the village. Issei just smiled at them. While the newcomers saw everything in terror, they wanted to flee but did not have Issei's ability to handle dark matter, so they were trapped in the tentacles of darkness. Issei approached them with a smile. Issei, let's leave a message for Surzek's Lucifer. Surzek's found out about the explosion that had taken place in the village, and along with many soldiers, the other 2 leaders and Issei's companions went to investigate. Only that day he took them out of their training, but he regretted it seconds after arriving at the village. There was nothing left, everything was destroyed, and the most horrible thing was that there was a message written in blood on the ground. Next to this message, arms and legs of demons were there, and the message said, "Give me Ophis, with love, Red Death." The girls were horrified and did not want to believe that Issei had done that massacre. They left with a bad taste in their mouths from there. But that didn't stop just with that. Surzex and the leaders had to go to a town on the outskirts of Lilith where they found everything stained with blood and the same thing written on it. "Give me Ophis, with love, Red Death." But the scene was horrible. All the houses were full of blood and there were all kinds of grotesque scenes. But Surzex couldn't imagine what had happened before. A few hours before, Issei had arrived in the town as a wounded man. The people received him and took care of him, until Issei received the information he wanted. While Issei rested, he heard what he wanted. Woman 1. Then they say that the DXD group was defeated. Woman 2. If now they are somewhere else. Woman 3. According to the rumors, they are training to defeat their enemy. Woman 1. It doesn't matter, someone will beat him, or he will dominate us, and we will have to get used to it. I don't think it will change anything, Issei. Oh, yes, it will. The women watched in horror as Issei got up and his dark matter covered his body. What the people outside saw was how all the windows were stained with blood. The roof of the house exploded as Issei rose, and looked at everyone with extreme evil. Issei. Hello to the whole town, see the spectacle of Red Death, Spike. To everyone's terror, Issei's dark wings stretched out and turned into thorns. These same ones began to attack without stopping every person who was in the village until no one was left alive. While Issei laughed, "You are all scum. Die like the scum that you are." Surzex, Azazel and Michael could not even imagine that he was really that evil, but seeing what he had done they could not doubt it for a second. They had to prepare a contingency plan. That was how Dulio, Tobio, Vasco, and Daihauser. Dulio, Michael-sama, why did you call us? Tobio, I asked the same. Surzex, you four are our best warriors, the most powerful human that exists. Vasco Estrada, the supreme king of the raiding game. Daihauser Belial, the best warrior of heaven. Dulio Gesualdo, and the best warrior of Grigori. Tobio accuse, you four are by far superior to many members of the DXD anti-terrorist squad. Daihauser, are you no longer effective? Azazel, not at all, but there is a problem. Tobio, Issei is stronger, at least he would defeat us one-on-one. Michael, that is the problem. Dulio, the problem is Issei-kun? Surzex, yes, now he has awakened as the Red Death, the most powerful dragon hunter. His power is too much. The DXD squad wanted to stop him, but failed twice, and they were also injured. We believe that if the four of you work together you could stop him. Azazel, we want you to be a contingency squad. DXD is currently training to find how to stop Issei, but without them we are also defenseless. That is why we want you to take care of those matters for now. But at that moment everything trembled. It wasn't Issei, it was a dragon. It was red and with horns. It began to spit fire in all directions. Clearly the leaders were worried, because DXD was still training, but to everyone's surprise Issei appeared in front of him, with a noticeable smile. Issei, a dragon, finally, something worthy of killing. Issei charged one of his fists with dark energy and gave him a precise blow, making him retreat. At that precise moment Issei stabbed him with his sword and it began to absorb his blood, while Issei looked at him with madness. Issei, more. Issei took the dragon away from there, where he finally exterminated it with his hunter power without leaving any trace of it. After this he returned to the hunters, who were anxiously waiting for him. Trent, how was terror planted in you? Issei, wonderful, the entire underworld will have me soon. But we have to plan our attack on the underworld well. They are weak, but I do not want any failures. All hi, Issei. Before doing so I will go sow a little more chaos. Those of DXD are no longer obstacles to me. I could not do better. Go to. Enough, Issei. You are distracting yourself from your main objective. Issei put his sword to his neck. Issei, you are not my boss. I do not care about your life either. I do what I want because I want and when I want. It is more, I could kill you at this moment, but I have already stained my hands with enough blood. Besides, you are not worth it. I only care about my parents and Aura. Small explanation. Issei's mind is very broken. This because of the burden of deaths, the sacred gears, the control speech, and being in Gear 4. This causes his memories to be screwed up regarding his childhood, so much so that he believes that Aura and Ophis are different when in reality they are the same. But for him Aura is his childhood friend and Ophis is the dragon of infinity and his prey. He only cares about his parents and Aura because of his childhood memories. Go to. I know well who you care about. Issei, then stop getting in my way. So Issei went to the underworld, and found another nearby town. Issei, I'm not stupid enough to attack the capital directly, but I like to see how they slowly despair. Issei saw how everyone was at peace and smiled. Issei, well, at least they will die in peace. Extinction. When the sphere was shot from Issei's hand, a very powerful thunder hit it. Blessed lightning. Both attacks collided and cancelled each other out. Issei, smiling, so the strongest in heaven came to challenge me? It seems to me that you are very confident, Dulio. Dulio, Issei-kun, enough. Issei, does everyone only know how to say the same thing? Dulio, I came to stop you. Issei, if there's something I share with my past self, it's the desire to test your strength. Issei without many detours launched himself towards Dulio, who quickly avoided him. Dulio, do not confuse things, Issei-kun. I came to talk. Issei, are you very innocent or very idiot? Say what you say, it will be the same. I'm going to kill you. Issei continued charging towards Dulio while he only avoided his attacks. This until he reached a certain point where Issei was trapped in several magic circles, and the rest of the squad came out. Daihauser. Well, Daburuyudi, we are going to stop you right now. Tobio. I'm sorry, Issei, but it's for your own good. Vasco. We are not going to let you continue destroying everything. Issei, smiling. Oh, I see what's happening. Sentai spoke to them so that the four of them stopped me. Ha 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 ha. What a nice detail for his part. Issei was released while rising. Issei, there is little time left for this month to end, and the useless DXD will finish their training. After I face them, I will go for you, and once I defeat you, the underworld will know terror. With that said, Issei flew away from there while the others saw him quite upset. But just as Issei had said, he did not attack anything else for the rest of the month. Meanwhile, the DXD group were all intensively training all their skills. Kiba practiced with Axel's sword until he could manifest his aura and other swords, in addition to increasing the capacity of his sword birth and being able to do something stronger. Valet chose to start training his primal demon power in addition to training his second sacred gear. Since Blue Blade did not have a dragon, Issei's power would not affect that balance breaker, which is why Valley increased the mastery of his powers. Gasper trained to stop bigger and more powerful things, so that he could give them time to attack Issei. Serorg trained like never before in his life. Although he had his balance breaker, he did not fully master it, so he continued training with it until he took it to a new level. The girls were another story. They trained until exhaustion. Day and night their powers were used without stopping, their magic, and all this in order to bring Issei back. Akeno's lightning struck with full power. Rias's power destroyed everything in its path. Kaneko and Kuroka used all their power to increase it. Asia learned many offensive spells. Zenobia obtained more power from Duranal. Irina handled 2 lightsabers while she could generate more light. Roswise learned more as Guardian. Offensive spells, Ravel practiced with her new power. Lefay learned even more spells than she knew. Sona made her water stronger and also controlled it better. Sarah Fall could create an iceberg with a small amount of her power. Jean could already create 2 dragons with her swords. Elmenhild carried vials of blood from all the girls to combine their powers. Ingvild could also handle more water. Penemu could make more powerful light spears, while Gabriel generated stronger light. While Olphus thought about how to convince Issei to come back, because as soon as she tried to get close, Issei would try to slice her head off. And just like I said at the beginning, a month passed, and that day a letter arrived. I suppose your training will have finished, therefore I know that you want to look for me. I am in the forest of eternal sleep, in the extreme south of Lilith. Look for me. I want to test if something has changed. With love, Red Death. They all knew what to do. They were going to stop him. So they transported to the forest, and as soon as they set foot inside, Issei was waiting for them with a smile. Issei, apparently you came. I'm surprised by your confidence. But I'm not complaining. This has been a very boring month. Valet, you'll see. Issei, anyway, if you can't hurt me, Serzex has his backup plan, so I have time to have fun. Shall we start? Issei smiled as his power increased, and he looked at them defiantly.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.